Shalom, shalom, family. I'm going to say the Lord's Prayer. Our Father in heaven, honored be thy name. May thy kingdom come. May thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us each day our daily bread, and forgive us of our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us on a righteous path, and guard us from the evil one. In your name we pray. Amen. All right. Turn my screen share on. So we're going to have a deep topic today, kind of different, right? We like to touch on things that others don't really touch on, sometimes things that people touch on. So today we'll be talking about some very interesting culture, mostly between the second BC, to, basically 2000 BC and under around that time. Mainly some interesting cultures like, for example, the Hyksos. Have you seen this headband? I have put the little screen, what do you call it? Basically the logo on the video, this little headband. Now, what's interesting is some interesting things to note about this culture, this where this headband comes from. This headband, basically, as you can see, it has gazelles on it. So it has obviously these gazelles with these giant horns on them. And it says basically they are obviously going to have these what looks like stars or flowers right in the middle, right? You can see them right on there. This would be something from what is called the Second Intermediate Period. Now, if you're not familiar with Egyptian culture, if you're familiar with it, we're going to go about it as we usually do, looking at the genetics and details and looking at the scriptures and everything, putting all those things together, see what's going on here. This is going to be about somewhere around the 15th dynasty, so you get a good understanding of these things. Also, there's some finds that we'll talk about a little later. It looks like they might have deciphered Elamite script, right? Linear Elamite, which is really early Elamite script. So they might had deciphered it, right? It's possible. I was doing a little bit of study on it, seeing what was going on with that. And that would be very interesting to get a little more deeper view on the Elamite culture and a couple different things that was happening over there. So very interesting find. They might had deciphered Proto-Elamite. So that's really deep. If they decipher that and they can find out what family that would go to, right? It'd be probably interesting if it had a tie to Afro-Asiatic, right? That'd be really interesting to note some things with that. We'll know some very interesting connections in that area. So I thought that was very interesting to note. That's something that happened just recently this year. All right, so if you had seen already, let me make sure I show this. Let me do a little summary. So we've been going over some deep things, but today is one of those deep historical ones, looking at certain connections and everything today. Just the other day ago, right, we went over some very deep information on ancient origins and stuff like that. So today we're going to get a little more pinpoint in the time of the biblical narrative and things like that. First things first, it's important to know Africa has a mixed company. So note monophylactic families to find origins, right? I'm just going to show something real fast. Now, what do I mean by monophylactic families and things like of that sort, right? Let me just show you something from this interesting quote to just get us some interesting connection. This is from 2021, basically a social stratification without genetic differentiation at the site of basically, I'm not going to try to say it, Kula, but I'm not going to say it, in the Christian period Nubia. So let's talk about a certain site, obviously in Africa. And it gets some interesting, basically, what's the word I'm looking for? Genetic mixtures that happen in this land that we're going to look at that is going to have connections to what we're going to talk about today, which is going to be nations like the Hyksos, Habiru, stuff like that, and things like that. And who are they, whatnot? Who are they in their origin, and who are they in their mixture and things like that? So we're going to get a little into it. Let me go to something here. Right here, so data 13. Let me just go to that. Right here. All right. So the reason why I want to show this first is just get a good understanding of what's going on in the lands of Africa, right? Deep in Africa, we can get a little understanding of some things. Let's get that for now. All right. Now, what we find in that land, what we do find in that land when we're thinking about some of the ancient fossils throughout that land, we're going to have some E lineages, right? We're going to have some splits from those K lineages, the LT lineages. We're going to have some J lineages around there, right? Different types of E lineages, different SNPs and everything. It'll tell you what's around and what's there. We got some G lineages, right? This is going to be important because mostly these lines are going to be repeated. We'll see these again as we go over them and everything. There's just some quick highlights. So you can see this is the screenshot that I have there. All right, you can see we got some mtDNAs around that area, the lands of Africa and everything. You got to be careful on, when we're saying which ones are Eurasian and which ones are African, right? That's why we went over the origin. Now, we have no doubt that J and G and things like that are no doubt Eurasian, right? But also E1B1B in its origin is actually Eurasian. It's more Eurasian than R or J, to give a good understanding of that, because they will be in the middle, right under Eurasia, right by Mount Ararat, in certain areas of pretty much the Levantan area and things of Arabia. I'm going to get it to. That's important to note for some things. I'm going to click another thing. Another thing we have to look at is mtDNA. Now, I'm going to do a study separate on the mtDNA and the importance of the separate lines of this mtDNA and everything. This just lets us know some continuity or some connections of females with thus lines that I was just talking about. Let's take a look at it real fast. Notice that now we got the male lines, because it's one thing to look at a male line. Yeah, we could just look at the male line and get a good understanding of stuff. But if we start connecting mtDNA, it kind of starts telling us a different story. Notice something with this LT. Notice that is actually with an L5. I mean, this LT is a Y DNA, and this L5 is an mtDNA. So we actually can note that in the African continent, we're going to have some mixtures of people that will seem to have connections to areas of Africa and deep in certain parts of Africa all around. So usually L's, they'll say is African, but you also got to be careful in looking at the origin of L's. Like, for example, L2 actually starts in Syria. So this female right here, L2 right here, actually starts in Syria, and actually is in a lot of Arabians and Ashkenaz today. Is actually a high one. Here's a L2 that mixed with a E1B1B. So sometimes you mostly find L2 with E1B1B, but sometimes you'll find it with other lineages as well. So that's also important to note. But notice we have basically some what looks like, when you see these H's and all these other lineages, we can note that some basically Indo-European lines came down there. So some female in European lines came down there. So you can see right here, H2, female line. So we should note in the lands of Africa, we're going to note that the land starts to becoming mixed with what we see as lines of what seems to be Indo-European mixtures in these areas. So look at this J2 and notice the mtDNA there, L2. So you can see J2 with an L2 female. So you can see what's going on there. We're going to have some mixtures. Remember, monophylactic families. These Y chromosomes are different. So your E is on the DE branch of YAP groups, and your J is from your CF groups, right? So CF-P143, which comes from F-M89 of the GHIJK, HIJK, IJK branches. That makes I and J, right? So very important. But notice it's with some, as we can see right here, J2 with an L0. So we're noting that African lineages a long time ago were mixing with different Indo-European males that will come from pretty much the north and settle down in the south and start to mix with some of the southern females. So that's kind of important to note, that we're going to have southern females mixing with, as you see with G2, that's a highly Indo-European lineage, right? G is up there in Europe, mainly in the Caucasus area. And we can see that these were those same lineages. But notice the mtDNA is going to tell us a story of what's going on and where were these sons being mixed with, right? What were these sons being mixed with? That's important as we go through the story and get a good understanding of what it would look like around the areas of Egypt and what Israel also would have been mixing with. So things like that is very important to get a good understanding of the nature of the Levant and Israel. So this is going to give us a good understanding how mixed that area is, to give us a good understanding of the connection. So this is just a quick introduction of these things. As we go into the history, I just want you to get a good understanding of some summaries and things. Now let's get a quick understanding of something right here. Just going to open it up. All right. So this is going to give us a little bit of interesting information about some of the information that I was showing you with Nubia and all that stuff. What we know about Nubia, remember how I was saying that it was mixed with Indo-European lines? Well, we found some mummies, right? That was a mummy that was found, right? In the 25th dynasty, right? Carbon dated says 600 BC. Now, this is just letting you know how the land was mixed in that area and everything. It had those H lineages, right? It had those H lineages that were mixed there. So that's going to be very important to let us know about one of the individuals that actually got mixed there. Let me actually point out what individual this actually is. But notice this H lineage. The reason why it's important is because we can get some good understanding of H, the mtDNA. It says the H haplogroup is believed to have developed in West Asia. They say a long time ago. Today, they say 45% of native Europeans have H haplogroup. So native men are usually born, native Indo-European men usually have a woman born from a woman of L or H. And sometimes the women are H groups. So remember, H actually started off with an MT lineage called V, and H and V was one. But H and V came from R, and that came from N. So that's going to be important later on. We'll point that out. But H was one with V. So that's very important. But that was an Indo-European line. The countries bordering the Eastern Mediterranean and the Southern Caucasus, dripping to less, so it just talks about they had some other areas too. So H has a large portion pretty much in the north, pretty much. But they know it came down into the lands of Nubia. So Nubia actually is going to be a nation to look into, because Nubia is actually very mixed with Eurasian lines. So that's going to be kind of important to note as we go over these things. So when did they get mixed? And what they actually found earlier in some earlier lines in Germany, they know that Germany had this line up there and everything, but they know that it started to reach throughout different areas like Lebanon and other places and everything. They know that it had to have connections there for a long time, pretty much. It had to have connections there for a long time, but not long as, like, for example, like the Natufi and stuff like that. But this line would have ties to the north coming downwards. So that's going to be kind of important. So what does this discovery tell us about the ancient Egyptian population? So what does it tell us? What does some of these things start to tell us about the ancient Egyptian population before we dive into the history? What we got to know about the history, about the Neolithic and Bronze Age and things like that before we start diving in some of these things about some of the culture that starts to pop up. It basically lets us know about the Phoenician trade. Why is that important? Because we got to note that there are going to be people, Phoenicians and people of the Levant Canaanites, that are going to migrate. They're going to be Semitic, and they're going to migrate into Egypt. So we're going to note that, and that's important to note when we think of some things like the Hyksos invasions. But it's a little more complex than that, so we're going to go about it very carefully. So this is obviously giving us a good understanding of some connections of that land and everything. So let's close that and get a little more into some things here. So the reason why I was showing you that, because that mtDNA came from a fossil Egyptian woman, right? Pretty much. And this is pretty much who it would be, right? Not going to try to pronounce the name. I would say his name, Buti, something like that, Bati, something like that. But you can see right here, she lived in the Egyptian city, Thebes. Right now, what's important about this is Thebes was the main city of the Egyptians. until about, we'll go into that when we get into like the New Kingdom and the Middle Kingdom and stuff like that, and the change. But these was the main city until they changed the land, until they changed the main city. So Thebes is actually going to be one of the main cities of Egypt. So it'll be, where would it be? Down here. So if we want to find Thebes, right? That's why I made sure I have a map on here. And I'm also watching my phone. If you have any questions and anything, let me know, and I'll touch on those. Make sure. And if you want me to enlarge the screen, let me know. All right, let me make sure this is not Thebes, Greece. I don't know if it will actually show me the ancient one. It's called, that's pretty much what it is. Or actually, I think I just saw it. I think it was the archaeological site. But this is pretty much what it is right here. You can see right here, this is the ancient site of Thebes. So remember that the headquarters of Egypt will be down here, not up here. Like later on, when the Hyksos start coming in, they start changing some things, and even earlier than that. But this is going to be Thebes, where the headquarters of Egypt was for a long time. We'll go into that as we go by this. So that Egyptian one who was an H group, see, as it says right there, mitochondria H4. It says that she also had connections with the Bell Beaker culture and other cultures, right? Which we had looked at. It had some connections with Germany and everything. But it also lets us know that that line moved into Egypt. So that's very important to let us know that in the Bronze Age, I mean, not the Bronze Age, Iron Age, Bronze Age transition, stuff like that. Things are going to really take shape and change a little bit. So we're going to kind of take note of some of these things. So that's very important. So now into the said Hyksos movements. Now we're going to talk about the Hyksos movement. So Egypt in the early Hyksos period. So we're going to get a little understanding of Egypt in the early Hyksos period. Let me put this little image here for our understanding here. Now, where's Thebes? It's right there. So now what's interesting about Thebes, that's the headquarters of Egypt at that time. But the Hyksos had made an invasion through the Levant. They also talk about there's evidence of them being there. We'll talk about a couple different things, aspects of them in deep detail. But notice also this arrow right here, transition from the kingdom of Cush. So notice that the kingdom of Cush is going to have connections with, we're going to get into some things with Egypt. So it's going to be very important with these things. So very close to their center area, because long ago there actually was an upper and lower Egypt, but then they were united. But let's get into this piece by piece to get a little understanding what's going on here. So first, let me show you something from the encyclopedia. So remember, this is a secondary source. So I'm just going to do this as a highlight on this little thing, just to get a good summary of this thing. There's a couple different, the time frame that's important to know about is when the New Kingdom comes in. Because I think when the New Kingdom comes in, we're going to get mainly ideally where the Israelites are going to leave at the Exodus. But before that, we're going to get an invasion that happens within what is called the intermediate period, the second intermediate period. So this is kind of important to know for the rising of Abraham, right? So that's very, very important to understand. This is actually going to be right before the Hyksos. Notice this, that we actually notice that basically, remember Thebes, when we talk about this little area over here, is actually important that there's going to be a switching, right? There's going to be a very important switching that's going to happen. But we'll go about it piece by piece to get a nice understanding of these things. So this is a little summary right here. That's what we just talked about, that picture. But let me close that because make sure that's all good. All right. Close that encyclopedia. Let's get into some sources. So first, let me do a little video summary, because I think before we dive in, I like to go over some videos, some ideas, what people already talk about. Here's a nice little video summary if you're not familiar with the Hyksos and stuff and all that.
Ancient history, which at some points may or may not intersect with the Bible. All of the information in this PowerPoint is from pages 41 through 51 in your textbooks. Make sure to take notes on this video. I will be checking for your notes in class on Friday. Here we have a chart, a little timeline of Egypt and Mesopotamia, the two regions we're most concerned with. Notice how in the middle there are the dates, and look and find where the patriarchs are. Patriarchs, that's Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Joseph. So it looks like the patriarchs are in the Middle Kingdom and Ur-3, heading into Old Babylonian. That's something we're interested in. Another thing I want you to notice underneath patriarchs, it says early Exodus. That's because there are two possible dates for the Exodus.
All right, so just to state the premise, in my early Exodus or late Exodus, I don't know if you guys know about that, but I am not a early Exodus. I don't think there's enough evidence for early Exodus. I think we got to be careful when dating things in the scriptures. We got to be careful when dating things correctly in the scriptures, because remember, as I went over this, that these astronomical years are obviously exaggerated, but when we talk about like this, like written records, then written records only span 4,000 years. All written records, all types of written record, unless you start getting on some things that start to are pictographic and it's questionable if it's written record. But the recording and documenting about 3000 BC, right around that time, that's when we get mostly writings. And the time frame that what this person is saying here is true. After 18 BC, that's when Abraham starts to enter the picture. Why is that important? Because we're going to point out something of an earlier culture, the Habiru. They're named early. That the term Habiru is used earlier. We know that is even written in languages of like the Akkadians and stuff like that. So it's something that's a little earlier. We'll talk about that as well. But Abraham, the patriarchs, they enter into the frame about the Middle Kingdom. Necessarily, it is said that it's about the 13th dynasty of Egypt. After the 13th dynasty of Egypt, then we get the Hyksos coming in. Now, what's important about that is that since we know the Hyksos are coming in and Abraham's there, we know the Hyksos are not the Jews. That's important. Not the Jews, not the Israelites. That's important. The reason why is because we can find out who they are, right? Just because they're not the Jews doesn't mean we can't find out who they are in history to get a little important understanding of them in history. So that's this one's talk a little bit of that. There's also, the later Exodus and everything. These are just certain interesting pieces of area. This is just an interesting video highlight, right? It just gives you highlights of certain characters and stuff like that. I think they're main highlights, right? If you get these highlights down, you won't go wrong, pretty much. It's correct about the time of the patriarchs when they come in, right? The Middle Kingdom is about the time they come in, right? 13th dynasty of Egypt and everything, right? And then you're going to get where you get after what's called the intermediate period, right? There's going to be the Hyksos coming in, and then you're going to have pretty much the coming in of basically the growth and the development of soon the changing of the lands of Egypt till the Israelites are settled in that land. But what's interesting is that as these groups are moving, remember, Abraham is one of the Hebrews, right? He's called Abraham the Hebrew, right? So how many Hebrews he might have had left with or was around him, right? We know that he has a couple different sons, right? Remember, Israel receives the promise from Sarah, but Abraham has different wives. He has Keturah, has other sons by her. They grow large, settle in Arabia, things like that. We also have obviously the Ishmaelites, who we know biblically by the time of Joseph sold Joseph to Egypt. So that's very important that there's going to be combinations of different Hebrews around, which involves Israelites, Ishmaelites, and Keturah, sons of Keturah. So very important, but we're going to have different individuals moving about. That's like Canaanites, Phoenicians, right? Amorites, stuff like that. That's going to be in that land. Very mixed culture, very mixed land. But this is a nice little summary of the land and everything. We get a nice clue of that. So let me point to this picture real fast. So you see this picture right here. What's important to know about this picture, again, that after the patriarch time frame comes the Hyksos, right? There's going to be an intermediate period when they take over. The Hyksos are dwelling in the land of Egypt. All of a sudden, the new kingdom transition is going to be where we're going to have a new, basically, ruling line. Let's go about it carefully. Let me go down right here and go to a certain timestamp on this.
The Hyksos era women, clustering higher and lower than the local biospheric values, are interred at different tombs across the site. It is possible that women hailed from the same origins in this time, but this might be an issue of equifinality, in that they have childhood residences in different parts of the world with similar underlying geologies. Oxygen-stable isotope analysis is an additional tool for investigating paleomobility in a bioarchaeological context, and has been used in previous Egyptian and Sudanese studies. Future research utilizing oxygen-stable isotope analysis on the Tel el-Dabaa assemblage might hold promise for identifying these non-locals with local strontium values. Despite a reasonable expectation of isotopic homogeneity, the majority of individuals in the larger assemblage, irrespective of time period, show non-local strontium values, which is compelling. Chronological patterns of movement can be observed using strontium analysis on human remains from the site of Tel el-Dabaa, with more immigrants previous to the Hyksos dynasty.
All right, if you've seen this little video before, it's just basically going over a nice summary of those haplogroups, but we're gonna get a little more detailed into it. All right, so let's talk about some things of it. I'm gonna just point out some interesting highlight that was kind of interesting here. This is just gonna be a kind of a starter of what we're going to start getting into, and then we're gonna point out some sources on some things, as I thought this was very interesting, an interesting insight of what someone was saying here. But let me point out some things that's interesting. The attractive observers from a genetic company, they say ICAANE, shortly discovered that the documentary features results that appear to be R1b. Now, this is kind of interesting. They talk about R1b being a very interesting line to look at when they're going to talk about some of the groups of the Hyksos and stuff like that. While R1b is quite rare among modern Egyptians, the Middle Eastern populations, it is common in Europe as well as Armenians, right? A number of theories have tried to explain their origins, right? So let's talk about the Hyksos and stuff, including the theory of the Hyksos, Hurrian, and Indo-European descent. So let's talk about how the Hyksos have connections to Hurrians and Indo-European descent. Now, if you remember, the Hurrians pick up a Semitic script. So the Hurrians' language, they say, is unclassified because they start picking up a Semitic script, and they have this individual writing style, but they also have mixtures with Indo-Europeans because we know the Hurrians have connection to Mitanni. But it says, in fact, the Hyksos lifestyle closely resembles that of ancient Armeno-Aryan population. So it's saying the Hyksos have connections. Now, if you know what Aryan, right, it's just saying basically groups that probably would have came basically from like the Caucasus and stuff like that. That's why I say Armeno-Aryan, right? Just give an understanding of that real fast. Might as well show something on that so that we understood. So another way of saying it, right? Greco, Armo-Aryan, and all that. Just saying that pretty much a early 3rd millennium BC. Just saying that pretty much. Long story short, it's saying that they have connections to this area, right? It's saying that the Hyksos might have actually had connections to these upper areas and coming down, right? So that's kind of important to take note of. So we're gonna talk about some interesting things today, I think. For example, Hyksos practice horse burials, right? Now, if you know, we talked about this before. A lot of nations in the north, they loved horses, right? That was one of those biggest things with the nations of the north that had a lot of horse around and everything. So that's going to be kind of important to know about. Besides, their chief deity has been a god of storm who later began to be associated with Set. So Set, the Egyptian god of storm and desert. So saying that Set actually might have connections to what? At the same time, ancient Armenians worship the god of storm, Set Sub. I don't know. I probably said that name. I'm not gonna say it, their idol's name. How they say it. But they also had a god of storm, the Armenians, who would be later identified with such and such, right? These such names. So they also had a connection. They had certain connections. Now let's get a little more deeper into it, because there's a lot of that are suggesting that the Hyksos may had also had connection to Hurrians, right? It says, I'm gonna actually show you something real interesting, real fast. Let me just show something from this. So now there's a lot of that was a quick. People were saying that there wasn't a Hyksos invasion. They were saying the Hyksos came from within Egypt and stuff like that. Well, we know that the Hyksos, there's recordings of wars that the Hyksos were coming down and fighting with Egypt, and we know that they didn't come from they didn't come from Cush. We know they didn't come from Cush. They came from above Egypt. So that's just something to know about. But I'm just going to show an example here because I think it's about proving all things as well.
It saw the rebirth of the cult of the Sphinx, then called Horror. Subscribe now to get the latest ancient history news and independent research from around the world. The 18th dynasty of ancient Egyptian history is an exciting period of study for researchers. It saw many famous pharaohs such as Thutmose IV, Akhenaten, and Hatshepsut. It saw the rebirth of the cult of the Sphinx, then called Horemheb, which was worshipped as an image of the sun god Ra-Harakti, who went on to become the one true god under Akhenaten. We saw this new state religion cause chaos in Egypt. We also have a seemingly intact tomb of King Tutankhamun, a discovery that set the world alight and focused the world's attention on the 18th dynasty. But the first king of this great dynasty, as well as the new kingdom of ancient Egypt, was Ahmose I, who defeated the Hyksos, a group who conquered the north of Egypt and established the 15th dynasty.
All right, so I'm not a name Noxie and stuff, right? Moses the first and all that. But let me show something real fast. Now that I got this open, let me show you something real fast. So what this talking about is one of the first leaders, right? One of the first leaders of Egypt who took over after the Hyksos. And we actually know his line, you know, his genetics. So that's kind of important for connecting this picture together, so that we can kind of get an understanding on the mysterious Hyksos and everything. So a couple different things that I think is important. Let me actually make sure I point this out. All right. Make sure I point this one out right here so that we can understand what's going on here on the lands of Egypt. So obviously, when we think about the lands of Egypt, obviously we're going to have the Hyksos coming down there, call them the shepherd kings and whatnot, and they do some damage pretty much to lands. But we actually got some later sons that are going to rise up that we're going to talk about by name that I think is going to be kind of important to know when they rise up and whatnot, right? So we already know about the Asiatic lines of those of the said 15th dynasty, right? But there's going to be what looks like a change on the throne. Now, before I show you that, I want to show you something real fast from 2000 BC onward. Remember how we went over some of the mtDNAs, those U lineages, U6, right? U6 been there for a long time. M1 been there for a long time. Then they talk about this time frame, right? They have some other lineages all of a sudden start popping up in that area, right? This will be about the time frame of, you will say, after the Hyksos and everything. So like time frames after the Hyksos, we start getting some interesting lines start popping up in that area and whatnot. So it's going to be kind of interesting, you know, and we talked about that being a mixture of groups, but we're going to get a good understanding of some things. Let me actually point out this list here. I think I just scrolled from it real fast. All right, so this little list here, we're going to come back to this little list because it's going to be important. A couple things on this list, right? You can see some of the lineages that we had talked about earlier, some of those H lineages and J lineages and U lineages and stuff like that around, right? That's going to be kind of important when we come back to some of these papers that go over this stuff and some of the lines that all of a sudden start to pop up in the lands of Egypt and start ruling in the throne. But I'm gonna leave that there for now. But let me make sure I read this title on this thing that I was just talking about, because it's talking about that study that I was just showing you, right? It's just talking about some things. Ancient Egyptian mummy genome suggests an increase of sub-Saharan African ancestry in post-Roman periods, right? It talks about, but we're going to go a little more deeper into it, right? This is just a nice little highlight, nice little breakdown of some lines and everything. I thought this was a very interesting study, but it goes into some things that I think is kind of interesting, right? Certain dynasties that happened after the 15th dynasty. Remember, we were just talking about those dynasties. The rise of Tutmosis is actually going to be from that one we were just talking about, right? Sons of sons of sons and everything. But we know that that would be an R line that would be sitting there. We know that their lines would be an R line. That's what this actually is. You can see right here when we talk about some of those guys, we also got right here, you can see a male there with a G right there, but we also got some R males there. So that's kind of interesting. But remember, if we notice in Egypt, let me make sure I point this out. If we notice in Egypt, it is fairly mixed, right? We're going to have some mixtures around there, but we're going to point that out as we go. The leaders on the throne, right? The leaders on the throne had R lineages. Now, if you notice, we had talked about this before, but right about the time of 18 BC, close to the time of 18 BC, R came down there. R came down there close to about the time of 18 BC. And we're talking the mutation SNPs that are going to be from R1b, right? We're talking mutation SNPs that pop up in that time. We know that during that time, we're going to have some SNPs that jump down there. Now, there are older SNPs that are down there. R1b-V88, right? We had talked about that before. R1b-V88 is down there, but some of his other subgroups come down there as well. They're going to make some movements from the north and going downwards. So they're going to be coming down to this area. We know the Chadic groups have a large portion of R1b. We know some of the different groups that are down there have a mixture of R1b, but that would enter down there after 2000 BC and then start merging in some of those groups. It becomes a dominant power down there. Now, it's not alone. That's what's important about this. It's not alone, but it is going to be a major player in the development of Egypt. So we're going to get some understanding. But remember, it's not the first one there, because remember how I just said it came down there 2000 BC, right? But we know which one was the first one there, right? That would actually be the A and B groups, which we went over before in some of the studies, as we found out that the older bearers in the lands of Africa, remember, this is where Thebes would be around these areas. So we should look for lines around these areas and everything. So right here is a nice little spot, and it tells us who was mainly down there, and it tells us the individuals that was down there Neolithic time frame were AM13 bearers before the FM89 carriers, which is R and J and stuff like that, G and stuff like that, come from F-M89, and your DNE carriers. Before your DNE and your other carriers come down there, A was down there first, but then they get replaced by, as you see when we talked about that 18th dynasty. So remember, Hyksos come in 15th dynasty, 18th dynasty. We're going to get some changes on those lines, right? Amenhotep the first, stuff like that, right? That's what we was talking about. So we was talking about this dynasty right here, which includes Amenhotep the first, which, just to get a good understanding of it, right? We can see, let's put it here, right there, so you can see. Remember how we just read that who defeated the Hyksos, right? Now, would this line be the Hyksos? It's possible. It's highly possible that all of a sudden, you got this other guy who didn't want to be part with them. He could be something else. But the Hyksos could be another line or a combination of lines, right? That's what's important. But we're going to get a little more detail into it. So we're not going to make any assumptions yet or any theories yet. We're going to go off the facts, and maybe we can throw some theories in afterwards, right? Very, 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 very important. And we'll touch on Habiru and all that stuff as well. But this is important to let us know of that line that they say that he is a connection of the R1B, right? So he defeats the Hyksos. So R1B defeats the Hyksos. Now, who are the Hyksos? So R1B defeats the Hyksos. So we know R1B becomes on the line of Egypt and rules down there until about the rise of Seti I and the New Kingdom period. So this is going to be a good understanding of what's going to be happening in these lands, pretty much. So transition, middle period to pretty much what we're going to see here, the end of the New Kingdom period. All right, so let's get into the details now. Let's get into some details. There are scholars that witness that it is during the 13th dynasty of Egypt that Abraham enters into not just the historical text, but the biblical text written by his sons during Ramses II time. So that's very important. All right. Now, this is why we got to go about some things. I'm just going to point out something from this flyer. So it says archaeologists debunk 3,000-year-old fake news. The Hyksos didn't invade ancient Egypt. Now, be careful. Be careful, because this claim has been debunked. This claim has been debunked. Right? This is just this. I'm just showing this as a highlight that they say that the Hyksos did not invade down there. We're going to go into that as well. I'm going to point out why they were saying that and why is that important, right? Because they were trying to say that Hyksos actually came from within Egypt. But we got to be careful on going about that, right? To find out what's the real story here, what's really going on here. I just want to show you a highlight of that. That's something that they talk about. But let's go a little into the actual sources. In 2018, the tomb of two high-status Egyptians, right? The certain Egyptians here, as you can see here. I'm going to try to pronounce them. Was discovered by Sir William and some other individual in 1907, right? And just talks about these two individuals lived during the 12th dynasty. Now, this is important. This is nice because it gives us an understanding of who was in that dynasty, and it tells us the lineage. So the dynasty before the Hyksos in the Middle Egypt, right? They found some individuals who were 20 years apart. It says the SNP identities were consistent with mtDNA haplogroup M1A. So now there's M1 mtDNA, and they'll say that that's an African origin. Now, anyone with their right mind knows that M is not African, right? M is not an African origin. M actually comes from the areas of the islands, comes from far away. We know this without a doubt, because that's why you have to note D and E. Some went to Japan and some went to Africa because they split from the areas of Mount Ararat. They actually split in the Middle East. But some of M early on went into the lands of Egypt, right? And mixed with some of those E lineages, M1 and U6 mixed with early R and E lineages and other lineages. But the M1 is one that we're going to note that notice before the Hyksos are there, M1, and we already talked about U6 is already there, right? Just remember that. M1 mtDNA is already there. So if we ever see someone with M1, we know that line was already in Egypt by that time. Even it was on the throne with some rulers, right? So that's going to be very important. I'll point them out real fast. Close this. All right. See what's going on here. All right. These are some ancient finds. Looking at what you guys are saying. Let me click that again so it opens up. Maybe it opened. I'll just copy it. Let's try to find it like this. All right. All right. So kinship of 212 dynasty mummies revealed by ancient DNA sequencing. So the previous lines on the line of Egypt were M1 lines. So remember that. M1 was a mtDNA that was on the lines, not L, right? That's important. But we're going to note a change that's going to happen in the time of Egypt. So it's going to be very important. So remember, we spoke about this. M1 and U6 mtDNA were down there earlier, right? So they talk about looking at some things, the mummies and everything, and this is what they had found, right? They found this there, right? That's very important because this is going to be pre-Hyksos evidence of at least M19 or M1 mtDNA already there. So it's going to be some information to know about their mtDNA. So very, very important, I think, to know about. So that's going to be something that I think is important real fast, right? They talk about a little more on it, but all we need for now for that, all right? We got some things to talk about a little later. We're going to talk about some things, but I'm going to set it at the end. At the end, we're going to talk about some controversial thing that I think is important to talk about and some things that is important to talk about. All right, so that's important to know about the dynasty before the Hyksos come in. So M191 or M1. I'm going to say M191. M1, right? So very important. So let's go a little more into these things. So that's some obviously 2020 stuff. In order to address the question of chronological pattern of movement, we collapsed the detailed time scale to a simple pre-Hyksos time period for the site, right? Just talk about that between the 12th and 13th dynasties. So again, right when Abraham's coming in. So Abraham's about to come in, right? So we know that M1 is at least in Egypt at that time. So that can't be the Israelites. But in between this time frame, we're going to get some lines pop up within this time frame that we can probably summarize or get an idea who might be them or who might be the Hyksos and things like that. So we're going to get some of these things down. So let's get a little more into it. A foreign dynasty known as the Hyksos, right, ruled part of Egypt between, right, after that 12th dynasty of Egypt and everything between this time frame. It says their origins are thought to be rooted in the Near East, which is supported by, say, archaeological features and certain things like that. So they're saying they got some ties, right? We had talked about some of these things. We had spoke about them having ties with Armenia. We had spoke about them having ties with the Middle East and everything. We'll look at that as we go over these genetics and everything. It just talks about they had a blend. They obviously have some blend of Egyptian and Near Eastern elements. So they're obviously a blended group. So that's going to be very key that we're not looking at a ancient original culture that's one group, but we're looking at a blended group, right? So just talk about aim of this study and everything to get into some things. And they say the is focused on pretty much Hyksos and during the Hyksos, looking at basically some of the lineages and everything, 1312 dynasty and everything. And notice what they're going to talk about here. There is basically a couple non-local females, right? Basically suggesting basically some movements. That's what it's basically suggesting. We discussed our findings against the current evidence of maternal culture. Now, why is this important? Why is this important what it's saying here? Because a lot of people, they would assume that the L line came from Africa. It didn't. That's what's interesting about what they're finding out when they're looking at Egypt a little more closer and stuff like that. That a lot of times they'll conclude that the Egyptians had to be Africans, but some say no, they had to be Europeans. But it's a little more complex than that. They're very mixed. But this is very interesting because they're talking about during the time of the transition of the 12th and 13th dynasty, some new females pop up. But where are they going to come from? Are they going to come from underneath Africa or out of Africa? They're going to come from both ways. They're going to come from all around. And we're going to take a look at that and what's going on here. But they're looking at those females because they're going to tell a story. Because what did we notice about the 12th dynasty? They had M1 mtDNA, but then you're going to have some new mtDNAs. It's going to be very important. So they just talk about their discussion and everything. Obviously, they're going to go into some interesting origins and everything of what's going on with these groups, right? As they get in more details with these places. There's one from 2020 that just goes into some of those groups that we were just talking about right here. So this is when the capital moved to Avaris, right? And then up there by Memphis, not in Thebes anymore. Their capital is over here. And that's going to be important because we're going to have some developments in these areas. So we're going to have some main developments in those upper areas and in some of the city areas that we're going to go into very detailedly. So obviously got some separation of districts, and obviously as these cities are dated by layer, so they have layers, certain things in certain areas, right, to tell us what's going on here and what period these things are taking place. So that's obviously going to be kind of interesting to get an understanding of in these obviously in these lands and everything. So it's going to give us a good understanding of what's around. So looking at some of the cemeteries and everything, obviously they get a look at the individuals and everything. Obviously, we're going to look at the genetics. We're going to get a good understanding of some of the individuals that will be in that land and everything. So they just go over that pretty much later, right? This is what they talk about, that they look, it almost looks like there's a group that comes in that may have had connections early there, but we'll go into a little more detail as we go into those snips and everything. Let me close that. So this is why they had said that the women there may had came from Africa, or they may had already been in Egypt. This is why they say that, but they actually know that the Hyksos started making movements earlier than this, but the invasion when they ruled was at this time. But when they migrated into that area, they migrated earlier. So that's why they was looking at the 12th and 13th dynasty at were they already there, right? But it's going to be a little more detailed to get into. So it just goes over some things when it talks about during the Middle Kingdom and the second intermediate period. So the Middle Kingdom is that 12th dynasty, and the second intermediate period is the Hyksos, when the Hyksos come in. And the second intermediate period is when the Hyksos come in. But notice what it says. There is more documentation of men with Egyptian names marrying women with non-Egyptian names than vice versa. So they're saying basically a lot of the Egyptian men were marrying non-Egyptian women. So apparently in that time, the men were interested in marrying non-Egyptian women, right? This attitude towards marriage to foreign families continues into the 18th dynasty, right? Foreign women could marry into high status Egyptian families, but Egyptian women could not marry foreign kings. Now, that's important. There's conversations with Egyptians speaking to people like the Mitanni, and they're basically, the Mitanni gives their daughters to the Egyptians, but then the Mitanni gets all upset. He's like, I gave my daughter to you. You should give me one of your daughters. Give me one of your daughters so I have one of your daughters. Or, and he's like, why would no one? And basically the king of Egypt is like, no Egyptian gives their daughters to any foreign king. And basically the man of Mitanni is like, who would tell, right? If you can give me one of the women of the land. He's like, give me one of the women of the land. Who would say that is not your daughter? Who would say that is not your daughter? But it's the standard of the Egyptians. So Egyptians also, their culture was highly related with Israelite culture. They were very they did not eat pork and stuff like that. The Egyptians had a certain very careful diet, I guess. So they had some very interesting ties, but the Egyptians were mixing with the females, different females around, right? So notice when we talk about some of those Egyptians. So 18th dynasty, even in the 18th dynasty, that's what we talk about, that R1B line that rises up in there. It would be interesting if the technological and culture transmission of the Hyksos dynasty on later Egyptian culture could be viewed through the lens of gender theory to explore this potential contribution for the influx of basically migrating women. If the collection analyzed in this paper is indeed basically showing a larger pattern. So basically what they're saying is that the female, looking at the females, is going to tell us what's going on in that land, because we don't really have an increase of men there. We just have an increase of women, a change of women, and then we do have some changes of men. But it seems like a lot of this culture is related. So that's what's important. So given that the Nile is the main water source for drinking, just talk about some things about that. It says, and ancient crops through ancient Nubia and Egypt. Let's go over some things and everything. When it just talk about certain parts, Nile and everything, it's just going to talk about certain things. The reason why is because it's going to connect. The Nile is going to connect many cultures, is what it's going to say. It's going to connect Nubia, obviously Kush and other places and whatnot, all the way down to Thebes and whatnot. But it says right here, it says, as such, non-local south and the northeastern North Delta would show the same, just pretty much values of everything from the study. It says individuals from major centers such as Memphis, Thebes, and even further south into Upper Egypt. So remember, Upper Egypt is going deeper into Egypt. So when they say Upper Egypt, we're going deeper into Egypt. So you got your Lower Egypt, which is up here. And then you will have your Upper Egypt, which is deeper into Egypt. So that's going to be very important when they saying stuff like that. So he's going to tell us about Upper and Lower Egypt. As such, non-local south of the northern delta, the northeastern delta, would show us basically the same connection, whatnot. And it just says basically it's just showing some interesting connections. Long story short, this is what they find out, some interesting things. All right, you just talk about the Nile River is formed from the Blue Nile, right? That's important, just letting us know of some connections of the White Nile, the Blue Nile. This is just some interesting connections about the connection of the river. Why the river is important. Why the river? Because the river is going to tie a lot of these cultures together, right? Just talking about a foreign dynasty known as Hyksos ruled parts of Egypt to this time frame and everything. And they just talk about a blend of Egyptian and Near Eastern elements, obviously from the Hyksos and everything. And they're just going on to go into some details on those groups, right? So this obviously just talks about connections of certain rivers that connect certain parts together. That's going to be important when we go through this, because it's going to let us know about how this river is connected, because that's also where the site is. So it says the site in the northeastern Nile Delta has revealed a stratigraphic extending over 500 years. So it's basically what it lets us know is that from the 12th dynasty, because remember, they moved the capital from Thebes up to the Upper Nile Delta. So that's important. And it shows that within 500 years, they were living there. And in fact, it goes on, this settlement was founded in the 12th dynasty, right? So that's pre-Hyksos, and was known from the 13th dynasty of the Hyksos, right, onward. So it had a name. This is the name. I'll just copy it right here and just show the name of it real fast. So Avaris, right? But this is what it was called pretty much. But it's letting us know about when this place was settled and everything, when this was settled. And that's also where the Israelites were. So we're going to know now, got to be careful, because this group is, would this group be the Israelites, the Hyksos directly? They might be related to them, right? They might be, but we got to go about it carefully and see what's going on here. So during the Middle Kingdom, this city was basically obviously the administration area, pretty much, where all those things and whatnot. But it also was the capital of the Hyksos. So the Hyksos took that city, right? Just grew in power and finally became the capital of Hyksos, then known as Avaris. So the Hyksos, when they took this area, they called it Avaris, right? Various people and groups from both near and far, right? Obviously moving into that area and whatnot, because they had a long reign there. They went into the area of Avaris. The city was largely abandoned after around 15 BC. This can be debated, right? And go into these things and whatnot. Allowing basically the campaign of the southern, basically Taban kingdom, right? It's the 17th dynasty. This one I'm not going to get too much into, but this one is going from, remember, the 17th dynasty going to the 18th dynasty is going to be where we're going to get those R1Bs jumping on the line. So 17th to the 18th dynasty, R1Bs jumping on the line. Those Moses and Moses, all that's going to jump on the line, right? That's going to be important in the new kingdom. So it just talks about obviously the defeat of the Hyksos and everything, formed a new kingdom and everything, and that's when you get your 18th dynasty coming on. So it's like a nice little summary real fast of what kind of is happening there, right? That's just interesting scholarly insight. So here's kind of an interesting idea of the Hyksos. Notice this goat, or this gazelle. Notice this gazelle. Now, if you remember, this little helmet here, or this little crown. I don't know if it was a female's crown or male's crown. I can't tell you. But this crown here has design of that same gazelle. So it has that same design of that gazelle with those long horns and everything. And they also have a crown and everything. So that's why they also call them the Hyksos, or the shepherd kings. So shepherd kings, pretty much. Shepherd kings, Hyksos. And that's why you see this little thing there. They're supposed to have been basically moving around. I'm pretty sure either they had to be mixed with some type of either African, right? So that's why I was showing that earlier, is that some of those groups may have been mixed, but they could have also been a mixture of different groups. So that's very important. But they found some teeth, belongs to 30 individuals and everything. They say identified them as settling in Egypt prior to the start of the Hyksos dynasty. So prior to the start of the Hyksos dynasty, they found some evidence of individuals that were there. But what's interesting is that obviously they use it for the connection of pretty much the invasion of the Hyksos army, to see what's going on between the groups there before and the there of the change. Right? So the wide range, pretty much just, I'm gonna just show it real fast. We'll talk about you. Go right to the information. All right. This is what they talk about. A foreign dynasty rise to power in ancient Egypt was an inside job. Now, this is again 2020. This information, right, has been debunked. Now, when I say debunked, it's because some were saying that the Hyksos came from within Egypt, but they came from outside of Egypt. So when I say debunked, understand what I'm saying. So basically, this is what we know. We know that the Hyksos were foreign invaders and everything, but this just goes into some of the interesting highlights that they had. Obviously, non-Egyptian customs. We knew that without a doubt, but they wonder, did they come from outside of Egypt, as in above Egypt or within Egypt? But this is why they looked at the women. So you're looking at the women, the migration of the women. What could we find with the women? What is the important thing to understand about the mixtures of these groups and who was there before, right? It's going to be important for seeing some change, right? Let's keep on going. All right, so we're going to go into the history now. Like they said, when they go into the data and everything, our data seems to indicate close admixture and affinities at a much earlier date. So that's why they were saying that. They were saying that maybe they mixed earlier, which is unsurprising given the long and complex connections between Egypt and the Middle East, right? These connections date back to prehistoric, and just, it talks about the prehistory, and occurred at a variety of scales. So basically the mixture could have been all types of levels, but this is what they basically say. Obviously, a lot of ways of connection: invasion, immigration, diplomacy, a lot of different ways of those things, deportation. Especially from the 2nd millennium BC onward, there were intense, historically and archaeologically documented contacts, including the large scale immigration of Canaanite populations known as the Hyksos into Lower Egypt. So that's very important. That's why we were showing that little picture earlier for that quick summary, right? The Hyksos would have swept down, right, into Avaris, but even into the areas where they take these areas, basically controlling these areas down here. So we're going to talk about that, whatnot. So they stretch down into the lands and get a good portion of it, right? So they go into Lower Egypt, right? Remember, Lower Egypt is actually going to be the part where you will see like the upper area of Egypt. Well, we'll say the upper area of Egypt. Some will say the upper areas of Egypt, unless you see it like upper, lower like that. So remember, Lower Egypt is over here. So they got a control of this area. All right. It's going to be kind of important. So whose origins, they should say, like we remember we went over this, Middle Bronze Age Levant. They go into those things and everything when they talk about the combination and everything. They just go on and go on, talk about some things of, obviously, this is a historical understanding that we know that the Hyksos may have connections to the Levant, and yet they had moved into some of the areas of Egypt. Let me click this to go into a little bit of that, because we're going to get into the haplogroups soon. So this is that one I was just talking about, the increase of they said sub-Saharan ancestry and everything, right? Just going to go down into some things. So here's another picture of those Hyksos. Right now, what you need to understand, sometimes when you see the Hyksos, they may be a couple different shades of brown, right? They always have black hair, black eyes, and different shades of brown, right? And notice they always have these types of gazelles or different types of animals. There's a donkey right there. You can see right there is a donkey. And, you know, they all have their different multicolored clothes or different things like that they're wearing, right? This one's just obviously shepherding, as is their name, Hyksos, shepherd kings, they say. So this is what's interesting. It's going to talk about some things and everything. Skeletons found at the Hyksos capital of Avaris indicate that people from the Levant, right? Obviously, some things of that, migrated to Egypt centuries before the takeover. This is what they were saying, right? They were saying it was not an invasion. The Hyksos dynasty then was likely the result of an migration uprising, not a hostile outside invasion. Now, the reason why I'm showing this, because like I said, we got to prove all things. Most likely this was that one from 2020. So in 2020, this is something they were saying, but this is just something to get out of the way, because it can be a conversation too. But this is just something that we actually know, because when you actually break it down carefully, we actually know the Hyksos had to come from somewhere else, because you got to be careful. You got to be careful, because a lot of times people try to mix the Hyksos with the Exodus, and that's not what the Hyksos are. The Hyksos are actually going to be a little before it, the Exodus. So that's why we got to be careful with some of the theories that they had early on. So now let's get a little into these pinpoints of some of these things. So study from pretty much right here. This is talk about modern Egyptians. Now this is just me modern. What do we see in modern Egyptians? We mostly see some E1B1B groups. We got some J groups down there. We got some G groups. We got some T groups and some R groups. You know what's interesting about that? If you notice, those were the genetics that we were just talking about. That was pretty much almost all the genetics that we were just talking about, right? E, J, G, T, and R. So we was talking about that. Those were mainly in those areas, right? So that's just a quick little study here of some modern individuals, right? The Levant versus the Horn of Africa, evidence, obviously getting some understanding of some origins of individuals, but we know that a lot of them are down there and everything. And then right here, I'm just going to point something out here. I'm going to point out something very interesting about V13 directly. A single clade within E-M78, which is E-V13, highlights a range expansion in the Bronze Age of Southern Europe. So Gonna have this line that we just point out was in Egypt, was also in Southern Europe, which is also detected by haplogroup JM112, right? Oh, well, 12. J-M12. So what's interesting, we notice this E moving with some of the J. It's kind of interesting, right? Just give us a little understanding of his pattern of movements, that these will be fairly around each other. So we know that this E group and this J group was there in the Bronze Age around each other, Egypt and Asia and things like that. That's why it says the coincidence of a recent population growth, right, and everything, all these things, the result of a mere flow of Western Asian migrations in the early Neolithic. So obviously giving us a good understanding of the movements of certain groups. So it's letting us know that right here, tracing past human male movements in Northern and Eastern Africa and Western Eurasia, new clues from the Y chromosome E and J, pretty much. And why is that important? Because we notice this line, basically, Africa, the groups in Africa, they're not isolated to there. They're moving, they're basically the lineages that are around, they're found almost all around, right? They're moving all about in these different areas and everything. So that's just something that's kind of important to know, that we're not going to have just like E only in Africa or J only in the North. We're going to have kind of an interesting movement around to kind of get a good understanding here. Here's an interesting Indo-European mummy that I think, or Indo-European mummies that I think is kind of bring some more insight to these things before we get to the whole conclusion. So here's obviously going to give us some of those early understandings. This is going to be the third intermediate and everything. That just gives us some interesting understanding of some genetics that pop up in that area and everything. I'll just read a little bit here and everything. It says the data sets were contrast to 3 recent published pretty much data sets that were obtained in the regions and everything. And pretty much what it says is that some of those mummies, long story short, these mummies here that's on this thing, I'll just show you the list right here, were connected to Europe. So what it's saying is that some of the mummies were connected to Europe. So here's some of the groups in Morocco and everything. I'm just gonna jump down to the mummies of the land. So right here is Egypt and everything. You can see groups like Cheddar Man. Now, what's interesting about Cheddar Man, obviously having connections to England, but if we look at some of the interesting mummies that they have in that land, like, let me actually go right here. I'm actually going to go right to this for the snips. So I'm just going to put this right here for a second, as I think this is kind of important to know about. Just going to leave it right there for 1 second. All right. So notice again, we had talked, some of these groups we already talked about. Remember, we talked about this one and this one. This is from the 12th dynasty. So that's from the 12th dynasty. That's, close to, they say 2000 BC, close to there, or under that. But that's going to be the 12th dynasty. That's the M1 that was there, that we found in those groups. Notice there's other M1s that apparently are going to be in those groups for a while and everything. That's going to be kind of important to know that it's kind of stays down there, whatnot. But this is just a quick little summary on this thing. I'm going to go back over here. So it's actually showing us certain connections to certain groups of Egypt and everything. This is just a little extra one. I'm not going to go too deep into this because this is right before going on to some things, right? It's just an answer to those who claim that they say African American Hebrews are lost tribes and everything. It goes into some deep information, right? Because when you're thinking about this land, that's quite an interesting mix there. So this one I just put there some extra information on some things that I think is kind of interesting to go talk about. But as we can see, when we think about Egypt, we can definitely see that the lands of Egypt will be very diverse, very mixed, right? We got some I's there, some R's and everything, G's, J's, some E's, right? You got some T's there and some L's and everything. So that's going to be kind of important to note. But they know that some of the groups in Egypt has connections to some of them in Europe, right? That's why I was showing this one with they say Iceland, Alpine, and stuff like that, like this one. This one right here, was it fine in Egypt? We had to point out G's there, but they have connections. They say they have genetic connections to some of the groups, like these groups that will be basically in Italy. So it's saying like groups that will be in Europe that they know have connections outside of Egypt. We know that they have connections inside of Egypt, right? We know that they also have connections inside of Egypt. So that's something that's important to kind of take a note of as we go over these things. So this is just a quick summary highlight on some things. So very, very, very interesting that Egypt is very, very mixed, but those mtDNAs start to give those deep information on what's going on there. All right. Let this open up real fast. There's a little piece that I think I want to point out real fast. Ancient Egyptian genome from northern Egypt, right? Is a further discussion, everything. This is going to go into some of the finds of Egypt and everything and see what's mixed in them. Remember we was talking about some of the Mitanni and everything. Remember we was talking about some of the marriage diplomacies and everything. So we can go into some of the history of some of the Asiatic migrations and everything. So it said, obviously, it lets us know different campaigns and everything. So Amenhotep and the Mitanni princess, right? Remember, Amenhotep had mixed with some of the Mitanni and everything, right? That's going to be where you start getting later the Armana letters and stuff. But notice some interesting stuff that we're going to point out, obviously, later after the Exodus, 40 years after the Exodus, at least 80 years after the Exodus. That's when we start to get E1B1A pop on the throne. So nowhere at the time of the Exodus do we have E1B1A on the throne of Egypt. That means the E1B1, these E1B1A groups or E1B1 don't seem like to be Egyptians. So gotta be careful with looking at Egypt to conclude who is who, which ones are original Egyptians. Notice here what we just seen about the E lineage. E lineages are found in high frequency, 70%, among living Egyptians in these little areas, so modern Egyptians. It says the authors define all mitochondria M1 haplogroups as Asian. Remember that one, the oldest, some of the dynasties in the dynasty 12 was M1. So they say M1 is Asian. So we know that M1 is also found early before the Hyksos. So M1 is in that land before the Hyksos. They're going a little more into M1. It says M1 has been basically, they say it's been thought to emerge in Africa, right? Goes into that. Obviously, they say there is no convincing evidence supporting an M1 ancestor in Asia. Now, why they say that, I don't know, because there actually is fossils of M lines in Asia. We'll go into it right now, but we got M1 ancient in Asia. We know M lines started in Asia because there's multiple N mutations in Asia. So that's very important. But the M did migrate into Africa early. But they have other groups with Africa. Like, for example, haplogroup L0F, usually associated with Southern Africans, is present in living Egyptians and everything. So they talk about also this L and the Egyptians and everything. So it lets us know that these groups are going to be mixed, going to have a nice mix in them and everything. So that's why they do go over and talk about some of the Afro-Asiatic linguistics. Historic linguistics shows ancient Egyptian to be Afro-Asiatic with borrowings from other African language branches, pretty much. So they let you know that obviously they're going to have some ties to the Afro-Asiatic branch, which remember Afro-Asiatic rises Semitic as well. So Afro-Asiatic Semitic is all going to be one family linguistically. But this is getting us a good understanding of some of the connections of people in the lands of Europe, of Europe and Africa, connections to ancient Egypt. So ancient Egypt in origin were not settler colonists akin to European colonists in Africa, pretty much. Because they're saying that pretty much Egypt would have more ties, they'll say, at the time of most of the times of Egypt, it seems that there would be lines that would be close to being more Middle Eastern on the thrones of Egypt. We also know Egypt ruled up parts of the Middle East in later times, but even in earlier times, it seemed like they had a very interesting mix down there, whatnot. So that's something that's kind of important to know. So important little summary, I think, is important to know, as this is what we were just talking about when we was pointing out some of those highlights there, right? So it's letting us know about the Hyksos, right? They say the Asiatic migration that goes down there. And then it happens, obviously, Tutmosis' campaign and everything. And then some of the marriages of the Mitanni. Mitanni, those are Indo-European groups. The princesses of Mitanni comes down into Egypt. So that makes sense that some of the migrations happen and everything. But some of them happen very early, very, very, very early. So it's going to be kind of important. All right, so here's a nice little summary thing. It's just a statement that someone makes, and we're going to go into more detail of the haplogroups, direct into the haplogroups. So not a long note, as you can see, we're almost there. In conclusion, Bethlehemite clans are predominantly descendants of Canaanite tribes, Natufians, Canaanites, Amorites, Hurrians, and Hittites. What did I say? With some elements that stem from Egyptian and Hebrew Aramean, right? Edomian, right? Nabatean origin. There's like ties to how you say Edom, whatnot origin. Their paternal lineage seems to be roughly 60% Caucasoid. Now, the reason why I say that, probably because of some of the R1Bs down there and everything that actually come from Europe and everything. And they just talk about, obviously, have some connections to female lines from ancient Greeks and they say from Romans, but that's more now at times and everything. This is just an interesting summary, because now we're going to go into the last part of the digging and everything. This is someone that wanted to get a little more into the land and everything. They had a nice understanding of it, I think. I think they was going into a nice little summary of the Hyksos and everything. And they were, not doing so horrible, but, it's one of those things that it takes a lot of studying of the Levant to start to put these pieces together, because it's so complex when we get to this time. But they know that, a lot of the people of the land, right, when you think of the combination, a lot of them have mixtures, but we got to also consider who's the earlier ones there, like Natufians, right? When we talk about some of the groups, that would be considered a mixture of, earlier lines in the Levant and everything. So we would have movements most likely from these Asiatic, Afro-Asiatic Semitic groups. So they obviously they know a percentage of them is Semitic and everything, what's going on. So they go into some nice summaries. So that's just an interesting insight. But here's a little more deeper into it. So here's a plot of effective population size estimates over the last 5,000 years in Egypt and everything. They just obviously talk about some of the genomes. Here's just some mtDNA genomes that would be kind of interesting to look at. So this is going to be ancient analysis of 90 ancient Egyptian mtDNA genomes and everything. So it's got about 90 on here. So that's going to get a nice understanding up to like 5,000 years ago and whatnot. So that's kind of interesting. it gives us the sites. So right here, we got a nice little understanding of the sites. So we can see right here, right where we see down here. So right in this area, we're going to get a good understanding of what's happening here and everything. So the Hyksos, they stop about this area and everything. They go down into that area. So they're going to look into a couple of different lines to get a good understanding of what's happening here. But this is a nice little summary, I think. But here's what they find. If we notice, before the Greeks, right? When they say Ptolemaic, pre-Ptolemaic, that means before the Greeks. So before the Greeks, this is basically what we see there. Let me actually just click this. This is basically what we see there. So before the Greeks, we got a mixture. Obviously, we're going to have a lot of different lines that actually are in Egypt at that time. Almost every line. But we got what looks like some L3 early on. Now, this is obviously will be some groups that must have popped up in Egypt coming close to the end of it. L3 popped in just a small percentage, would have popped in lands of Egypt. So that means L3, we didn't find it as any Egyptian rulers, but it could be someone that got into the land of Egypt, right? They could be lines of people that got into the lands of Egypt. Because a lot of these we had seen with Egyptian rulers and mummies. Like obviously we talk about some of those H lines right here. So you can see H it's missing in the Roman period, but it pops in a later time frame, the Egyptian period, and it was in the Ptolemaic kingdom, whatnot. But we can see a nice portion of some of those T groups there. Right there, they transfer to time, and those are the mtDNA groups. But notice that we can see what's happening there. Yes, nowadays we have a large portion of L3 in Egypt, large portion of L lines in Egypt, but before it wasn't. Notice that is even large M1 there. So M1 right there and there, M1 was there for a while. So it would be larger than L lines there. So that's kind of important to note that those L mtDNA lines weren't big in Egypt, but we're going to note some interesting things. I think it's important. So close to the end of it, so you can see that that's kind of important there. So if you look at their own chart, right? If you look at their own chart, mtDNA haplogroup L3, bright red is present. So that's kind of interesting to take a note of, right? Because this is actually going to lead us to certain groups of what we believe to be the groups that come in at that time, right? A little bit before, obviously before the Greeks and everything that comes down there, the L line. Because why is that important? Also, because we know Joseph is recorded that about the time when you will say the new kingdom and everything, we know that Joseph is given a wife by Pharaoh. Genesis 41 and 46. And Pharaoh called Joseph's name, right? Pretty much a revealer of mysteries. And he gave him to wife, pretty much a woman, a priest, was probably one of the man of Israel, or not Israel, Egypt. So he gave the man of Israel a woman of Egypt. So Joseph, as it says, and went over all the land of Egypt. So Joseph was moving about, also having kids by Egyptians. Now, I noticed that some of the Egyptians early on had, even if they had these lighter tones or mtDNA lines of like H and stuff like that, or M, things like that, they probably would have had a darker undertone. For example, this item right here, the item held from the site called pretty much this site in Sudan, known for the ruins of a temple dedicated to the 14th century BC Egyptian queen, right? If I say that right, Terry or a Tai, Terry, something like that. Tai. I don't know if I'm saying it right. But the grandmother of right? Right? That's going to be a grandmother of an Egyptian ruler of the 14th dynasty, right? That's going to be kind of interesting real fast. So it's going to be the grandmother. This person, I'm going to say that Takanakan, something like that. But this is going to be in the 18th dynasty. Now, this is after the Hyksos, right? After they push out the Hyksos, right? King Tut and everything is going to have a, say, grandmother of what seems to be an individual of the lands of Africa, Sudan, right? Does it get a good understanding of that? Mysterious Nubian stone tablets have been discovered in a vast African city, right? In a vast African city of the dead. So you can see what's going on there. So you can get a good look at what she would look like. Obviously, we can see that she would have what seems to be, to me, a Negroid feature. It was saying the land of the Cushites, which actually in that time would be a derived word for black. Cushites, a little different than Ethiopian blackface, but Cushites would have a term that they call people Cush. They'll call people Cushic or Cushetic, things like that. Doesn't always mean a race, but it can mean just a look. But as we can see right here, see, that's that one, right? We were just talking about this individual, right? So this person would have some ties deep into lands of Africa. So we can see that obviously the Egyptians had interest in deeper Africa. Even the Nubians and the Sudan area of Sudan had connections with the Egyptian rulers. So that's something that's important. So if the Egyptian, he didn't give his daughter to wife. He gave a daughter of the land, or the daughter of the land. So that's very important to know. But this lets us know it is the earliest known writing language of sub-Saharan Africa, written in the characters. Let's talk about this certain one, or of Nubia. It says of that city of the dead, but not. It's borrowed from the ancient Egyptians, at least some of whom genomic data suggests were more closely related to people of the Near East than Middle Africa. Now, the reason why they're saying that, because, like I said, the little mixtures that they had in them and everything. So you can see that little fine, just to show that kind of little idea of what the people of the land look like, right? Or even what the land would have connections with. Basically, they know that they would have connections to Nubia. They say they have royal connections and everything, right? They even says the scientists noted that a number of artifacts at that pretty much city were dedicated to high-ranking women. So high-ranking women in the lands of Nubia connected to Egypt. So very, very important that we're going to have a connections to Nubia or Sudan deep into those areas, connecting on the Nile River, right? That's why the important thing of the Nile is the connection of these cultures by the Nile. That it seems that these cultures would have mixed early on and everything. So that's something to take a note of. It's very important to take a note of. So it dates from the obviously 2nd century, whatnot, and all that. Very, very, very interesting stuff, I think. Very, very, very interesting stuff. All right. Now, before we move further into it, if you've seen obviously the Hyksos, what do we have an idea of the Hyksos? Now we already know that they had to come from the Levant. There was a new coming in of some type of women line that would have mixed with these groups. So we can see when we look at some of the lands there that all of a sudden we have some of those L lineages pop up, and we also have other lineages pop up. The earlier lineages that were there were U6 and M1. So a lot of the lineages down there are different. Deeper African lineages start mixing with some of the Egyptian lines as we see with Egypt afterwards. So we know that that's something that's important to note on these things, right? So that's something that's very important to note. Now, if you're also curious, if you're wondering if these also have connections to the Habiru and all that stuff, I'm gonna get into that. But first, before I get into that, we got the reason why I did this video because I wanted to just have a open day to talk of some controversial things. Now I'm gonna get into some controversial things, but first let me play this little summary that I think this before I show something else. I want to show that this Egyptologist does an okay job explaining these things. I think he does great, but I'm gonna point something out that I think is in question.
When we consider the Exodus, one of the most important discoveries that was made was the city of Avaris, the second. But later excavations at Avaris showed that the Semitic population, the Asiatic population of Avaris, had been occupying the rest of the site, in particularly the rather large and important Semitic district of the Temple of Baal. And the excavation reports now show that there was unbroken Asiatic occupation of Avaris from the reign of Ahmose I all the way up to the reign of King Akhenaten, then with a very, very short 15-year-ish break there, and then a reestablishment of the Semitic population there by King Tutankhamun, and continued occupation all the way to the Ramesside period. And when we look at the material culture of Avaris, what we find is that it is primarily Semitic city, but it also has a sort of a cosmopolitan flavor. We do find Nubians residing there. There was a Nubian garrison at the fortress district of Thutmose III. But it is still primarily a Semitic city.
Okay, like I said, this Egyptologist, he does okay work. I'm going to show something that he talks about, but before I do that, let me actually show something real fast. I think it's important to know and to be careful on why I'm doing this. Answers in Genesis is a channel I used to watch a long time ago. It's very interesting, go over some interesting things. But they have recently let a geneticist try to pull a role of not just being a geneticist, but also being a historian. Because in order to solve all these things, you have to have kind of be a jack of all trades, right? It doesn't hurt to have some professional schooling and everything and stuff. But Answer in Genesis started to do a series playlist on this book called Trace. Now, the reason why I had to talk about this book Trace is because there's some dangerous claims in the book Trace, right? That he ignores the IJK group, or even just the IJK snip. You gotta be careful with that. Gotta find out what that is. But one of the major things is the claim that certain groups are Egyptians. Now, notice how complex we just showed how complex Egypt is, right? Which one of these groups will we say would be truly the Egyptians? Now, that was a video that Jensen did that I think I'm gonna point out real fast. It was on ancient Egypt. I think it was painted with a broad brush. I think it was using a lot of modern finds and painted with a broad brush. The reason why, because I put some notes here. Let's point out some notes. I'm gonna point out some notes. Now I went back to verify to make sure I agree still with my notes, and I do. I agree still with my notes to verify what he was saying, if it was true. Now I'm gonna point out some things. Notice that Jensen says now we can actually show that E1B lines existed at least 2000 BC, because the Aramaeans were a lot of E1B1B groups. But he says that E1B1B started about 700 BC. And he says that the E1B1A groups and all that these lines would have connections to Nubians. Now, that's what's interesting is that the Nubians had connections to Avaris. The Nubians had connections to Avaris. So that's what's something to be careful and look careful of. If Avaris and looking at the Nubians, if rather we're looking at a group that we got to look at those snips carefully on who they might be, who that group might actually be. But let me just point something out from this little video and then we'll move forward.
As the genetics seem to imply. So just to summarize, E1b1, the ancestor to E1b1a and E1b1b, appears to have been in the first millennium BC up this way, and then later on split into these two groups. My point is, the plurality of Egyptian males belong to E1b1b. If you go back 1600, 1400 years, you would conclude that the plurality of Egyptian males are Asian in origin and not African. However, the Arabs themselves, at least in part, appear to have originated from a Northeast African group who themselves may have sat on the throne of ancient Egypt.
All right, so what did that sound like? That sound kind of like a Hyksos explanation that some Arabs came down and sat on the thrones of Egypt. Now, if we're concluding that this would be the origin of Egypt, that obviously wouldn't be correct. But what he's doing here is he's using a lot of modern snips to conclude the origin of Egypt. Now, the reason why this is important, let me just read something of what I said here. I just want you to read this because this actually doesn't show anywhere else. So I'm going to make sure I read it. Let me just get into some understandings here because I think it's important that we understand this. I thought it was important. I feel like he was fooling people on the E1 groups. Now we know that they came from the E1B1, the Tufian culture, and all that. But there's just some things to know about. Some things I think is kind of important to know. Let's just talk about migrations of groups. I'm just gonna leave this part alone and whatnot because this little highlight, these little highlights are just. I just want to make sure it's visually seen that this just talks about how we know about migrations from the lands of Arabia into lands of Punt through Yemen and everything. Yeah, we can say the Arabians migrated, some of the Arabians migrated into areas of Abyssinia, and those Abyssinians started to actually push into areas of Nubia. And that's why Nubia was a Semitic culture. Nubia was Semitic and they reached into Avaris because some of the Nubians were Arabians and some of the Arabians were Arameans. And those Arameans having connections to those groups were also having connections to Avaris. But that's something important because I believe that sooner or later there's going to be some important information that's going to come out on these things. Because I thought this little piece of information was what it not only revealed how modern these snips are on this family, it actually reveals that this might be the group of those Israelites compared to the rather, when I say the Israelites, more the E1B1 A groups that come up that will be more ties to the not ancient Africans, but a more recent group that pops up around the areas of connections with Nubia and Avaris. So as we had just heard, the Nubians also were there in Avaris. So very, very important to understand the complexity of that land. So that's something that I just wanted to quickly point out of this because this is actually key. That's very key. So let me actually get back to this little piece that we was finishing it. So again, that's important to know about that land one more time.
District of Thutmose III. But it is still primarily a Semitic city with Semitic houses, Semitic pottery. They worshipped Canaanite deities and were buried in Semitic-style tombs. Avaris continued on as a major city all the way through Dynasty 18. And at the beginning of Dynasty 19, Ramses II built his new capital 2 kilometers away from Avaris, which he called Paramses, the house of Ramses. So for a little while, the beginning of the reign of Ramses II, all the way to the mid-19th dynasty, Avaris and Paramses actually coexisted as sister cities. But something very, very strange happens. In that early to middle, Dynasty 19, Avaris is completely abandoned. In fact, the whole city is abandoned except for the port, which was called Peru Nefer. The port remained in operation until the end of Dynasty 20, being referenced sometimes as the port of Avaris. After the abandonment of Avaris, the city was still used, but now it became a graveyard. It was used for tombs from the city of Paramses. So it's interesting to see that this city went from almost complete occupation to becoming a graveyard practically overnight. The importance of Avaris in our consideration of the Exodus is that it gives us a terminus date for the Exodus. The fact is that we have an unbroken occupation at Avaris of its Asiatic population from the beginning of Dynasty 18 almost all the way through to mid-Dynasty 19. This allows us to say, okay, if there was a point in the city's history when the Semitic Asiatics left in an Exodus-style event, there is only really one candidate here that opens up as a viable alternative, which is during the reign of Ramses II. Because it is at this point that we can actually show that the whole city left en masse.
So what was he just talking about? That's the evidence of the Exodus. We know that Avaris actually had a mass exodus, and the group that was in Avaris had left. Now, it's important to know that it was the Hyksos already left. The Hyksos were there. They were in Avaris, but they left. And then the Exodus happened. There was some people that was still there after the Hyksos were pushed out. They were still there in Avaris, Semitic groups, right? Even connection with Nubian groups that would have some connection. We had talked about also how Moses, being part of the Egyptian groups, had some wars with Ethiopia. So they would have went through Nubia, going down there in different ways. And he had married some Ethiopian. And we know that because if you read the scriptures careful, for the way that Noah's wife is depicted, she's depicted as a Cushite, right? She's depicted as a Cushite. And again, if we look at the land, we know that in the lands of Cush were right going straight down to the way of Ethiopia, right? So that's something that's actually important to know, that they would have some connections to the Cushites, right? But right, when we think about the land, obviously those Afro-Asiatic groups, we know that those Afro-Asiatic groups had went into these lands, and a lot of them became Afro-Asiatic. So being in connection to Afro-Asiatic, they can have connections to the E groups and R groups and any other group that, like the JG, that would pick up that Afro-Asiatic and everything. And they can easily sit on the throne. We had talked about how Seti's line was more of the J, right? Seti the first and Ramses the second and stuff, more J. And before the Exodus, right? Because Seti, Ramses the second, that's the Exodus Pharaoh, right? Seti's son, not Ramses the third, but Ramses the second, right? Right before we get the time of the Exodus, we're going to have a change of lineages there. The previous lineage on the throne was our lines. Then it changed, right? As soon as the time of the new kingdom came to close to the end. The 19th dynasty, when we say new kingdom, there's a couple dynasties in that. There's 18th dynasty, the 19th dynasty, things like that, to the 20th dynasty. That's important to know about. Is that those 3 dynasties that kind of gives the highlight to these things. So we're gonna have a transition that happens there. So the movements are kind of important to know about when thinking about these things. So let's go back up and get a good summary of who is possibly the Hyksos, and if we should go a little more deeper into it and everything. But this is kind of like the most of some of the summaries around Egypt that is found. Maybe we can get a little more detail on some haplogroups of the Hyksos areas. Maybe they'll do more haplogroup studies and bring out more on those ones instead of doing those large summaries, right? Those large summaries, I like them, but they don't clear things enough. We need to look at those pinpoint haplogroups, those things that pass down from mother to father. I mean, mother to mother and father to father, right? Father to son. So we obviously see a nice connection of a mixture there. And when we think of the Semitic Hyksos, right? Semitic, anyone could have picked up Semitic, right? And then they could have become a group that is obviously Semitic, able to speak to everyone around there and everything. We know that the Hyksos have connections to people of the area of the Levant and everything. We know that they have migrated into the lands of Africa. It's very possible that they were Negroid, but they could have also been mixing with some of the different women around. So they could also have been partially Indo-European and other things like that, but they were definitely Semitic, right? They could have been Indo-European previously, but the mixing and the coming together of groups could have easily made them exactly pretty much the same, right? So I could have made them like a mid culture, a middle tone, right? A mid culture, right? Very, very, very mixed, right? Could easily mix with different women, but they all had a common agreement. It was a clan, right? This is during Abraham's time. That's when clans are at its peak, I would say. They have their clans. They're named. Usually they'll be named together, like name one group, but sometimes they could be completely different, genetically different, but usually the same by certain women, mixing by women. That's something that's common, that commonly happens with clans, especially when you think of the nation, the great powers of the nations, they were mixing with women's and things like that. Sometimes you would have that, right? And Joseph most likely was with one of the Egyptian women. So which one could it have been? You know, when you think about that, most likely connections of Nubian connections and all those things. I would say that would be something that the Egyptians found important, the Nubians and things like that, a little more deeper into the lands of Africa and whatnot. All right, so I got a couple things I want to point out that now that I got that said done, we're gonna point out some real quick things. The Habiru, real fast. You probably heard the term Habiru, right? It's one of those terms that's used. I'm just gonna close some of these as we don't need these now. But I'm gonna point out some things on the name here. So this is we just talk about this, right? We just talk about that. Grandmother of one of the Egyptian pharaohs, right? King Tut, right? Connections to Nubia, right? So remember we seen that obviously Avaris had some Nubian connections and everything. So okay, so you probably know about the Habiru, right? It's a classic saying. I'm just going to use it as a encyclopedia, just paint it quickly with a broad brush, right? Habiru was something that was used fairly recent, right? It was a term that was it's a broad term, right? It's like calling someone like a robber or things like that, right? Some people say it's connected with Hebrew or Eber, right? That's kind of a stretch if you go about it, because they actually did have a word for Hebrew, and the way that this would be sound, it would sound like that kind of in Akkadian, Abaru and Habaru and whatnot. But in Sumerian sounds a little different, and we know that it was used very early on during the time of pretty much early cultures. one of the interesting ones that I want to point out here is right here. That's kind of interesting, where it talks about the Habiru, their names. They knew that the Habiru, because we know that I already talked about this. Idrimi was one of the individuals that took down the Amorites and whatnot, and that nation basically fell some parts of it. But notice this interesting thing: the Habiru had no common ethnic affinities, pretty much, and no common language. So they was just like a kind of like a group that was just like one group. Because we'll go into some things where they say it's connected with the Hebrews, but that one gotta be careful on. They were probably Semitic, right? It says, but also East Semitic. So they were West Semitic, East Semitic, but they also had connections with Hurrian and Indo-European. We know it's because there's certain reports I went into by Oxford that goes into these things that pretty much break down the Habiru, and that apparently long before Abraham, the Habiru would have existed, pretty much. So they wouldn't be the sons of Abraham, but they could be related. They probably could be. It's very possible. Here's a nice little understanding of some things and whatnot when they talk about basically letters when they get from the Habiru and stuff. This kind of interesting of interchanging letters of how the Habiru were basically coming and taking some parts of the Levant. That's kind of important to know. But this would be early on. This would be like before the Exodus. At least our minor letters, 14 BC, 15 BC transition between that time frame. They would have been taking that land of the Levant, which would have been the Israelites would have been in the lands of Egypt at that time. So that's something that's also important to know, because we also know that they were Canaanites in that time. It's kind of important, but that's why, you know, when they touch on who are the Habiru and all that, they go into details on the origin of that name. That name was used a long time ago, like 20th, 18th, 2000 BC, very early on, that was being used. There's a little more into it. They just talk about, obviously it's mentioned in Armana letters, but remember how some scholars, right, many scholars note the similarities of the form, how they say, Eber and Habiru, things like that, right? Are they the same and whatnot? If you look at the sources carefully, it doesn't seem so. They could be referencing to Hebrews, but not Israelites. It could be now Hebrew. Remember, Abraham was a Hebrew, so it could be that of the root to Eber, right? Could it be leading that Abraham was just one of the branches of Eber? Obviously, he had to be one of the branches of Eber, because we know that Jotanites existed. Peleg was of Eber, of the lines that come from Eber, right? Brother of Jotan, right? We know the world divided when Jotan and Peleg was there. That's something to know about. Most likely not referring to the exact Israelites, but it could be referring to what's called the Hebrew, stuff like that, right? It could be, but some scholars will say no, not so, right? That's something that's important to know. This is something I was going to point out earlier, but I don't think we need to go over this. This is just some of those I was going to point out that, again, when people were saying some of the things of the Hyksos and everything, where they might have came from, we know that they came outside of the continent into the area of the continent of Egypt, Africa, and everything. So this is just one of those claims that we'll talk about. They were migrants, not invaders and everything. They were migrating into it, but that was an invasion and everything that happened. So that's why this little thing, researchers reveal true story of Hyksos dynasty in ancient Egypt and everything. One of those things that where they talk about what's happening and everything, where they pretty much talk about some of the movements. We already talked about most of these and everything. I'm just gonna close that. That's just stuff we don't need to go over right now. So pretty much the Habiru, I'll show a nice little summary from pretty much this Egyptologist, because I'm gonna point out a little video that I wanted to not do a dedicated video on it because
When we consider
the way of the topic, but I want to do a side note on it, and we're gonna do that right after this. But first, let me point out a video that he does on that. Here's a nice little summary of the
Amarna letters date to the 1350s BC, but the Habiru actually go way far back. We see the Habiru mentioned in 3rd millennium documents. There's also some real problems with trying to connect the Habiru to the Hebrews. I know Scott Stripling does this. He really has to exercise a lot of confirmation bias to do this because he's trying to force the Habiru in the Amarna letters into a post-conquest scenario. And one of the problems with the Amarna letters is you have to come to realize that Hatzor is still a full Canaanite city in the Amarna letters. It has a Canaanite ruler. It's still gobbling up territories in its sort of expansionist phase. There's also the problem, too, with the Habiru conquering Byblos in Lebanon. And this is a real problem because the Israelites don't actually make it to Lebanon to do any conquests. The Amarna letter.
All right, so what he was saying is very important. I'm going to point out 5 landmass that you should know if you're doing any research on the lands. One is Lebanon. It's important to know what is Lebanon. What is the difference between Lebanon and the other land masses I'm going to show? Now, this is important to know. Israel did not go deep into Lebanon. What am I saying here? So let's get a good understanding on what is Lebanon, right? Because Lebanon is going to be a certain area. Let me get a better map here of it. So here it is. Great, a little idea of Lebanon. What it's saying is when the Israelites invaded, we know that in the book of Judges, it quite literally says that they did not push the Canaanites out of the lands of Tyre and Zidon. This is why it's important that when looking at Tyre and Zidon, we know those are Canaanites because the Israelites never replaced them, Tyre and Zidon. And Byblos is part of that Canaanite combination of the Phoenicians. And Tyre and Zidon would be an area that, again, the Israelites never took, but is very key to understanding these lands. There's Tyre, Zidon, but this, let me get a better picture of it to kind of point it out. I think this one looks okay-ish right there. All right. So look, there's Byblos. So we know that the Israelites did not go when they conquered when the Exodus happened, they went through the wilderness, right? I believe the wilderness is this long streak down the Red Sea because they go down the Red Sea. Some say it's right here. It could be here. Sure. But they come out and they conquer these lands. Obviously, they start after they cross Jordan, right? After Josiah, why is his name weird? How did I get his name? Jos. Why am I his name all twisted in my head? Moses' right hand man, right? Joshua, right? There we go. Joshua. All these Hebrew names mixed in my head. Joshua takes the land of this area. He crosses the Red Sea. Red Sea. He crosses the Dead Sea or the River of Jordan, right? So the area where the Dead Sea would be at. He crosses over around this area and they take these areas. Remember, southern Judah is down in this area. And Israel, northern Israel, will be right on the tip of this area. But they don't take Tyre and Zidon. We know that because Judges 2 tells us that Asher didn't push out the Canaanites, but dwelled there with them because the Canaanites stayed in that land. They were too strong. And that's something that's important to know. He's basically saying the Habiru can't be the Israelites because they're probably the Canaanites. They settle in Byblos. They settle in a lot of the Canaanite cities. Now, those even being the Canaanites, they could probably be Shemites, maybe not Israelites, but they can probably be Semitic groups as well. because a lot of these groups are Semitic, but they may not be genetically Shemites, but a lot of them might be, maybe a mixed company. But they have usually the same women's, a mix of women's. But this area, remember this, Lebanon, right? Where the Phoenicians are and things like that. The name Lebanon, the Israelites never took. So that's important to know that Lebanon, this coastal area here. So the Israelites had this area. That's the Israelite area there. But they bend around Lebanon because they don't take Lebanon, right? The Israelites do not take Lebanon. That's an important word to know. Lebanon. Israelites never took Lebanon. The Levant is different. If someone says the Levant, usually when they say the Levant, they're referring to this whole area, this whole little summary area, when they're referring to the Levant, right? The Levant, obviously, you can see right here where the Israelite kingdom is. Look what they bend around. Tyre and Sidon and Byblos, right up there. The Israelites don't take those cities. So the Hyksos, that term, was a term used even in 2000 BC, before the Israelites. So they might most likely was a group that was there early on. So this is very important to know when you think about the Levant. The Levant involves this area. So Lebanon is half of this. The Levant is most of this. There's also the term Fertile Crescent. Fertile Crescent. So Fertile Crescent involves even parts of Egypt and Mesopotamia. So sometimes when you see that term, you'll see that they would have areas up here and areas up here. Notice the Phoenician area right there. So they got some areas of Phoenician area right in the midst of the Fertile Crescent. But remember, there's Lebanon, and then there's your lower areas of Israel. But that's the Levant. The Levant is right here. But the Fertile Crescent involves all these areas. We know that if you want to know where Israel settled, look up the promised land of Abraham, right? Notice that is like the Fertile Crescent. It's like the Levant. It's obviously more than Lebanon, but the promised land is all the way from the river Euphrates all the way to the Nile, or the what would be the ancient river of Eden, right? The Gishon River, Gishon, how do you say that? River of Gold. So all this land was Abraham, but a lot of people have different ideas on how it looks. They wonder if it's cut off here, if it's all Arabia, right? They wonder if it's all these little areas. Is it just this the promised land? Is it just the Levant? Or is it, all these lands? Well, what's interesting is if you look up interesting structure, the African plate, that's where actually Israel is settled on. Israel is actually settled right on the tip of the African plate. If you notice, right in this area here, right in this little tip right there, that's where Israel settles. And there's a separation of the African plate and pretty much the Eurasian plate. So you have your Eurasian plate, or you have your Anatolian plate. The Hittites also settle in Lebanon, not all of the Levant. That's important. So the Hittites, their plate is up here, and they have a lot of these parts of Lebanon. But the African plate, which involves Israel, actually has these parts down here. That's important to understand when looking at some of these landmass, because remember, it's the Most High that made all these things, and he also can show signs through his creation of how he settles the mass, because he's the one that's actually settling these things, actually set these things in order. So you can get a good understanding of that separation of that land, to kind of get a good understanding of Israel when they're increasing in the Levant and everything. So that's going to give a kind of a nice understanding of some power names. I think is important to understand. So those are some important. So now this little thing, if you don't know, we about to talk about something real controversial real fast. But first, before I talk about it, we're gonna get on some genetics. And this conversation is about genetics. So this is a deep conversation. Let's see. Anyone got any questions real fast about what we had went over? I know it was a lot, pretty much a spread of things, but it's nice to get a nice summary on those things, even if we only have a little, but the summaries are going to paint a picture of who would have been the Israelites and who would not have been the Israelites when they came up. But here's a very controversial topic. Understand when I say this, I like this Egyptologist because I think he knows the Bible, and I think he has some very insightful and scholarly things to say. But this one is in question. So let me just point this out. I'm just gonna let it play. I'm gonna speak about it while it plays, and it's kind of controversial. So let me point it out.
But there's a reason why. Now, people often think this is about seeing Noah nude. This is
all right. So let me point out what's going on here real fast. So this is why I'm doing this just in the middle of this video, so it's not a main thing, but I gotta point this out. I heard this argument before, and this is you gotta be careful on exegesis on verses. Put this down real fast. Go about this. A person has sent a question and said, "What do you think Ham did wrong? Why did Noah curse the child and not him?" Now that's important because Ham has multiple sons. Noah did not curse him; he cursed Canaan. But Noah has put P-U-T. He also has Cush, right? And he has Lud. So Ham has 4 sons, right? So Ham has 4 sons, but he only cursed Canaan. Now, the reason here is so controversial that I gotta first define this, if it was correct genetically, what that would look like, because what he's making a genetic bounding understanding, and he's making I think
not what this passage is about. Not even close. When you see,
okay, so I gotta be careful.
The phrase "seeing the nakedness of his father," it's not talking about public nudity or private nudity.
Okay, so there are scriptures that says that someone goes into their nakedness of their father, and that means we know that the first time that's used is a long time ago with like Simeon, and he goes to basically one of the maids and stuff, and he basically messes with one of the man Jacob's maids, right? Well, one of the women, right? Well, not Simeon, Reuben. Make sure I say that right. Reuben, the oldest of Israel, had messed with one of the women who pretty much was his father's woman, right? So when he's saying this, he's referring to known scripture that we have seen many times. The reason why this is heavy, because this is a controversial topic. When I say controversial, understand what I'm saying when I say controversial. It doesn't get much controversial than this. Like this is controversial as it gets. But we know without a doubt that there's times when verses that talks about going to see their father's nakedness and all that stuff. Like, for example, Chronicles, First Chronicles 5, it talks about now the sons of Reuben, the firstborn of Israel. It just basically talks about he had defiled his father's bed. Now, that's when it also usually elaborates and talks about defiling their bed, not just like going and see their nakedness, but basically entering into their bed. And that term basically means that they made it with a woman that their father was with. That's what it basically means. But we got to be careful in this scripture because it sounds like that at first. The scripture sounds like that, but if we read careful, we'll notice something. that it says Noah was a farmer, right? Which makes sense. It was Neolithic time frames, and that's when farming popped up. And he obviously cultivated wine. And it lets us know that he drank the wine, right? We have to take that into context, understand that he just drank some wine and uncovered himself. And now, if it just said that him seeing the father, the nakedness of his father, then yeah, we don't have no context. We can't say that there's a context to that. Or if he said that he went into his father's bed and that's it, we would have no context. But first we got the context. It's telling us that Noah made wine, got drunk, and he laid naked, uncovered, right? Even there's going to be two different words used here. We're going to have uncovered and we're going to have naked. So that's important to know in Genesis 9 and 22. Let me just go to that real fast. All right. So just kind of put a little highlight here. Let me just let this ding pop in. All right, so just to clarify this, let me just refresh it real fast because it seems to be acting out real fast on me. All right. So now the way we have to go about this is understanding context and pretext here, because we can make some dangerous claims here. Now, when I'm saying some dangerous claims, it can be very dangerous. And I think for this type of topic, we need to go into the sources a little bit. But let me see what's going on here, because I can't really see what's there. Let me actually just put it in the Hebrew. Add some little lads going on there. All right, so let me just go over this real fast so we can get a good understanding of what's going on here on this little part. Okay, so obviously Ham saw his father, right? He saw the father of Canaan. Well, not Ham, the father of Canaan. He saw his father, right? And notice the word that's being used here, right? This is a common term. We can see this used many places where it talks about your father's nakedness or nakedness, right? You've seen him uncovered. You shall not uncover your father. When it says this type of word, uncovered, sometimes that uncovering the nakedness is referring in a sense of a sexual term. Understand what I'm saying when I'm saying this? That's why it always says it's not just using a regular word for nakedness, right? It's saying in a sense of the word here for naked. Let me just actually go to it right here just to break it down. And then we're going to go to the other one. He laid uncovered. So this is just nakedness, meaning naked, right? And directly or shame or their part. So it's basically in a way, it's saying nakedness, but it's in a way, in a shameful way, right? That's what is basically meaning. So when he's saying he saw his father's nakedness, it could refer to the same sense that it's talking about that type of nakedness that is shameful, because that is what that's usually used for in indecency. It's talking about their shame. Like you see that word used, the shame of Egypt, the nakedness of Egypt, the shame. So that's something that's also fairly understandable when making that point there, because it seems like that could probably be it being used in that way and whatnot. But let's just go back. Let's go back real fast and get the context there. Let's go back. So what did we first see that Noah did? It said he drank of wine, right? And we know that he actually drank of wine, right? That word right there, again, like the other word we know is used for wine. So he actually drank wine, So we know that he had some wine, right? Because we know other places they talk about the same thing, like it's actually wine, right? Bread and wine. Other places talk about wine. You know that he drank wine and became drunk, and we're talking drunk as in the sense of becoming drunken. So that's something that we don't need to argue on. That's something we already understand, right? Let's talk about drunk, right? He's full of the wine. He was full of the wine, and he was uncovered. Now, this word, notice here, that now we got a different word. He was uncovered, removed. Now, this is not using that other word that it said before. It said that he was exposed. So he was laying in his tent exposed. This is where we got to be careful in context. This is a different word than the other word. This is letting us know that, yes, indeed, he was uncovered, that he was drunk. He laid uncovered, right? But he was still a man of God in his own tent. But what happened? If we go to the next verse, we got to be careful on what Ham saw. It says, in Ham, the father of Canaan, right? We know that the shame, the nakedness of his father, right? He's seen that and told the two brothers outside. Now, if he saw that, did it say that he waited a second and did something? Or did he see something and went out and told his brothers? Now, the reason why I'm saying this is because the conclusion here would be odd if he had slept with, like, let's say Noah's wife, who would be his mother, because they only have one mother. Why would he sleep with his own mother? But it's saying that Ham must have slept. Some are saying this, that Ham must have slept with his own mother, and that he went out and told his brothers. I'm calling it exegesis. You know what I'm saying? It's reading into the text, but just to show what I'm saying when I finish this last part, because I just want to highlight this.
It's not talking about nudity at all. Remember, this is a culture where men will expose themselves to relieve themselves against the wall. You know, people will take off clothes in the public to change. You know, this is not about exposure. Okay, that's not what's going on here. What's happening is this is Ham having sexual relations with Noah's wife.
This is one of those things where I had to sit back and like, okay, now we understand that this, scholarly consensus is nice and all, right? It's nice to have some scholarly consensus on some things, right? But this is one of those things that actually I had seen before, and there's actually been worse. There've been worser claims than this, and some people would say that Ham raped Noah, and it's some crazy doctrine. Now I never actually heard someone throw in that Ham mess with the woman. Now I've seen that concept when they use that word there and say, because remember, we got to understand context, even with words, with Hebrew words. They don't always mean the same thing every time. We got to look at the context carefully. And though that term can be used in shame in that way, it's also used as a shame of Egypt. So we can't just say that just because we see that term like that, that's that term. And even if we read it carefully, that's not what we're seeing. So this is kind of an extreme exegesis on scripture. This is just another way of making that this is a person making it clear of that information, that he just basically makes it clear that some interpreters claim that this refers to just some crazy stuff, right? And all that. They talk about it. In fact, the Babylonian Talmud interprets those things and whatnot, and all types of madness. But rather, the response is the plain sense of reading that the state of Noah was drunk and undressed himself and passed out. And Noah mocked him. Ham mocked him. Ham mocked Noah because Noah, that was the first time someone got drunk on wine. He first started cultivating, right? We know that the Neolithic time was the first time for farmers. And that was new. It was new. He probably didn't even know he was going to get drunk. he just had the grapes, probably stored it for a long time. It fermented. He drank it and got drunk. Maybe he even was just drinking, just started drinking, maybe. But he was so drunk that he passed out naked. And someone could say, you know, the Neolithic culture would have been naked all the time. And, well, we can look at Neolithic culture and we can find Neolithic clothing, right? That's not really hard to find, right? We can find lots of Neolithic clothing, right? What kind of clothing did the Neolithic people wear? They wore fancy clothes, a lot of different clothes, right? Some things that make you envy. But they had some clothes back then. The Neolithic had clothes. That's something that, you know, the cultures were set. I think the expression that, you know, they were just naturally naked around each other. So it is no way that it reflected the shame of nakedness. I wouldn't agree, because I think Noah was a preacher of righteousness, and that would have been a big thing for him, for his sons to see him naked, right? I wouldn't want my son to see me naked. Right, being drunken and waking up and then find out that one of your sons told your other sons you were naked. So they walk backwards. And remember, the context is also interesting, because if we continue on, it never talks about a female being involved or even any curse because of that situation. Then it's never talked up again. But we do see something interesting that's talked about right here. Notice something here with the same word for that nakedness in the previous verse. Remember how it said that, and Ham saw the father of Canaan the nakedness, and notice that word there. But notice what Shem and Japheth does. Now, Shem and Japheth, they didn't get cursed, nor did they do anything wrong. But notice what it says. And took Shem and Japheth a garment and laid it on their shoulders, right? And so he laid it on their shoulders and went backwards and covered the what? The nakedness. There's the word again for nakedness there. So wait, are you saying that they covered? Are you saying they covered the woman, or who are they covering? It says the nakedness of their father, right? And their faces were backward, and the nakedness of their father, not they saw. They did not see the nakedness of their father. So now, if we're talking about him going into his own mom, you know, this situation would be a little more done different. I don't think I wouldn't think that Japheth and Shem needs to throw a towel on them and cover her up. I think one person would give her a towel, or if she needed a towel, right? Because I'm pretty sure she'd be so ashamed she'd probably cover herself. So it's kind of odd to know that Shem and Japheth had to backwards cover the shame of their father. And the understanding is that the shame of their father here is mentioned twice, of their father, right? And the biggest thing that we also notice is the next part. So context, pretext, and the final summary of it all. It says, and notice, why did Shem and Japheth have to walk backwards? Was Noah still asleep? Yeah. It says, and awoke Noah from his wine and knew what had done to him. To him. And that's something that's important to know, that his younger son had did something to him. And remember, these are sons of one woman, right? So he did not curse him. He cursed Canaan, one of his sons, right? That's something that we understand. And then what happened? He then blessed the other sons, right? So that's something to know. So what did he do wrong? He mocked. He mocked it. That's what really it is. He mocked his father. Otherwise, let's go about this genetically. Let's just real fast, forget about clarifying the exegesis, and let's just say genetically something like that happened. Let's just go about that and say what will be some of the consequences of such a thing. Okay, so let's say you have on your, let's say this is mtDNA and this is y DNA. All right, let's say you got 4 sons, right? You got Ham, Shem, and Japheth. Let's say this is Ham, this is Shem, and this is Japheth, right? And let's just say some crazy. Now remember, they all had their own wives. So where would be his wife in this situation? But he has his own wife. He has his own wife, and he has his own wife. Right? They all have their own wives. These are the ones who survived the ark. They just got off the ark. This is what happened, right? And they're gonna reproduce. Are we saying that Ham got with his own mother and could have brought forth something like Cain? Because this is also what he concludes, that the seed is Cain, right? Now, if we find out that Cain was alive at that same time, that means the seed wasn't Cain. So that's something that we can consider. If we can consider if Ham also had Cain alive at the time and he cursed Cain while he was alive, then the Cain wouldn't be the seed of that. But if Cain picked up let's say that was true, right? Let's say Noah obviously would be right here, right? But we have Ham having a baby and Japheth and Shem having a baby, right? Let me actually make that with that. So their mtDNA lines would be from their wives. Their mtDNA lines would be from their wives, right? They would have mtDNA from their wives, but somehow Ham, if we're considering that doctrine, then Ham would have had a mtDNA ancient from his mother that would have passed down, that would have not been the same as his other sons. So let's say let's say Put and Lud and Mizraim, right? And we can notice they would have their own lines and everything, but they wouldn't have the same mtDNA as Canaan. So Canaan would have an interest in mtDNA. That mtDNA could have went anywhere. It obviously started in Mount Ararat, right? So this whoever gets with this woman, whoever would get with this woman, if that was true, whoever gets with that woman, if that was true, would get with something that's close to what happened with the Amorites, right? The Ammonites and the Moabites, right? Remember what happened with that, right? The daughters got their father drunk and whatnot and all that stuff. So that if we're saying that Canaan Canaan would have a curse from the female's line, right? It wouldn't even be in the male's line. It would be on the female's line, because these will also have that male's line. Ham and Japheth would have their own female's line, but Canaan would have almost a said abominable female's line. But I don't believe that. I don't think that this happened like that. I don't think that happened.
That's what this is. And you'll see this in the law, where it says, you shall not marry the wife of your father, for it exposes his nakedness. So that's the key word here. This is an expression of that a sexual relationship happened between Ham and Noah's wife. Now, we don't know if Noah's wife was Ham's mother or a subsequent marriage.
Now, let's get this understood. Let's get this understood. Ham is the mother. Ham, Shem, and Japheth are obviously all from Noah. But Ham, Shem, and Japheth has to have one mother because Noah is defined of having one woman. Unless we're saying that he had multiple wives, then we're again exegesis, adding to the scriptures. We have to be careful on saying, well, we don't know, so therefore we're going to add on it. We can't add that concept that Noah got with another woman and had Ham, his youngest son. So that would mean this what that would means. That means that if Ham is considered quote unquote the youngest son, that means he had to have Japheth and Shem. And then somehow he got with another woman and had Ham. And then Ham wouldn't be related to his brother's mothers. You see what I'm saying here? It's too much of an exegesis. It's way too much of an exegesis. And I think that yes, we can do the likeness like that, but context and pretext says no. That rather Noah is just that plain and simple. That it's a clear understanding of the text when we look at the text. And we see that he, as a farmer, after the Neolithic time, knew he got drunk, right? And then that's what happened. Since he got drunk, because he got drunk, right? There's nothing that is confusing about why he was upset when he woke up. There's nothing confusing about why he was upset when he woke up, understanding that he was drunk and he uncovered himself. And the word there is a different word. So we wouldn't have to go and say, well, that term is actually referring to the same term. That's not the same term. He's just uncovering himself, right? And if Ham saw it, went back and told his brothers, told his two brothers, right, that were outside, told them. And then what did they do? So think about it. Why would Ham sleep with his Noah's wife, which we know is his mother, is Ham's mother? Why would he do that and then tell his brothers? Why would he go out and tell his brothers? They go back with a towel and cover his father's nakedness. Noah wakes up, gets upset. He curses the seed of Cain, right? And to conclude that the whole understanding of that is that Ham impregnated Noah's wife is just the most, it's too exegesis, it's way too much reading into the text. You know, it's stop it. Yeah, show more source than that. That's just stop. That right there, genetically, I'm not even gonna entertain that thought genetically, because one, it adds all types of questions, and two, it's pure exegesis. That's what it is. There's no. I would love to see another source connecting that Ham. That whole situation would have happened like that. It just, to me, it doesn't read that way. It just adds more questions of, okay, so he's saying that he got drunk, uncovered himself, and even though he was drunk and uncovered himself, Ham just decided at that time he's gonna go to his mother and mate with her, or to Noah's wife, mate with her. And that's why Shem and Japheth, after Noah went out blabbering and saying, well, I just made it with Noah's wife, got her pregnant, and they said, you know what, we're just gonna walk backwards and cover the nakedness. I don't think that's what happened. I think Noah woke up, found that he was covered with a blanket, and was like, what happened? And he found out that Ham went out and told Shem and Japheth. And he was like, well, you went out and you told that I was naked, because naked wasn't normal for them. There's no place in the scripture that says anything like that. That a father would just walk around naked or just change in front of his kids. Otherwise, why would he be in the tent? That's the biggest thing. That he also, still in his drunkenness, right before it, right? Still in his drunkenness. We can go back real fast. And Noah, a farmer, uncovered himself and went into his tent. He didn't uncover himself and lay in the grass. He didn't uncover himself and pass out wherever he wanted to. He went to his tent. So he was in a private area. So his brother, so Helm went into that private area and seeing that he was naked, right? And he was like, well, Noah's naked. And he went and told the brothers, and they was like, let's just cover him, you know. And they understood he was naked. And notice what's the most important thing that we know, that he was naked. Because remember Helm told his brothers, and notice what they did. Right? If this was the female, wouldn't she have covered herself and everything? But notice Japheth and Shem covered pretty much the nakedness of their fathers. They went backwards so they would not see. They would not see, because why? Noah was sleeping. How are you going to cover himself? He's already sleeping. If Helm slept with the woman who is Noah's wife, why didn't she cover herself? Why does Helm have to go out and tell Shem and Japheth what he did, as if he has no sense? And all of a sudden say, you know what? I just did this enormously abominable thing. So I'm going to tell these guys, and now they're going to just throw a blanket on their shoulder and walk backwards and cover their father. Come on, man. That right there is pure exegesis. And that's why I say scholars can only tell you so much, right? Scholars, genetic professionals, all these things, you got to know the scriptures yourself. You got to look at the scriptures. You got to know the scripture. You got to get into these things, because that's a mistake. That was obviously a mistake. I think it's too much focusing on the term father's nakedness and trying to make this that type of father's nakedness. This is not that type. Now, he is naked. This is the father's naked is seen. But context and pretext does not read that way. It does not read that Helm had messed with Noah. It does not read that Helm had messed with Noah's wife. That's not what's being read there. But it does read that Helm mocked. Right? Noah. That's important, because we got to understand that. Otherwise, what are we saying? You know, what are we really saying when we break this thing down? You gotta be careful. So I just want to bring that to light. And if anyone else want to add to that, if they feel like this was Helm mating with his mother, I can prove that that's Helm's mother. I can sit and I can really break down some scriptures and really prove to you that Helm, Shem, and Japheth were not just sons from one father, but they were sons from one mother. He could say that Noah just cheated and got with somebody else real fast. I don't think that's what happened. I think Noah was an honest man. He was a righteous man and found the grace of God. He got with that one female, married her, and was building the ark while his sons was being born. And I think that him being married and building the ark in multiple different ways, we can confirm that Helm is the son of not just Noah, but his wife. We can confirm that because of the way the scripture is illustrated. And I think, again, it's this word right here that I know is taking them. But again, Helm did not mate with Noah's wife, nor is this a sexual term here. There's not a sexual sense. Though this, again, we can look at that word, that yes, there are times that it is used as that sexual sense, the father's nakedness and stuff like that, or the nakedness of someone, their shame. We can see that that's commonly used in that way, right? We understand that, right? There's multiple places where it's used as shame and indignity, but it doesn't always mean, in the sense when it's used to that type of shame, that it means a sexual sense. For example, in Isaiah 20 and 4, right? Like he talks about leading away Syria to their shame, well, not pretty much, right? Nakedness, right? That just basically means shame, right? But the way that it sounds like it, if we take that scripture and compare it and look at it like that, it almost sounds like if we was to not look at the context and a pretext. I don't think it even gets close to saying Ham made it with Noah's wife. I think that's, again, extreme exegesis. So I just want to make that highlight here. On that, to make it clear, just to make that clear, that this little piece it needs to be understood carefully. So genetically, I'm pretty sure Ham, Shem, and Japheth, they had their own wives, and that incident was a incident that happened because Ham was being childish rather than anything else. But
Okay. More likely the latter, really.
all right. So, but I thought he does some decent work at times, but he has some questionable works at times. Yeah. You see how his Discord is. But with that, yes, we do have talks of the Iberasians. We have some very deep talks on the Iberasians that maybe I'll point out that we can go over. In fact, just our previous live was about the Iberasians. Our previous live was about the rise of the Iberasians, who are actually, as it says, these results therefore suggest that the Iberasians are basically modern humans of ultimately Near Eastern origins, pretty much, because they have that U6. Note that in the Iberasians, the mtDNA, right? U6 makes them Middle Eastern, that they're also Middle Eastern origin. There's something important to know, that it means that they must have migrated from areas of pretty much here. They know that even though the Iberasians are mostly here, they know that they have some portions that have connections over here, pretty much. They know that they migrated into the lands of the corner over here of Africa. But yes, we have went into some of the Iberasians. But as you can see, long time ago, the lands were different, right? We know after the flood happened, the lands changed and everything. So this is just one of those pieces of land that you can see right here. This happened after the Ice Age. Everything changed. Everything. This note will be in the description for more on these things. This actually just goes over the transition after the flood and everything. Things change. So not gonna make a big deal of these things, but this is why we go over these information, because the Israelites still matter, right? Christians,
a guy named Terah,
Christians, atheists, evolutionists, all types of people believe the Jews matter. They believe that culturally the Jews matter. They believe it's important to find. So I believe it's also interesting, right? Here's one of a Christian today just speaking, or what was this, a couple hours ago, right?
3 kids, Haran, Nahor, and Abram. Abram got married to Sarai, and they had a baby named Isaac. Isaac had Jacob and Esau. Jacob had 12 kids, and they became the 12 tribes of Israel. Jacob's name got changed to Israel, so don't get confused there. So you got Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Real simple to remember that. And then the 12 tribes of Israel. Well, Abram loved God, but he still made 2 dumb mistakes, real dumb mistakes, that are still costing his seed and the whole world today. Abram, as much as he loved God, made 2 dumb mistakes. Number 1, God said, Abram, I want you to go to this promised land, leave your family, go to the promised land. Well, he took his nephew Lot. God said, Abram, I said, go and leave your family. He didn't obey completely. I think it was an innocent mistake. How many have ever made an innocent mistake that cost you a bunch of money? Ever made one of them? Okay. Well, he took Lot. Lot ended up marrying or committing adultery, incest with his own 2 daughters, and their tribes became known as the Moabites and the Ammonites. When you read through the Bible, you read all about them causing all kinds of trouble. How many ever made a dumb mistake that ended up costing you a lot of trouble and a lot of time and a lot of money? Dumb, dumb, dumb. Okay. The second dumb mistake Abram made, God had promised that he and Sarai would have children. Well, when he was 90 and Sarai was 80, she quit being able to produce children, and Abram said, what do I do? Sarah said, marry my servant girl Hagar. Sometimes, guys, it's not wise to listen to your wife, okay? Sometimes, okay? Well, he did. He married Hagar, his servant girl, and they had Ishmael. And Ishmael had 12 kids who became all the Arabs in the world today.
All right, so that's important. People who look into the things of the biblical text obviously know that they have ties to genetic individuals. So Abraham's family is large. Everything's not here. He also got with Keturah. So Keturah was another woman that he got with and had some other children. So Abraham's sons would be of Hagar, Ishmael, the Abrahams. And Abraham also has sons of Isaac, Jacob, and the 12 of his individuals. And he has Keturah, which is another one. All these individually related to Terah of Eber, pretty much, who will be of the Hebrews, pretty much. Long story short. But this is why these topics is vital to be talked about. But I got to answer this brother question real fast. I thought that was an important highlight. Let's make sure we elaborate on that last piece on the topic we were just talking about, because probably better to end it on a good note. But I just wanted to do that really quickly because I just seen that and I was like, all right, so that's a great question. Was it because he didn't bring honor but shame to his father? Yes. It's because he brought shame. He basically what he did, what him basically did, he took a righteous man in his weakest state and kind of did. Remember that time David was walking and there was this king who was mocking him after David made a mistake and had made it with another man's wife and killed him. He didn't technically kill him himself, but he had him killed. And he had a baby, and that baby died, and then he had Solomon by that woman. What happened when he was on his movements, someone basically disrespected him on his walk, right? And they was just like, leave him alone, just let him go about his day. It's kind of like that. He basically, what he did is that he mocked him openly to try to change his view, the view of him. Because remember, he's the father of these men. He is the man that's starting he's basically like the walking image pedestal guide, the standard. He's the new man. He's like a new Adam, right? He's the beginning of the new people, right? Everyone else is extinct. He is the start of this line. So when he was drunk and uncovered himself in the tent and laid down, and when Ham seen this, right? We don't know how he projected his father, but obviously his father had a high status, because you don't go out and mock something that's normal, right? If that was normal for him to be naked and he did go out and mock, it wouldn't make sense for him to go out and mock his brothers and get the curse. But rather, if they was righteous men, as Noah was righteous, and all of a sudden now Noah start cultivating the earth after the Nile at the time rain, becoming a farmer, and he saw that nakedness of his father and then told his two brothers outside, it would make perfect sense for them to have respect for that righteous man and say, you know what, we know that he's naked, but they took a garment and laid it on their shoulders, right? And they went backwards, not seeing the nakedness of their father, right? Because their faces were facing away from their father, and they did not see the nakedness of him because they covered him. And when Noah woke up after being clothed with a garment after he was laying in his tent naked, right? He awoke from his wine and knew what his son had did. His younger son had did to him. And he know what he had did. And it was that he mocked him. That's why he cursed him for his mockery. So he said that he would be a servant. Because why is his curse to be a servant? Did not he serve to cause Shem and Japheth to be entertained in the nakedness of their father? Because remember, after he seen the nakedness of his father, he went out and told others, right? He didn't only make the mistake of going into his father's tent, right? He also went out and told his brothers that he saw his father naked. And that's why his brothers covered their father, because they had respect for him. He should have did the same thing in the first place, is cover his father. He was naked, or just leave the tent. It was more like he went out in a mocking way. That's what happened here. And that's why he had blessed the other ones and made the other ones servants. All right. And then he lived a while and then slept. Right. That's pretty much how we can understand that, is that Noah was a righteous man, but that last event was a final event that happened. That to get a full understanding of its unfolding is that context and pretext will give us the full picture there. That he was a righteous and noble man that just so happened he had messed up, got drunk, laid in the tent. Son saw it. He went out, mocked. Other sons came there and covered up Noah and said, let's have some respect. And Noah woke up and didn't like that. So it's basically like that. And remember, he's the first man at that time, and he's obviously seen as a very important individual to have respect. So that was the whole concept of it, is that Noah was a respectable man that did an act that caused him to be in a indecent state, and Ham did not have respect for his downfall. So downfall as in a state that probably wasn't as appeasing as his state when he's not drunk. So that's a reason why it talks about avoiding drunkenness as well, because drunkenness can cause you to do things you probably wouldn't do if you wasn't drunk. So notice he was laying naked, but we don't hear another time Ham just popped in onto him or anything like that. It had to tell us he was drunk, that he passed out. So that's very important. It was because of the disrespect. That's what it was. Let's see, keeping the word of God and not the other. That's right. Deep stuff. I hope we can go into those things. Yep. That's right. Isn't that is something? Yep. Go over Iberia, just making sure we all these I was looking at, just little highlights we was touching on. Yeah, I thought those was interesting too. Just making sure I didn't have no like glitches or nothing, like one didn't pop up or something. Yes. Into Chad. Yep. Did some Hyksos run south, escaping into Chad? A lot of R1B there. It's possible. It's possible that the Hyksos, because this is the thing about ancient cultures. We only get historical documents enough to tell us a summary of history. Even what we're giving are interpretations. Even what we're having, when we're looking at any historical document, we're interpreting the sources, the information. So really, the amount of Hyksos that could have went here, that doesn't mean that every Hyksos could have stayed right here. Some Hyksos could have stayed here, and some Hyksos could have came here. Some Hyksos could have came here. Some Hyksos could have even came down here. They could have went down here. But the majority, the kings, a lot of times with these ancient writings and stuff, they're documenting the rulers, the kings, the powers and stuff. It's not documenting every single diverse individual. So just like how we can, just like today, we can have a large company of migrants coming to a nation. That doesn't mean they're all going to stay in that one city. They're probably going to break off into other parts of cities and stuff, different parts of the land, wherever they can find a living. So most likely, most of them settled here, but that it could have been some that went and probably went further into it. Most likely, I would say if this group was mainly of R, it could have been some becoming Chads. But I think the Chadic groups were there earlier before this. So I would say more or less the Chadic groups would be older, most likely. That would be the R1B V88. That's what I enlighten on that. But from what we have seen with the Hyksos and everything, yes, they did have some R1B groups. And it may seem that some of the rulers of Egypt may even have been descendants of those Hyksos. It may not have been one with the Hyksos, but may have been genetically related to them. As we had went over some of those Asiatic migrants of those Hyksos and everything, but then we get lines later with Tutmosis and all that rises up 200 years later, right? Who knows what their story could have been? They could have been like some Hyksos that said, you know what, I don't want to be part of you anymore, something like that. Or some Egyptians that could have been related with the Hyksos from the start. So that's something to also understand. But what it looks like, yeah, they were most likely a mixed group of Semitic groups, but a mixture of things, a mass mixture of different things, I would say, from what we're seeing with some of the reports. A lot of reports are letting us know that they are having connections to said Indo-European groups and some of the Aramaean groups and Levantan Canaanite groups and the Armeno-Aryan populations. When we went over some of those things, point out some of those things of the Hyksos and Hurrians. So they have theories that the Hyksos could be connection with Hurrians in the European descents, even though they do pick up a Semitic text. But there's a group that is purely Semitic after the Hyksos that's different than the Hyksos that comes into the lands. There was just an understanding of some of those probably Hurrian groups, because most of the stuff that I've seen, the Hyksos have connections to probably Hurrians. What it might be Hurrians that, like we went over before, Hurrians picked up the Semitic script, so they could definitely be related to them. There would be no doubt of some group that settled the land of Canaan and could have had migrated deeper into Egypt. So definitely, because they do define them as Canaanites. But that's the thing about Canaanites, it's always a mixed culture. Canaanite is always a mixed culture. So that's something that is important. But if you have any questions before we go, Blood family, definitely bring them out so we can touch on them. If you want to go over anything, I'm off today. Let me know, because this was a live that I was setting aside, but I'm hoping to go deeper in this later this year. Hopefully they bring out they got some reports. They got some finds that they're doing genetics testing right now on Hyksos in the land of Avaris. If you know, Avaris is a new find, and they're finding more and more of those bodies because it was a graveyard, and maybe they'll do more genetic testing on those, and definitely will bring that out when they come. But I hope that this was something that filled in a type of gap. If you know any more information on the Hyksos, from what I found, I will leave it like this. The Hyksos are a very diverse group. They were shepherds. They were rulers. They were crafters. This is one of the biggest things of the culture as well. Israel didn't have a smith. It seems that the Hyksos had smiths, and they had advanced technology. In fact, they were so advanced that they took over Egypt. That's not something that the Israelites did. Also, remember when we talked about the Habiru and Abiru earlier, those even if we connect them to Hebrews, they wouldn't be the Israelites, because the mentioning of that term is all the way after 3000 BC, between 2000 BC. and that would be a little earlier than the Israelites. And the places where they also conquest, which is Lebanon. Remember, I showed the difference between, again, we were showing the difference between the Levant and Lebanon. That Lebanon is different, right? So Lebanon is going to be a different piece of the land that is different, right? Lebanon is going to be this area that Israelites never took. So remember that Lebanon never taken by the Israelites. So if you ever start hearing the Lebanon culture, you probably get into original Canaanite culture. And the Levant is more saying all of the area, maybe you would think also where the Israelites settled also, it'll be parts right here, some parts of the desert down here as well. So Levant would be more here. Fertile Crescent is involved in Mesopotamia and Egypt with the Phoenician area. And then obviously we think about the Promised Land, it's most likely areas of the Fertile Crescent and Levant. And we know that the lands of Israel is sitting on the African plate. So we know that the upper area of the African plate would be where Israel will be stationed, right? Making the separation on the African plate, then the area of Lebanon. So Israel would be on the African plate. There's no doubt that Israel will be positioned on the African plate. So that's something to know about. So the separation of the African plate and the Arabian plate and the Anatolian plate. So different separation. Israel was right here on the African plate, right there on the African plate. But notice Lebanon separation from the African plate will be a little bit up here. But Israel was on the African plate. That's why Israel went down into Egypt, into Africa. That's why you find a lot of descendants in the African plate. It's very important to know that they are a culture that developed in the southern areas, right? A lot of Nubians in that area, a lot of different mixed cultures in that area. But we got a good understanding of the summary of the Hyksos. It seems that they had an R1B line, right? Even that line, that R1B, later that line ruled in Egypt, right? It popped on, it only entered on the throne of Egypt after the Hyksos invasion. R1B entered on the throne of Egypt after the Hyksos invasion, ruling on the throne for a long time, very long time, until, the Israelite lines reign up. So most likely, I would say from what I found that some of the and some of the Indo-European groups, they would have some of those mixes of R's, the R groups, and other Indo-European groups like J and G, T as well. There will be a mix of those groups that will be migrating and everything. But we connect cultures like the Aramean and other cultures that find out they got this major E, but also that E also has parts moving upper in the north with J, but then it also settles in Egypt, right? We know that line was there fairly early. I think going over more why and mtDNA as more papers come out of Avaris will bring these things more together. But this is a good summary to let us know that at least we know that the previous lines that were there was a replacement when the Hyksos got there. mtDNA changed. We have no doubt about that. We know that M1 was there in Egypt in the 12th dynasty of Egypt. And then all of a sudden, we get a L1 line that pops up in the land. Some L lines and some other mtDNA lines, like where we see here, the before the Greeks and everything. We know that some L's popped there. So not that much. And they wasn't rulers in Egypt. So they can be a out group in that group. But we mostly have a spread of what looks like Indo-European mixtures down here. We know the Mitanni was obviously giving their women, and all types of groups were mixing and everything. So that's what it seems like that we got a good conclusion of. That we also got to note that Avaris had a lot of Nubian presence and Sudan presence down there. So that's something to consider as well. If the Israelites had connections to Nubians and to other groups, because apparently at that time, those R1B lines and some of those lines that got in there, those E lines, they had an interest in basically keeping their own, what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of, remember how I went over how the Egyptians didn't give their women to outsiders, but they would give their women only to those inside of Egypt. So they had an interest of women inside of Egypt. So that was something that was also important, that a lot of times they would be mating with those women inside of Egypt and deeper in Egypt, like Sudan and Nubia. And we know that they had connections with Avaris again. So that's something that we went over. We went over some controversial things, and we were making some light work of some understanding of how the Exodus has to do with the Avaris area of Egypt, right? Afro-Asiatic, Semitic, that's the key to finding who is who and everything when we think of these mixtures and everything. So I guess for that, it's kind of like a little summary there. I'll leave it like that. It's just a little highlight. This one, I think I'm gonna leave this alone. This just goes over some of the things we were just talking about. It's just little highlights, and it just goes over
before the new king,
the Sphinx and stuff, the Hyksos Sphinx and whatnot, and it just basically enlightens what we basically mostly talked about. And it basically talks about how they're clearly a group that would have had connections to over here, and they migrated into the areas of Egypt. But Egypt down here decided right before the Israelites' Exodus, right? Because the Exodus is about Ramses II, right? Egypt, right? When we think about those R lines, decided to push out the Hyksos groups. The rulers of the Hyksos were pushed out before the Exodus. They were pushed out, and Egypt ruled in these areas. Egypt ended up taking this area and this area. They took all this area. And that's why throughout the New Kingdom, Egypt is all up here, right? Not really expanding outwards that much, just stopping where the Hittites is in Mitanni and just controlling this little area. And that's just something that's important to know about the transition of the area. So when is the Exodus again? The Exodus happens at Ramses II. Now, you got to be careful going about it. Remember how we go about this thing. You got to go about it carefully. When you note the years in the biblical text, remember that's a summary. Biblical text is to be read as in a sense of understanding a summary of creation, right? Giving us a very detailed understanding of the summary, right? We don't know the exact day and hour of things, but we got a nice summary of things. But when we start talking about kings, the Bible gets very detailed when we start talking about kings and stuff. So that's always good. And it's connecting with the Exodus happening at Ramses II time. That was very important for the historical continuity. But knowing about the time of the Hyksos is important for tying these things together. So if I get some more, I'm obviously still building on it. There's not a lot of information for Avaris, even though they say it's a graveyard. Some information on it. We got some, mostly mtDNA, but I want to see more Y-DNA. I don't know why they don't have studies a lot on the Y-DNA. Even the one, remember I was showing that M1 group, even that study are men, but they're only giving us the mtDNA. So I really feel like the Y-DNA is going to paint the picture a little more detailed to go into, but apparently it wouldn't too much matter because it seems that the Y-DNA that was there that time didn't really get a replacement because the lineages that came there were fairly related. I mean, if you consider every single person in the world is Ham, Shem, and Japheth, right? It doesn't really give you much diversity of men, but you can have a large diversity of women with those mutations and stuff. But with the men, they're all going to come from Noah, right? Ham, Shem, and Japheth could have women, but we don't know if they all were sisters, right? We don't know if they were even related to Noah's wife, right? We don't know. They could have been from all different parts of the world. But Ham, Shem, and Japheth, they're going to be one family ultimately, So that's probably why you see at that time people are still fairly related, because technically they should be fairly related. That's just, it makes sense. But there's just small, subtle differences, right? Especially with culture, right? The Semitic presence in that land. Remember, the group of that city was already Afro-Asiatic, but the Semitic presence started to change things up a little bit, right? Semitic is a branch of Afro-Asiatic and everything. So obviously they found, like I said, they found some teeth of the previous dynasty and the dynasty after, and that basically brought the picture to a nice little summary that the Hyksos, again, the summary of it is that they invaded down there and they were originally from the Middle Eastern. So by the Israelite time frame, there is evidence of migrations of Asiatics into the areas of Egypt at that time of Abraham. And it seems that you got to be careful in that movement, just like we got to be careful with the Sea People's invasion, right? The Sea Peoples also invade in the Israelite time frame, but we note that the Sea People also, you got to question who exactly they are, right? Because the Sea Peoples, we know that they are going to obviously not be the Israelites, going to be people from the north. But we do have a good way to get a summary of this, is that mtDNA is a good way to get a find of it, and looking at Y-DNA, what Y-DNA pops up in that land, which is R, and J and G. That's why we went over this video, this picture right here earlier, when we went over the Y-DNA of that land, and we looked at what mtDNA they could have made it with. Like you can see this E with some of this L, but you can see some of the Indo-European groups with some other groups, and even like a U5 right here with some of this E1B1B. So it could be that the Hyksos, were just a group of the same men Y-DNA, but different female mtDNA. So it could have been like, just understand what I'm saying when I'm saying this, that it could have been easily, without a doubt, that Egypt early on, as it is mixed, they could have had Shemites there, they could have had Japhanites there after dethroning the original Hamitic lineages, because the A lineages were on the throne first, and those were the Hamitic lineages. And we don't see a lot of them in later Egypt. Seemed like they were dethroned. And then we get some of the Semitic and Japhanite lines sitting in Egypt. And again, the three nodes would be A and B, DNE YAP, which is YAP plus is important to know, and your CF groups. So we could see those CF groups, which include CF as sons being T, J, and R, things like that. And we can note those monophylactic families, that they would be there in the land. So that's something to note. That's something that we need to note. So I guess just to summarize that one more time before we end this. So any questions, definitely throw them out there before we end it. I'm going to do a quick, I'm going to end it at 3:20. Let's see this one. Around what time period would you know about Israelites went into Ethiopia, or multiple time periods? Just curious. I actually am making a note on that the Israelites went into Ethiopia. I'll show you something real fast on that, on how the Israelites went into Ethiopia. Now, there's a writing by Josephus. Now, a lot of people feel some type of way about Josephus and everything. He writes about some things before his time, right? But he has writings. In his writings, he contests that he had writings from the Phoenicians, from the Greeks, from the Egyptians. He's a historian with a lot of different writings and stuff that, like the Phoenician writings were destroyed after Josephus, all that stuff. But the Phoenician writings were still there in his time. So he still had a lot of evidences. But he said that Moses went to Ethiopia. Now he didn't just only say Moses went to Ethiopia. That would be one thing in itself. But he said something really interesting that I think is important to know. He said that Moses married an Ethiopian. This is what Josephus said. Right now, you got to ask yourself a question. He's a first century historian. Why is he saying that one of the heads of Levi of some tribes had made it with some Ethiopians and everything? Why is that kind of important? Because it kind of illustrates some things that we kind of got to ask ourselves. You know, are the Israelites early mixed with Africans, right? And what's the big deal with it if they were mixed with Africans? Let me show you some other writings of Jews going into Africa. Now, you got to know this word. If you want to find ancient history on Israelites in Africa, know about Abyssinia. Abyssinia is basically like Ethiopia and stuff from that. But here's an interesting understanding of some things that happen in the lands of Abyssinia. They call it some interesting ties here. Let me just show you what book this is. This is just going to be a little history. The record of the expedition to Abyssinia, Volume 1. And notice what we're going to see here when we take a look at some of these writings. Let me just go over here and just read a highlight here. Or I'll just read it from here. Why not? I just got to make it larger. All right. All right, so watch what we see right here when we talk about some of the movements. So obviously the Moors and stuff, let's just talk about obviously the Muslim conquest and everything. Let's talk about the fall of Jerusalem after 70 AD. This is a little later and everything, but this still tells us about Jews going into Abyssinia, which we have some earlier things in this, but this is kind of interesting, an interesting highlight, I think. Let me see. I'll just point out on this thing. It just talks about Abyssinia. If you know the Queen of Sheba, they say she actually would have had connections to Abyssinia and whatnot. They talk about Queen of Sheba and whatnot, having connections to pretty much earliest history of Abyssinia and whatnot. Saying that's a legacy and whatnot. And it talks about obviously Jews been numerous in Arabia, and they had some migrations. But let me go right here and quote something right here. It says right here, after the destruction of the home of the chosen people, many exiles of Jewish race found an asylum in the peninsula, which forms the eastern shore of the Red Sea, right? So obviously they're going to settle right before, notice 522 AD, this is important. They settle in Arabia before Islam rises up. But then when Islam rises up, they go into areas of Yemen, right? They migrate to areas of Yemen, and they're being persecuted all around and everything. But it says right here, let me just jump down to where that's talked about right here. Because Islam was persecuting the Christians and the Jews. It says the Jews gained strength and the legends after the conversation of Arabia to Islam. The Jews gained, so that's part of just letting us know about the Jews having basically going through it with, what's the word I'm looking for? With the Islamathins, pretty much. But it says the Jews gained strength and legend say that about 960 AD, and everything just talks about a certain queen of Abyssinia, of the Abyssinian Jews, right? It talks about a queen who was a Jew that was down there and everything. And it said that she was basically settled there for a while and whatnot. And they said that she was like apparently a female that must have had some ties to ancient times of Solomon and everything. So, I mean, obviously, if that's true, if the woman has ties to Solomon, obviously Solomon's a male, that would be a female. This just means Solomon got with probably a Cushitic woman and and everything. But let me show you a better little highlight that goes a little more into the expelling of the Jews and what happens to them. So just talks about some things of the areas. This is what it says. The successor of Muhammad, which is al-Bakr, who is one of the warlords and actually invents jihad, in the process of their victories, had expelled the Jews by violence or oppression from their dominance in Palestine, Arabia, and Egypt, right? Abyssinia, unsubdued by these fierce, obviously, this attacking and everything, they had also pushed them, as their countrymen had already a powerful establishment in that empire. So we know that Abyssinia, a lot of Jews were also in Ethiopia. There was one Jewish family which had always preserved on the mountain of pretty much one areas. They just talk about a Jewish family that was there, and just says a couple of different revolts that happened. There were Christians and Jews in Abyssinia, in Ethiopia. Just to kind of give a couple scripture or a couple source enlightenments on that Abyssinia had a couple different Jews there. That even by the time of Jeremiah, apparently it says, this being the case, the language of the Jews who entered Abyssinia was not pure Hebrew. So that's important when you think of the mixture, but a mixture of Hebrew and Syriac, probably Aramaic then. So it says the prophet Jeremiah, who lived just apparently in that time, addressed his fellow Jews in a Hebrew, very slightly corrupt. The Jews of Abyssinia appear to have entered the country after the death of Jeremiah. So it lets you know that it's possible that after Nebuchadnezzar, that is after the destruction of the temple by Nebuchadnezzar. So remember, Jeremiah fled into Egypt. Some of the people had went into Egypt, but then they went deeper into Egypt and they went all the way to Abyssinia. They were really trying to get away from Nebuchadnezzar. For Jeremiah survived the expulsion of his nation, right, from the Holy Land, long time, no doubt. And he just talked about that's why we know Jews were settled in Abyssinia. That's why if you look carefully, the Nubians are Semitic, and a lot of people in Abyssinia in the areas of Ethiopia actually are Afro-Asiatic, Semitic, and it's because they have ties to the previous groups. That's something that's known. So they even got a word. It says for the how you say that, guys, word for the law of Moses is not Torah, but T. So they have different words for the law. They have a different word, T. Right? The done. Right? The done. So, or the former word is not in the Gazi tongue. Or not. So very, 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 very interesting. All right. Very, very interesting, I think. But it just lets us know that hence the Abyssinians could not have received the former from any language than that spoken by the Jews, the Jewish and Syrian settlers. So it's basically let us know when they look at the linguistic ties, they know that even the linguistic dialect shows that they came from areas that they knew about the Chaldeans. They knew about the Chaldeans. They knew about the law, but they moved with, as they should have had, a Syrian dialect, because that's what happened later on as they was dealing with the Assyrians, the Syrians before Babylon came there, the Assyrians as well, and then the Nebuchadnezzar. A lot of them had that lingua franca of Assyrian. So Hebrew had that mixture of Assyrian in their linguistics. So Aramaic was definitely that combination. And Abyssinia having that combination proves that they had connections to the Syrians and the Hebrews. So Abyssinia is going to have connections of Hebrews by the dialect and by different things and connections of that. And that's why some of those groups in Abyssinia moved to India, because we know that when they had persecuted people in Africa, a lot of them were Jews, but a lot of them actually during the Arab slave trade were being sent to India. That's why you get groups like the Sidonians and things like that. groups that be actually settled in India, but actually have connections to ancient Babylonian Jews in Abyssinia. So that's just kind of like a little insight on some of those things that go into that and whatnot. There's a little more into it, but that's just a little into that. That by Nebuchadnezzar's time, by Jeremiah's time, we no doubt have Jews in Abyssinia, but especially by the linguistics. But it's possible that it could have been at the time of Moses, and Moses' sons might have been Abyssinian. It's definitely possible that could have happened. As we know, Moses wasn't called to be a priest in the office of a priest, so he could have been like Judah and went anywhere. Could have did what he wanted, as long as he served the Most High. This kind of brings some light to that. Yep, that's right. All right, so with that, family, we kind of touching on some interesting things, kind of a broad horizon. So I'll summarize as well. I close these things. So today, we just wanted to have a talk on the Hyksos, and they are obviously a powerful culture. They, at that time when they came there, they took over Egypt, which is not a small feat. Taking over Egypt is not a small feat. So it's like someone taking today, China, something like that. Someone just all of a sudden taking over China, right? They just took over China, right? It's something like that, so kind of something like that, but more heavy because Egypt was like the strongest power in that time in a way. But this is a group that came down there. There was iron working. They had iron work and everything, but they was Hyksos groups. They were pushed out. We know that the word terms, the reason why these are clarified, because these are terms that are sometimes misused as Israelites, Hyksos, but those are not Israelites. The Habiru, those are not going to be technically referring to Israelites. It could be early sons of Eber, but it looks more like a term that was a broad term for basically, in a way, you could say bad guys. They would say a lot of nations call them that as these bad guys, or this certain group, certain bad guys. They call them, right, certain travelers and pretty much raiders. But that would be a different tie, right? Hyksos seems to be even different than the Habiru. So we talked about how they may have deciphered 2000 BC, right? 4,000 year ago, Elamite. So we're gonna keep a look out for that to see if there's gonna be some revealing of text, right? That could be very interesting. So this is just recently. That could be very interesting indeed. Let me close these as we go, right there. And I'll definitely add these to the description. This one, script, maybe a cipher. I'll just leave that alone. I'll close this. All right. And we just made some light work of some understanding of Egypt and everything during the time frame of the Israelite time frame, pinpoint Israelite time frame and everything, to get a good understanding on what the land could have looked like. Very diverse, very interchanged. But we can obviously find out who isn't Israelites without a doubt if we look at Sidon and Tyre and Byblos and things like that, because we know that these areas where this river is right here, you see where this river kind of drifts off to Damascus, and then this river kind of bends at the Tyre. That was never taken by the Israelites. So Byblos and all this stuff right here, these weren't taken by the Israelites. And we can look at those lineage and tell which ones wouldn't be the Israelites, would be different groups, but they would be more in these areas right here. That's where the Israelites would be, especially the Jews being down in this quarter more. And we know that obviously Egypt was filled with those shepherd kings, right? Those Canaanite groups that had developed that Phoenician language, right? So they had obviously a connection to that, right? And it was at this time too that the Canaanites developed an ancient or an alphabetic written system that was passed on to the Phoenicians. That's important because we know that Semitic is a branch of its own, right? It's not that the Hebrews got that from the Hamites, but rather it looks like people just start picking up Semitic as it was a lingua franca of the land. So that's just something that we had pointed out. And we talked about different lineages of Egypt. And we know that after the Hyksos was in Egypt, all of a sudden we start seeing more R1, like a full R1b line. Now, could that R1b been the Hyksos? Right? The Hyksos could have been G, they could have been J, they could have been T, they could have been R. But we do know that all of a sudden R rises on the throne that wasn't on the throne before in Egypt. All of a sudden R pops on the throne, and their sons always have that R. But sometimes you find other Indo-European lines like G and things like that. J. Let me see right here. We'll see lines of G and J. And that would be that's kind of important to note that means that probably an Indo-European groups going down there. That's what that means. Most likely means Indo-European groups are basically going into the lands of Egypt and settle on the lands of Egypt. For example, most likely this J1 with this M1A and everything, and this J2 over here, these would be in the lands of Egypt and whatnot. That would be a little after those events, though. You want to find things of the Hyksos, you want to find stuff like 3,500, close to 3,500 years ago. Things like around there, 300, 500, 300, 600 years ago. That would bring us more to that BC culture. And mostly in that time, we had what looks like an Indo-European invasion down there. Invasion or migration, To me, it looks like invasion. We know that E1, B1 wasn't really Egyptian leaders, but they were in Egypt, but we didn't really see them as on the throne of Egypt at that time, nor did we see them as the Hyksos leaders. So maybe we'll find a Hyksos king one day, and we can get a little more deeper into these things. But so far, looking at the culture of the Hyksos, again, there was a change of the culture, right? There was a change, and we know that the people in the land of Egypt are basically, what's the word I'm looking for? A new group, a new grouping down there. Not the ancient group, more of a new recent group. In fact, that reminds me one more thing I wanted to go over. And that was a little summary of the genetics of Egypt. Almost forgot. I'm glad I did a little quick thought on the summary. All right. So let me actually go to that, which is on one of these right up here. All right. Almost forgot to just do a quick summary of Egypt. Let's go to that real fast. I'm just going to point it out here. All right. So there's a quick, in a way, summary of things. So we want to look at these, but here's those M1. So it looks like they actually found a Y chromosome to one of those, which is H. That's Indo-European, as we can see right here. So look at that. Right before the Hyksos invasions, there was an H lineage. What looks like an H lineage on the 12th dynasty of Egypt. So we can see right here, right before the Hyksos invasions, it seems that there was an Indo-European presence kind of already in Egypt. So you can see, obviously, remember H is of G-H-I-J-K, H-I-J-K, right? Brother of I-J-K. So you can see right there. So that's kind of interesting. Remember that M1 we was talking about, that M1 was not Hyksos. They were before Hyksos. So Egypt had an H lines on their throne right before the Hyksos invasion. Right before the Hyksos invasion, there was some H lines with M1A, which we had pointed out before. I wonder what this one was. I wonder would he have the same male line there? But and look, there's a G. So remember, 18th dynasty is going to be those kings, and then the 19th dynasty, which right here doesn't mention it, but we did go over that. The 19th dynasty is the J group. So when the 19th dynasty rises up, they actually have Seti has sons, and Ramses the first has J. If you want to see that, I put a video in the description of when we went over Seti's family. Probably find that video easy when we went over the family of Seti. We went over that one day. So they got H there, they got G, they got J. So G-H-I-J-K, H-I-J-K, I, and J. Okay. You can see right there. This one comes in at that time, but remember we seen those kings themselves. So this from basically this time frame will be the 12th dynasty of Egypt, and going in between here, that's what we went over, those in betweens on here. We went over the in betweens, a couple in betweens and everything, whatnot. That's why we went over some of these things, right? And that would lead us after all the Hyksos things and everything, and then the 18th dynasty, where you get a change on the throne, where it looks like R1B gets there, but we talked about G's get there, and some J's get there, and they get on the throne as well, whatnot. So that's something that is important. So the way it looks like, it's clear to see that at least by the time of the Exodus, so close to 11 BC, when the people leave, it looks like later we get some people that look like they are a new line from V38. So V38 is very interesting because it pops on the throne after the Exodus. Only after the Exodus is E1B1A on the throne, which raises questions to why that happened. What happened to Egypt? Something happened to Egypt that caused them to meet a dramatic change. Because after that, they get a bunch of different lines on their throne, but it makes a little change. Okay, that's Ptolemaic. That's too recent. But from what we've seen previously in Egypt, before they kicked off the throne, because remember A-M13, we have sources that AM13 was earlier in Egypt, Neolithic time frame, but Bronze Age, after the Chalcolithic, you got these new Indo-European lines popping on, and Asiatic lines that pop on the throne. So that's quite important and interesting. And then close to about the Hyksos time, you get these later mtDNA groups. Like you can see these K groups and stuff that we had talked about with the mtDNA and whatnot. Those pop up in these later times. They'll pop up a little bit in times. So you can see a K be right there. And so those will be fairly there early as a couple different mtDNA lines there. So I think the way to find this understanding would also require us to connect Y DNAs with those mtDNAs to note the origin of these groups. So, all right. So I just want to make that clear. One more insight on that with this little piece of information to go over. Obviously, there's much more to Egypt lines. I wish that was just a data sheet that just you can go over and it will just point out every little thing. But sometimes you got to go about it piece by piece like that. But if you have any questions, family, let me know now while you are curious. as this is why we're here, to make sure we do these things live, truth unedited, right? All right, so let's summarize these things real fast. Where were some of the Assyrians related to the Assyrians, or to those tribes replaced by the Assyrians? That's a great question, because it sounds similar. Are the Assyrians related to the Assyrians? Most likely, possibly, but most likely not, because the Assyrians. Now we got to understand what dynasty we're talking about, because when we're talking about Assyria, we got to remember there's a Proto-Assyria, because you got your late Assyria, you got your Middle Assyria, and you got your Neo or New Assyria. So we got to think, if we're thinking which dynasty, there's no doubt that the Assyrians, they could have had a blend with the Assyrians. The New Assyrians were clearly a mixed company. The Israelites were dealing with a mixed company of Assyrians. When the Assyrians were dealing with when the Assyrians were dealing with the Israelites, they were a mixed company. They were definitely a mixed company. But Proto-Assyrians could have had an early, like, I seen the Assyrians and the Syrians had an E group. They could have had a nice little E1B1B in them, because we did find some of the Syrians with E1B1B, and we did find some Assyrians with E1B1B. But we also found Assyrians with a mixture of J's and R's and stuff like that. So they're definitely a mixed company. So the Assyrians and the Syrians would be culturally different, but they could have some genetic ties. They could have some genetic ties. Most likely, getting into some roots of Proto-Assyrians will be key in finding if the Proto-Assyrians also will be related. So we have to go to like certain time frames to get into it. In Egypt, they wrote, let's look at some of these. In Egypt, they were known as stonemasons and field workers. That's right. The Habiru that's why Egypt loved hiring slaves. And when we say slave, we could also understand that Egyptian term of slave were basically skilled workers to fill in the gaps. So yeah, the Habiru could have definitely been some field workers and stonemasons, professional hands that they hired. Remember when Abraham showed up? Yep. Remember when Abraham showed up in the Levant? He had an army. Yep, 350 men, 350 trained men. Abraham showing up in the Levant, buzzing heads. Is Habiru that is? I wouldn't say that Abraham group is exclusively the Habiru, because the Habiru, remember, Abraham makes an allegiance with the Amorites, the sons of Seth. So his 300 trained men were probably just obedient men as he went through his walk that made an allegiance with him. Because remember, it said in the scriptures that the Amorite had a confederacy with Abraham, right? That Abraham had a confederacy, right? He had a confederacy. Now that scripture where that is mentioned, let me think about where that is. Abram, he was called Abram at that time, if I recall. Yes, it is Genesis 14 and 13, where it would actually mention basically some of the people of the land. It says, and there came one that had escaped and told Abram the Hebrew, for he dwelled in the plain of Moriah, the Amorite. So one that dwelled in the land of the Amorite, brother of Eshcol, brother of Anri, and these were confederate with Abram. So these were confederate with Abram. So before his family was there, we know that he was confederate with some Amorites and things like that. So the Habiru, he might not have ties early with his family. It may not have been his family that was ties with him, but it may have been some strangers that was part of his groupings of his trained men, such a ones of trained men. But he probably did raise some up in his house, because he did say some of the trained men were born in his house. So but that doesn't mean that born from his seed. Because remember, he also talked about an Eliezer that was, he said, well, the only person that's ruling is this Eliezer, but that's connection with Ishmael and stuff like that. Yep, that's an interesting book. The military history of ancient Israelites, so incredible parallels between the Habiru Israelites war and the Mitanni and the Hurrians. I think I know what book you're talking about, and I don't want to guess at it, but I think I know what you're talking about. It's during the that's probably not the Israelites. That's probably not the Israelites. That book made a mistake. The reason why we probably know that's not the Israelites is because in the Armana letters, it detailedly tell us that the king of Judah was crying out because of someone attacking him, and the people that was actually attacking him weren't Israelites. They were the Canaanites. It was the Canaanites that was attacking them. Because we also got to remember that land goes through so many transitions. It's just important. Just study on Jericho, right? Jericho is a tell, and a tell is a basically it looks like a hill, but it's actually cities stacked up like a cake, right? It's like a cake of different nations constantly replacing each other. So no doubt that was invasions in the Levant, especially in the Armana letters. In fact, let me show you something real fast on the Armana letters. But the Armana. So you said it, Harmana. How do I get that all twisted? Let's see if I can find it. I think about what it is. Let's see if I can find it. And now we can also say that, yeah, if it was, let's say if it was what's the word I'm looking for? Let's say it was Joshua that took this, because remember, Joshua does write about taking down a Jerusalem, but this we gotta know who's attacking them. Now they do mention the Avaru, but we gotta know what they mean by the Avaru, because those same groups of the Avaru go into Byblos, and they can't be the Israelites, because in the Bible in Judges 2, it tells us that the Israelites, they don't even conquest past Tyre, but these ones, the Avaru, the ones who was fighting them, they was pretty much, what's the word I'm looking for? They was attacking, and the groups that were attacking were actually moving from the north. They were coming from the north into their places, and they was trying to warn them about this group coming there. But here's pretty much one. I'll just show a quick insight on this. This kind of interesting, because this what he's talking about during this time frame during Amenhotep, while the nations are at peace and everything, and right before the Sea People's invasion, we do see some mentioning of the Avaru, right? So this is something to be a little careful on when going about this. Let's read a little bit of what it's saying here, what it's talking about. So obviously the people at Jerusalem, they're obviously are from a Canaanite ruler. They know him by name, right, and everything, and he is a soldier of the king and everything. He states that he's a soldier of the king, right, and he just goes on. All of them called Egypt mostly Lord and everything, but he calls for some help and everything. He says he falls at the feet of my Lord the king 7 times and 7 times. And basically he asked for help and everything from some things that was happening to him. He was getting attacked and everything. He also makes it clear that it was not his father or mother who put in the place he's talking about on the throne and whatnot. I'm just skip a little down to where he goes over it, because here we can see where he talks about obviously him being set up on the throne of Jerusalem by the Egyptian king himself. So we know that this Egyptian king also settled this person in Jerusalem, and the details behind it is kind of interesting. He says he goes on to state that for this reason he will always be a faithful vessel of his Egyptian lord and everything, regardless of any accusations by an enemy to the contrary, whatever. Among the enemies, now here's where we get the Habiru that are attacking in the Armada letters, but we gotta also note that the Habiru are mentioned in a couple of different places. It says against the enemies he refers to in his correspondence are the Habiru. So he says that he's going against the Habiru and everything. So we gotta know who else is fighting against the Habiru. Is it only in like Jerusalem besieging sites, or are they coming from somewhere else? They're not coming from Egypt. In fact, they're most likely coming from the north. It says people living in the fringes of society in the 2nd millennium BC, sometimes it's as merchants, the Kashites, Hittite people from Anatolia. So who were the Habiru also with? The Habiru were with a group called the Kashites. The Habiru, let me just copy this real fast. This is where it gets kind of key, because now that we know that the Habiru were with the Hittites, we can kind of get an understanding on what's actually going on in the Armada letters when it's talking about these lands and what's going on here and whatnot. Let me actually put this here to kind of build on that. See how you do that. Let's go kind of make a clarity here. All right, so I'll get a quick highlight on when I can push it out. What? Why is it showing me the Cushites? Yeah, like the Kassite, like this right here in Mesopotamia. They would have had ties to Mesopotamia way up in the north. So these groups right here, and also the Mesopotamian groups would have had ties to the Hittites. I'm why I keep going to the Cushites, this little group. It don't really go much into them, but this is a group that isn't really talked about and everything, but it's one of those things that what's the word I'm looking for? It is important to know as well. I think this part is also important to know about. But this lets us know about, also, in the Bible where it talks about the Jebusites and whatnot, of the Canaanites and stuff and all that, those are all, a lot of these are actually historical cultures. A lot of these were named by name and stuff. But this Avaru group, yes, it may seem very fitting in a way to make them the Israelites, but then we got to ask some questions on why they're mentioned in 2000 BC, the same group and everything. It goes a little more into it and everything. Let me see. I want to go a little more into this part of the Armada letters. I gotta think about where's I had this part of the article. I'm gonna see if I can find where they go have it word for word in there and everything. Gotta think of where that is and everything. I gotta find the exact paper, but this is one of those conquests that I myself, from the way that these Avaru move, I don't think that these ones will be the Israelites. Let me see. Also, I'll show real fast example why. See, where is that? All right, let's see if you can point it out real fast. How they went to the area of Libya and everything. Okay, so his kind of a insight on it. So it's from this, but I forget, I gotta find out. Here it is from this. All right, so this is why I don't believe they're the Israelites. This is the main reason why. Okay, so this is what happens here, and forgive me if I'm not great with these names, because I'm not great with these names. But this is a reason why from the letters. It's someone from Byblos crying to Amenhotep, and the odd thing is the Israelites never been to Byblos. We don't. In fact, they don't even pass Tyre and Zidon, because we know in the book of Judges. If we look in the book of Judges 2 and one of those ones. Let's go to it. Watch what it says here. Let's see. Let me just go to one of these so I can have the text. All right. Here's one of the reasons why. Let me see, where is that? Let me make sure I'm going to the right one. Oh no. Wait. It's actually Judges 1. Bad, not Judges 2, Judges 1. Judges 1. All right, so here's where after the time of Judges, after the time of Joshua, which let's also understand Joshua's conquest. So if you look at a map at Joshua's conquest, notice something really interesting about Joshua's conquest. Let's go to right here. So we know that Joshua, sweeps around areas of the Levant, but remember, God says he's gonna prove them with the remaining Canaanites of that land. He said he's gonna prove them with the remaining Canaanites of the land. But one of the places they never go into, one of the places they don't go into, let me just point out here, is right here, Judges 31. So watch what it says right here. It says, neither did Zebulun drive out the inhabitants of Kitron, nor the inhabitants of Nahol, but the Canaanites dwelled among them and became tributaries. Give you tribute, pretty much. Neither did Asher drive out the inhabitants of Akko, nor the inhabitants of Zidon. Now, that's Lebanon. So if we know that Asher didn't drive out the inhabitants of Zidon and didn't press upwards, and we know that even Manasseh didn't drive out the inhabitants of Dor of Lebanon, and Dor and Zidon are Lebanese cities, where actually Byblos is way above these. And if we look on a map, notice here that up here sees Tyre and Zidon. We know the Israelites had dwelled down here, but they didn't go up. Remember, I showed earlier. Let's see if I could show one with Byblos on this thing at the same time. Maybe I can show it at the same time. If not, let's see. I want to see one of these maps gotta have Byblos on it. And they don't usually put Byblos on these maps because we know they didn't reach to Byblos. I don't really have one. See, it keeps stopping at Tyre and Sidon, these maps, because that's mostly where they settled. But let me show you on the map what that would look like. So you see right here, Tyre and Zidon, and there's Byblos. Now I'm going to show you something from Byblos. I'm going to show you what happened at Byblos and why I don't believe that the Habiru and Abaru are the Israelites. And this is why. From Rib Adabi, something like that, I don't know. Gabala, Biblos, pretty much, to Amenhotep. Amenhotep. And it says this, he just says, he speaks to his Lord, king of the lands and everything. So he just letting us know, right? He says, however, the war of the Abaru or Habiru against me is severe. Now, this is important to know. Why is it important to know? Because if we're having a war in Byblos while the Israelites are somewhere else, then these can't be the Israelites. It just can't be, because it wouldn't make sense for the writings that the Bible says that they didn't even go past Zidon and Tyre, which Byblos is past Zidon and Tyre. And we know that the conquest of the 12 tribes wasn't up there, but we do know that the Abaru were there. It says, the war of the Abaru, the Habiru or the Abaru against me is severe. Our sons and daughters are gone, as well as the furnishing of the houses, because they have been sold just to an individual to keep them alive. My field is a wife without a husband, lacking a cultivation. Just saying that a lot of people in the lands are being taken. And he just let them know no one has paid attention to the words that keep arriving. Why? Just saying, because the Abaru, these ones are just making threats to them and everything. Let them know they're gonna be slayed and everything. So they even let them know that he says, let the king heed the words of his servant. They, all the lands of the king, my lord, right? He says, what's going on here? He says the king, pretty much north of Byblos, basically, how you say that? Basically, people killed them, right? I don't know why I'm saying, got that word all twisted in my head, but they were killed. People above him in the north are being killed, and that means that there's an invasion from the north coming down, not from the south coming up. They're getting an invasion from the north. There's an invasion that's happening in the north, while even the Israelites are there. And probably it's the early sea peoples before they're known by name. It's possible, but more or less probably a group that was there during the time of 2000, 3000 BC culture. These Abaru sounds like that. They can be other Hebrews attacking, but they wouldn't be Hebrews of the Israelites. This would be probably some other group, but I don't know if they would be technically Hebrews because the way their culture is and a couple different things of them. But it also talks about, and if there is no archers, then all the land will unite with the Abaru and whatnot. And just talk about a couple things, different ones, and just talk about other lands uniting with them and everything. So that they were kind of going through and causing some problems, I would say. And this alone will be one of the reasons. There's a couple other ones, but I think this alone really makes a strong point that we would be bending too much data if we wanted to make the Abaru or the Habiru Hebrews. I think that would be more of close to a bias of information, I would say. But it seems like they might have more connections to like maybe Amorites and stuff like that. Even says they have occupied the country of Amorites and everything and things like that they talk about. And they just constantly go over that. Here's that group, the Kassites, right? All that pretty much. But that's just a group in Mesopotamia and connections with the Hittites and whatnot that had ties before the Hittite fall by the sea peoples. Because the king of Egypt wasn't paying attention to this. He just wasn't. He just didn't care. I don't know if he cared, but it seemed like he didn't care. And what happened was that city was taken, destroyed, and it probably even led to close coming of the sea peoples and stuff, because the way that they weren't even helping each other seems they were a soon fall of those nations. Of those nations was a soon fall. So that would be one of the reasons why I would say, technically, the Habiru might not be Hebrews, or else we would have some explaining to do for this right here. That was the scripture that would justify a jump of Hebrews invading Byblos. How would they get through Tyre and Zidon when they had all types of weapons? That was a nation full of iron. That was not an easy. So whoever these Habiru were, they were stronger than some of the nations like Jerusalem at that time and Byblos, which were very powerful nations. And that means that these Habiru probably had like material, probably had some type of metals to use, and the Hebrews didn't have metals, and the places they settled, we know. So technically, that's what I would say, that the connection to the Habiru to Byblos means they can't be Israelites. Let's see here, but it's an interesting thought. Why do you think Williams labored the Hyksos as the Israelite? Yeah, I seen that too, and that's why we're going over this, the misconceptions of the Hyksos and the Habiru. Yet the reason why they labeled them as Hyksos, if you haven't seen IP's Inspiring Philosophy's first video of the Exodus, it's because people were trying to see. There's a thing when you read the Bible. Be careful reading the Bible and trying to fit every single thing exactly in that time frame. Now, I'm a young Earth creationist. I believe that the Earth was only created 6,000 years, but I'm not going to bend. What understand what I say is when people put out data for stuff, I may not believe it, but I got to work around it to find the answer historically and academically and scholarly. And then I can come to my conclusion on why they got to their years. That's one thing. It's why they got to their years. Because I believe Egypt's lying. I believe Egypt makes some lies and stuff. I believe that, when you calculate these years, I believe there's some obviously exaggerations. Because we know even the Sumerians were exaggerating years. The Sumerians were exaggerating years. The Egyptians were exaggerating years. So technically, when it comes to the reason why they made the Hyksos the Israelites, because they believe that mathematically, for example, Jephthah he says something to the Amorites and say they only been there for about 350 years. But if you calculate what he's saying, he's actually calculating from Abraham, from Lot. When he says 350 years, he's calculating all the way from Lot until basically the Moabites and the Ammonites develop, because he's basically calculating with Lot when Sodom and Gomorrah was there and everything. He's basically saying that land that was destroyed, that was given to them, pretty much. That's pretty much what he's concluding with, that is that 350 years. But you got to be careful with the way that a lot of that's interpreted, because a lot of times, a lot of people will look at it like, well, it has to be exactly, like, for example, they'll say, Solomon he says that he only been there for 400 years. So we have to, if Solomon been there in 980, then we got to put 400 years on that. And that will bring us to like 14 BC. And they'll say, oh, the Exodus had to be about 14 BC. And that's why they make them the Hyksos, because the Hyksos leave Egypt about that time frame, and then Egypt changes. But the problem with making the Exodus at that time is that at that same time, Egypt, when they push out the Hyksos, they develop or they expand into the Levant, and that's when we actually get the a lot of those Armana letter writings and stuff. And that's why, like, sometimes people lean on the Hyksos Some people will lean on the Habiru, and they'll say well, it's one of those ones. But that's the thing. Once we start doing the history of the Israelites, there actually is a lot of history of the Israelites, and is actually proven that that culture was a small culture that was invaded and replaced. And we got evidence of them being replaced, but we find a lot of their writings there. So that's why a lot of times, like the genetics and stuff, is highly replaced. The city was destroyed, the foundation removed, and we see that even to this day, modern Jerusalem is not the same as ancient Jerusalem. The city of David lays open, and people can do studies and find the Babylonian destruction layer, and they can find the Roman destruction layer. And they can find evidence of the fire that happened exactly as the biblical narrative says, that the city was burned, and they can find the Babylonian arrowheads and everything. And that's one of those things that it's about the historical continuity. It's about getting everything, all the history down really fast. That's why some people, when they're trying to fit certain historical individuals into the biblical narrative, and that's dangerous. On trying to fit, first find out who that historical character is, and then once you find out who that historical character is, because even if you find information that says this could be Hebrews, but consider this: if someone knows about studies of Christ, how much evil studies of Christ are there that actually say evil things of Christ that aren't true? If you have understanding in apologetics, you got to be careful on discerning things. So sometimes there could be people put things on purpose, misinformation on purpose, biased information on purpose, or it could be a situation where someone just doesn't know. They just maybe don't really understand. So the reason why I believe he did that is because he wanted to bring the biblical Exodus to historical life. But the problem with it is just making the Hyksos, the Israelites, just causes open problems. Just too much problems for us to say that they were the Israelites. It wouldn't make sense. It just wouldn't make sense for them to be Israelites. But there was a group after the Hyksos in Avaris that were the Israelites. So we know that the Israelites did get into the lands of Avaris at that time. In fact, Abraham entered the picture in the 13th dynasty of Egypt when the Hyksos got into the lands of Egypt. So that's something that we also know as well. So that would be quite important to know that actually the Hyksos probably would be a group that was reigning alongside Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, which is pre-Abraham. That's right. Yeah. That one I wouldn't say so on that, but maybe you got a source on that. We can look into that. I wouldn't say the hieroglyphic I identify it as Hebrew, because we do get Egyptian hieroglyphics that pretty much do tell us what Israel is. And they don't really call them Hebrews. They actually call them Israel. They have a name for the groups that come out, Israel. And those pictographics look a little different than the Habiru or even the Hyksos. Well, to Joshua, they took the interior of Lebanon and northern Syria, modern day. Was that Asian? Is that? Let's see, not what the text says, brother. Yeah. Well, I don't know if you've seen that, but we just broke it down that almost every picture knows without a doubt that they stopped that right there, Tyre, right? That's something that, you can scan through the scriptures all day, and it'll clearly tell you that nations like Tyre had Canaanites in it, and they stopped about here. They didn't go into these areas. And even saying they went to Sidon would be a stretch. So if we can say, even if we say the conquest and say that he went to Tyre and he went to Sidon, that would be a stretch in saying that he replaced those groups and then settled Israelites there, because we know that the Bible itself tells us no, the Israelites didn't settle in Tyre and Sidon. that's one idea. But we also got to consider the understanding that, again, considering all things considered, Tyre and Zidon are close to the Israelites, but no way is Byblos. No way is Byblos. There's no justification or any type of scriptural justification for the Israelites taking Byblos. That would be quite challenging. I would have no doubts it would be challenging. But that's one of those things. So even if someone was, because remember, they were saying that Jews, remember they found some sea peoples in Tyre and Zidon, but we know that these are the Phoenician areas. These are where the Canaanites were. They were there for a long time, even to the development of Carthage and Rome. They stayed there for a long time, right? And in fact, they became one with the Assyrians. They became early on. You can actually note that Assyria during how do you spell his name? Sennacherib. Doesn't look weird. How do you spell his name? Sennacherib. I don't know how you spell that individual name. What's another name? I don't know how you spell Sennacherib. Let me look it up. How you spell Sennacherib? Or I can just look through time kings, time of things. But let me show you something. What's important to know about Assyria when the Israelites are there. It's historically known before the Assyrians sweep down into Egypt. They actually, here I just saw one that was kind of usable. It's like an idea like this. They kind of take all the Phoenician quarters. So you see right here. Why? Because they take Samaria, but they also early on be linked with the Phoenicians. And there's a lot of historical understanding that they basically go through it with the Phoenicians, and that area of the Phoenicians, there were no Israelites there. That was mostly just Phoenicians. That was a different culture altogether that would just be mostly different. They had their idols and they had their own things going on. They was like their own group. But that Phoenician. I probably spelled it all weird. Oh yeah, Phoenician. But let me just kind of show it. Just to show the ties and everything. I spoke about it before when here is Neo Syrians and everything, but I keep thinking about what it is. Here there's something. All right, so Tyre and the other Phoenician city-state. So Lebanon, remember Lebanese coast and everything. It says the great migration of the 12th century BC. So there's actually a lot of stuff that happened with the Assyrians and the Phoenicians, and they had a lot of ties together. And that's kind of important in a way. It kind of is important for connections, because also the Greeks have ties with the Phoenicians. So the Phoenicians are like a major power there. And they have, what's the word I'm looking for? Obviously, they have connections to many different nations around and everything. But this, let's see, right here, it should be about this time frame. Yeah. Right here. This is where Tyre was given some privileges by Assyria. Tyre can certainly be seen as the mortar of the Western expansion. And this close ally of Assyria benefited from the treaties between the two states, which guaranteed Tyre privileged access to all harbors under Assyrian control, and gave it an invaluable advantage over its competitors. And that's also what helped them sail the seas and start to develop Carthage and all that stuff. But it just obviously lets you know about their treaty and everything about time. But it lets you know that Syria and Tyre for a long time had ties. See Lebanon, the historical continuity of Lebanon, Tyre, Sidon, the Phoenician city, that's something we know very well. And that by the time of the connections with Tyre, Sidon, and Assyria, there was no doubt that we had historical documents that was telling us that they was Phoenicians. They was connections with the lower Philistines, like we see outlawing any timber delivered to the Philistines, like the lower area by the Egyptians and stuff. But the Phoenicians were the upper Lebanese group, Canaanites, that had some very powerful ties with Syria early on and other nations around, even though they had some problems later on, whatnot. But this is just something. This is something that's important to know, because those cities, for that type of history to exist and for all that to exist, we know that Joshua and the Israelites didn't take it. It was a city that it lasts for a long time. That's why it talks about namely Sidon, Byblos, and 2 island cities of Tyre and certain other cities and whatnot. It tells you that's pretty much what they had. This narrow strip of land between the sea and pretty much, when they talk about Lebanon and all that. So that lets you know that they also had other groups. Now they would have Arameans. Now we can say, are the Habiru Arameans? Because those would be Hebrewish people, right? The Habiru could be Arameans, but they're not Israelites. They probably Arameans. That could be so, but Israelites not so. They wouldn't be the Israelites, but they could be Arameans that settled with the Phoenicians, and that would be possible. We found E1B1B over there with other groups, but the Phoenicians are mainly J groups, which are those Canaanite groups. So where the Canaanite culture of the Bronze Age continued to flourish, so they continued because they last for a long time in that area. And even that group that came there was just a group that merged with them, the Avaru and all that, but they were attacking, and we know that the Lebanese areas didn't have Israelite occupation, so that is important. But if you got any sources, I'll definitely look at them. But from what I'm seeing, Lebanon and the Avaru that were attacking in the lands of Byblos, those aren't Israelites. Those aren't Israelites. I think sometimes you gotta, like I showed today, sometimes you gotta question the scholars. Sometimes scholars debunk scholars, and sometimes scholars aren't always right. They're just source masters. They're just masters of sources that talk without having the source in front of them. They have the source in their head. That's all that it is. What a scholar is, to be honest with you. They're understanding. They have understanding of the actual interesting historical texts. They're the interpreters of it. Sometimes the guides of those things, but even they know that sometimes interpretation can change. And based on the biblical continuity of that, there's no way. But I'll look at that book that Joshua, right? It says there, but didn't completely dry them out of land. Yeah, that is Tyre and Zidon. That's not Byblos. Okay, so right here, Joshua 11:6. So Joshua took all that land, the hill, and all the south country, and all the land of Goshen, right? And the valley and the plain and the mountain of Israel, the valleys are the same. That's not Lebanon. That doesn't point to Lebanon. None of that verse points to anywhere in Lebanon. But Let's see. And which one of these do you think is going to be exactly it? Even of the Mount Halak, and as you go up to Seir, and remember where is Seir? Seir is on the other side of Jordan, and Baal-Gad in the valley of Lebanon. Okay, so let me point out something here. Go to it. Just to point this out, because what you're talking about, you gotta be careful on these things, right? Yeah, it says the valley of Lebanon, right? Baal-Gad, right? A Canaanite town and everything, right? Near the source of the Jordan River. Okay. But let's go about the place. Where is Baal-Gad? Is in Mount Hebron. And is that anywhere close to Byblos? No. That's definitely not close to Byblos. Right? That's Mount Hebron in the valley of Lebanon. But you got to understand that this location is definitely not anywhere close to Byblos. Just to kind of enlighten that. I'll just show it on the map. So we can kind of get, let's see, right here. Notice where is that? Right there. But Byblos is way over there. So this is over here. So, and if we go back to the conquest, that's kind of what I was pointing out. But as I'm talking, if you need to highlight a certain area of the map, I would recommend looking up those locations first. But you can see yourself that Joshua was around these areas. We know that he was around these areas, right? You got a good understanding of that, right? So he would have some connection to some of these areas, but nowhere is these close to Byblos. That's something that is important to know about, I think. So we can get, like I said, we can get to Tyre and Zidon, but we can't get to Byblos. We just can't. You just can't get to Byblos. So that's the challenge. Is you're saying Lebanon, but remember, Lebanon, again, one more time. Again, remember, that's the Levant, right? And Lebanon would be actually this little area, this coastal area. But let me actually make sure we express this of ancient Lebanon. So we can kind of express the covering area of Lebanon. All right. So here's when we think about Lebanon, right, and the covering areas of it, let's find a better one just to get a good understanding of what I mean here. Because a lot of times the references and everything, I know what it had looked like in that time and everything. So what it's saying, pretty much, I'm find a nice picture. These aren't the best. These are, I need an ancient one to point out. I mean, I guess this, it's like, because when you think about this, they covered a decent amount of area, but these coastal lines were theirs. But this will be considered the Phoenicians, and this will be considered the areas of Lebanon, right? They would have their little border lines and stuff. And these are present border lines, but it was a little more spread out back then because they were large. They had connections with the Amorites, and then they had connections with the how you say the Assyrians. But here's a good idea in a way. Here's a kingdom of Israel. See that? Yeah, they stretched around, but they didn't go into Byblos. They stretched around Lebanon, yeah, but they didn't go into Byblos. They didn't take these cities. They didn't take Tyre. They didn't take Sidon, nor did they settle in these areas. Nor is it recorded that they besieged Byblos. So that's the problem. Is that those locations are not close. They're actually more close to where we see the classic design of the Northern Kingdom, looping around Lebanon, right? And even those locations are not inside Lebanon, but the lands of Lebanon. Remember, there's the land of Moab, right? And there's Moab. There's difference. Sometimes you'll have a like, for example, there was a land in the land of Judah, I remember, or Simeon, that actually was called the Mountain of Moab. And they would call that living in the land of Moab. But technically, it wasn't in the territory of Moab. So there's a difference between the territory, a land, and a people. But you think it's a coincidence that the Amorites just slowly disappeared from the region in history after the Habiru invasion? No, because I already did a study on the Amorites, and they surely did not vanish because of the Habiru, nor did the Israelites destroy the Amorites. If we actually look in the historical context of things, let me just point this out, because yes, we did a video on the Amorites, and it's very deep. But let me actually show you something to know about the Amorites that I think can be key in some understandings. But no, there's no place where we see the Amorites were destroyed by the Israelites. Rather, they were destroyed by a different source. The Amorites were destroyed by a different source. And let's take a look at that real fast. Which one is it? This one. All right. Let me just show you this, because I went over this and we point out how, the Amorites obviously had connections to Sidon and all that whatnot. But let me point out something here. Who destroyed the Amorites? Here's who destroyed the Amorites.
Canaan.
We was talking about this earlier. We was talking about pretty much Adrimi. He was pretty much a branch from the Akkadians, whatnot, later Akkadian group. And he actually led a group and actually defeated those Amorite groups, pretty much. He besieged those Amorite groups. And they kind of like spread throughout the groups and basically, died out and kind of merged into different groups. So it was more of a, what's the word I'm looking for? It was more of a fall by, I would say, a northern attack from Mesopotamians. Mesopotamians pretty much destroyed the Amorites, I would say, not the southern Israelites. So I would recommend seeing this video. We went over the pretty much information of the Amorites. And not only that, we also know, for example, we know the Amorites stretched all the way up here, and the Israelites didn't go up here, but the Amorites were all the way over here, right? Remember that? If you look at the Amorite territory, notice something with the Amorite territory and where they actually settled at. They settled up in these upper areas in the north. But notice, if you remember, right, they settled. They had took these upper areas and everything. Get a nice little map of one. All right, this one, kinda, not really, but this was an idea of the territory, but the territory was also up in the north a little. So they had some northern territories, and to defeat them, it had to be someone who was a Mesopotamian. In fact, if you look up Amorite, you say you can see right there that picture of a dreamy everything, but here they would just throw on Joshua. That's not so, because when did the Amorites nation fall? Even a summary, even a broad summary would tell you, just to get a good understanding on them. Now, I'm not saying that Joshua didn't fight Amorites. He surely fought Amorites. There was probably some later Amorites that were still in the lands and whatnot. But we know that the Arameans, the what's his name, Idrimi, and the Arameans. That's what happened. Is that the rise of the Arameans defeated those groups. You can see here's one after their expulsion from Mesopotamia. The Amorites of Syria came under dominion of the first Hittites, and from the 4th century BC, the Middle Assyrians, all that, they appear to have been displaced or absorbed by the new wave of pretty much the groups that came in. They say the Western Semitic groups that come in. And then pretty much they talk about the Arameans, right, rose to be a predominant group there and whatnot. And that's why we went over Idrimi taking over the Amorites and everything and whatnot. Because it was actually a northern, the groups that took over the Amorites came from the north. They came from the north, and they conquered their upper areas, because that's where they were settled at by Mari. We know that the Amorites, as it says, the Amorites wrote a dialect of Akkadian found on tablets at Mari, so they was there early on. But the groups that were defeating them were coming downwards. That's something that's important to know, because they settled, as we see, mostly in the north. Even though, we do know in the Bible they had some areas in the south, but they did have a lot of areas in the north. So it's really more complex than it seems with the Amorites. That they wasn't destroyed by the Israelites. They weren't just annihilated by only the Israelites. I'm sure they destroyed some, but it's a little more complex than just saying they were only destroyed by the Israelites. There's no other known history of an Amorite conflict with other group that completely wiped them out. Well, that kind of ended that there. So I do recommend seeing that little video to go over that, because that's actually quite known. That Idrimi has written writings on him that he was of the Amorites, not Amorites, the Ammonites. I can't get these words weird. The pretty much the Syrians, the Arameans. There you go. The Arameans defeated the Amorites. Right, the Arameans are the ones that replace the Ammonites, and that's important because we've seen the Arameans starting to rise up. That's why the lingua franca rised up, because those were very powerful people too, the Arameans, and they replaced those Amorites. See, what's this? It says they took Mount Hebron region, which is absolutely not close to Byblos. Mount Hebron, or Hermon, my bad, Hebron. Hermon, rather, look up a map to see where Byblos is and where Mount Hermon is. Okay. All right. I think we looked at that. But that's the bend. That's where Judah bends around. I mean, not Judah. Israel bends around that coastal area. So I think we looked at that. And yes, is up there, but that distance is a major distance from Byblos. That distance is extremely different. In fact, if we was to put it on the map, I want to see if I could put how you spell Byblos. But keep on bringing the sources, because hey, you never know. Maybe you know something we don't. But from what I've seen, I do not think that we can put that Joshua conquest Byblos. I'm gonna be honest with you, right? That's not what we're gonna see. Let's see if I can put two things at once. All right, so you can see the difference here, right? From here to here, right? All right, if we make that miles, that's 57 miles away. You know, even if I was to put them in Sidon that they bumped into, it's so far from Byblos. It's no way. There's no way the Israelites from way over here made their way through the territory of the Phoenician territory, of those powerful Phoenicians with iron chariots that had equal strengths with a lot of nations around, and went into there. Obviously, they could with God, but not if the Bible says no, they did not. The Bible say they did not go in there. There was Canaanites in there. Then there's Canaanites in this territory here. All of that Israelites didn't take. All this was of Canaanites. So the Habiru, they were probably Canaanites, or they were either some other what's the word I'm looking for? Semitic groups. They're definitely not Israelites though, unfortunately, because again, just the amount of land difference is no way. Israelites are not Habiru. Yep. Yeah. See, William Briggs, Willis Briggs, rather. I don't. You gotta go probably find a better source. I think that one wouldn't give you, if he's saying that reflects to the Israelites, that wouldn't be, you wouldn't want to use that. The next test says they were present in just about all towns mentioned in Judges, but they didn't drive them out of the land. Yeah, in Judges 1, yes, we know that many of the lands of Sidon and Tyre had Canaanites, and none of them mentioned Byblos. Not one mentions Byblos. But yeah, I did go over that, as Judges 31 is that one you're talking about of Zyrah and Titan, right? Zidon and Tyre. Those writings don't support Israelite conquest in Byblos. It just doesn't support it. I think that there's just too many scholars that are too hungry in twisting actual historical information of the Habiru, and the Hyksos, because I can show you that the Habiru and the Hyksos are not only are they mentioned going against Byblos, but that term was used between 3000 and 2000 BC. It's not isolated to the Israelites. It's just not. That's the problem of using the Armana letters and its besieging in some of those lands is that the Armana letters also contest that that same group goes close to the Hittites, and they got ties to the Mesopotamians. So the Habiru, they wouldn't fit for the Israelites. Just wouldn't fit. I wouldn't find so. Even that next verse, it just doesn't say. It just doesn't. It's nothing we can do. There, you can look at all the maps of Israel's nation, and you'll never see them settled in Byblos. You'll never even see them touch Byblos. It's because Byblos, the history behind Byblos, it's just a powerful city. It was a powerful city, and not only was it powerful, it was far. It's a very far city. It was way up there. If Israel had took Byblos, they should have had took Zyra and Titan first, because for them to take or even besiege Byblos, they had to besiege Tyre and Zidon and work their way a couple miles upward still, because it's miles from there. So that's the biggest thing, is that, again, sometimes scholars, they're not going to always be right. Not every single scholar, but I can show you some scholars that would probably direct you in the right direction for those Habiru origins. These were tributary states. They were, yes, all those Canaanite coastal cities. That's true. Those were Canaanite cities. Israel was present in all of them. No, see, that's the problem. You're trying to put Israel into a nation that they just didn't enter. In fact, those nations hated Israel for a long time. They didn't like Israel. And that was just one of those things that was just evident throughout the whole scripture. That's why they were having problems with them. In fact, many of them were put in captivity. Think about in the book of Judges. How many of those nations put Israel into captivity? How many of them? Almost every single one of them put Israel into captivity. So it would be interesting to imagine that they would be even present there when, they were going through it for a long time in the book of Judges. So I don't think they even, as we read the book of Judges, we don't read any major conquests after Joshua, just redeeming themselves, constantly redeeming until the time of the kings, and they're just maintaining. They do kind of like what Egypt does. They don't expand much. They just basically maintain themselves and shrink. In fact, they actually shrink a lot. That's the thing about the Israelites, is that after Joshua's time, they don't expand like that. After that, they shrink. That's what happens. Talking about the Hurrianized Amorites that the Israelites encountered. Yeah. And Isaac said that he fought them with his bow and his sword and whatnot. But that's, again, he wouldn't slay them all. Or invasion you refer to, they were clearly around. Yes. Habiru, though, is, you can see it at least. Yeah, maybe I can find one. B. Third. This one talks about a second millennium. Is actually, there's some sources here that go over it. Here it is. So here's a little bit on it. The Habiru, the Canaanites, in the mid-3rd millennium BC. This means in 2000 BC. In 2000 BC, right? It says city-states began to appear in Syria as people benefited from pretty much interaction with Sumer and from other places and whatnot. And it just goes on and talks about the Canaanites and other things. And it goes to some other things and whatnot. Talk about these things. But when going over the Habiru and all those things, remember to be careful on even scholarly content, because you want to make sure you're at least getting if there is another reason for that culture. If that culture has ancient ties to something else, right? And that will tell us if that culture was isolated to one culture, right? It will tell us if that culture is just one culture, right? Because a lot of places, yeah, that because of a lot of misinformation, you're gonna sometimes hear of what is called, what's the word I'm looking for? Culture merging, I would call it something like that. Is that they're pretty much merging cultures, but the Habiru are mentioned at least in the 3rd millennium BC, and there's hundreds of texts, there's hundreds of texts on the Habiru, hundreds of them. There's a lot of texts on the Habiru, and they're at least there by the before Abraham. This one says the earliest in the 18th, but it goes earlier than that. There's earlier mention of them, of the Habiru and everything, and what they actually are, and what kind of group they are, and kingdoms where they settle. They're in Mesopotamia. They appear here, and in the kingdom of Larsa and Babylon. That's to kind of show that they appear here. If I recall, I had read a little bit on it. They appear over here, right? We got to explain how the Israelites get over there, and they appear in Larsa, which is Mesopotamia. In the times of, how you would say, rather, let's see. See, Larsa rather on this thing. There it is, Larsa, right next to Ur. So they say they had some connection with Ur, and then Babylonia had some mentioning of them as well. So they're mentioned. Them being summarized only as Israelites just wouldn't work. 15th century documents of Alaka, northern Syria, right, list the members of the Habiru military units belonging to the, just says they came from these towns, even Mari. So it's letting you know that the Habiru, it lets you know that they were wealthy and everything. Obviously, they had a lot of things going on with them, right? But the mentioning of the Habiru aren't isolated to Hebrews. And it's not isolated to Israelites. It's just isolated to a group of, they may be enslaved people, but if they were enslaved and already in Mesopotamia, then they wouldn't be the Israelites. They just wouldn't. That just means that they're a group that probably was someone else. They have connections to Mari. And this is what I was talking about with the Amorites. Mari is in the middle of Mesopotamia, right by the Euphrates River. It says, in the Mari period of clashes between nations and cities, the Habiru appeared as robber bands, which attacked and plundered settlements, each on their own or together with residents of nearby settlements. Remember, we talked about they was working with the Hittites. We went over just earlier. They would talk about the Hittites, and that then you get the ones that you're focused on as the Armana letters. but they're not. That's not the only time that they exist. That the Habiru doesn't only exist in the Armana letters. If that was it, then yeah, we could probably say that these Hebrews may be Israelite Hebrews and might have some connections and all that. But you know, the Habiru may have been something else. In fact, who knows? Maybe have connections to the Amorites, stuff like that. It says all those called Habiru shared a common inferior status, almost fugitives and all that stuff and whatnot, into the calamities and whatnot. It says the circumstances in which the Habiru engaged are unclear. There are vague introductions of a Western Semitic origin. Their name, a settlement of Amorite, Martu, see Amorite soldiers of early Babylonian period, named Habari. Okay. The fact that the documents about them began to appear at the height of Amorite migration to Mesopotamia. So the Habiru might even just be Amorites. They might be. They might. Some of the Amorites could have been Hebrews. They could have. Some of the Amorites could have been a mixture of the Hebrews and other nations, because the Amorites were a mixed company. They weren't originally all just, when you think Amorites of Ammon, or not Ammon, of the Amorite of Ham. They're not all of Ham, of the Canaanite Amorites, sons of Ham. They might have been the women, the mixture of the women. They could have been some of the Hebrews mixed with the women, but they weren't Israelites. That's the point of this, is that these were not the Israelites out of the Exodus. That's the point, is that I know that you probably have a strong understanding of what someone may have said on these things and everything, but even the breakdown of the word doesn't actually break down to Hebrew. It breaks down to like robber. It's a derived form, like restless soul or murderer. It's a I believe it's like a short phrase for things. But here's where they talk about where the Habiru turns to the Israelites, but that is trying to bend that word ivory of Eber into the Habiru, but there might be more better connections to go with for that than trying to do it that way, because scholars don't go with that. If a scholar goes with that, then he might be biased, because he probably isn't looking to the earlier sources of the Habiru, that they might be, since they were in Mari, which that's what I was showing earlier, that the Amorites we had went over, they was in Mari, and they was obviously in Larsa, the Amorites, obviously Babylon, because the Amorites were the first dynasty of the Babylonians, first dynasty, and they obviously were considered outsiders. So it could have been a derived word for some of those groups and everything. Connections to obviously the Semitic and all that, basically non-Semitic names and all that. But that's the thing, that yes, of course they're mentioned in the Armana letters, but ancient writings, right? Even right here, the Akkadian if we got their name mentioned in Akkadian, that means that they had to be dealing with the Akkadian text and people who were around with the Akkadians and everything. Because what's interesting about that, of the harmony of those things, we can note something interesting about the Akkadian term. You can see right here, Akkadian documents from Ugarit mention the Habiru sagas of the son, king of Seth. All right, probably relating them to his father's line, Seth of Ham. And in Ugaritic alphabet script. The Habiru quarter of the city of Halbu, not identified with the great city of Halab. It just talks about some of the connections of pretty much that nation to lands about. So there's over, like I said, there's hundreds of texts. They are mentioned in more than 200 texts. Now that should raise a flag in itself. If they're mentioned in 200 texts, are we saying that every text is going to confirm them as Israelite? It says from the earliest appearance in the document of this time, but that's some earlier ones in 3rd millennium BC. 3rd millennium BC. So, I wanted to find one of those quotes because I don't remember exactly where one is, but I remember talking about it. As early as the 3rd millennium BC, because it mentions them being Canaanites and possibly sons of actually Heth. So that's something to know as well, that they were attacking the lands, but they were attacking lands before and many other times. So 18 BC, even just them popping up in 18 BC, that lets you know itself that they're not the Israelites. The mentioning of that in some of the writings, there's much more to it. As we see 200 texts, we can go over quite a few of them, and you have some problems making that group Israelites, I think. See, says that Asher was present in all those coastal cities. No, that's not what the text is saying. The text says that, let's go back to the text, right? It said that Asher dwelled there and they became tributaries. That's not saying that they lived in those cities. They dwelled around those cities, and the Canaanites were contributaries to them. That doesn't mean that they took them over. Otherwise, was the scripture telling you when it says they didn't push them out? They didn't push out the inhabitants. All right. So you got to read that careful. So there it is. Neither did Asher drive out the inhabitants, right? Reside in all those areas, right? And then right on that other part right there, but the Asherites dwelled among the Canaanites, the inhabitants of the land. They did not drive them out. Now, what does it mean among the Canaanites? Where did Asher settle? Is it saying that he settled in Tyre and Zidon? No. It's the land. It's saying that the land that they settled in had Canaanites in it. It's saying that they did not drive out Tyre and Zidon. But it's saying that the land that the Asherites settled in, right? They didn't drive out those Canaanites in those lands. Because remember, where were the Canaanites? In all of the Levant. So it's saying that in their territory, they dwelled with Canaanites. That's what it's saying. It's not saying that Asher dwelled in those areas. Rather, it's saying Asher dwelt around those areas. And even other places we can see Asher, where their territory is. Right? Because the numbering of the people and the giving up their lands, we can see without a doubt that it wasn't Tyre and Zidon, that the land that was given to Israel wasn't Tyre and Zidon. That's a type of exegesis. Amen, family. I think it's 1 a.m. for me, but I'm off today. I'm still listening in while calling it a day, almost 11 p.m. Amen. Enjoy it. Amen. 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 Amen, family. Amen. Amen. Amen, family. I love that you have a great tie and bond on that, the idea of the Israelites at least being a real historical group. Now, I'm not saying they don't exist, but I'm telling you that if you want to find Israelite history, you got to find Israelite culture. And the Habiru's culture just wouldn't fit for the Israelite culture. They don't have the same practices. They don't have multiple things are different. The small details. But I read Hebrew. I read Hebrew right away. If you know the alphabet, the equivalent characters of you can confirm. So that's not is the same thing. That doesn't change it. It wouldn't matter if you read Hebrew or not. It wouldn't actually change where Asher actually settled. Right. Notice. There's a reason why. If you look on, if you notice something interesting on the maps, you'll notice a common trait, and you know what that common trait is. It is taking the design of Israel. Right. It's taking the design of Israel and being very careful. So now this one right here, you want to even be careful with this design because you want to check who's making that design and what's the verification of it. Because if you get a good design of how the land of Israel was designed, let me see if I can find one. You can find the northern. Don't just find one that someone just throwing stuff on a map and stuff. Kind of find something with a little continuity, I think. So a little more to the story and whatnot that goes over these things. I got some on my notes. Maybe I'll open it up and grab some of the better designs, but it shouldn't be too hard to find. You can find some designs. Let's see. Better maps. I mean, this one at the bottom is kind of okay. This one, but I'm sure they're going off some ideas of the historical context as they set the time about right. This is the time of the Israelite conquest. The time that you're seeing right here. If it's anything before this, like the Armana letters, that's not the Israelite conquest. The Armana letters are not the Israelite conquest. It's in this time frame. It's a little late. It's after that. It's after Ramses II. That's important. If it's before the Ramses II, that's not the conquest. But notice in the area of the Phoenician area, you'll mostly have the nations settled over here. That's important because they do bend around Zyra and Zidon, right? Even though they are getting tribute from them, they don't settle in those areas, right? So that's quite important. And even if they did, that doesn't lead them to Byblos, right? Even if we stretch the scriptures to try to make them settle in Tyre and Zidon, that's not what the scripture is concluding, that they were in Tyre and Zidon, but rather the territory that was given to them by promise is where they were in. And they did not push out the Canaanites, and they did not expand to Byblos. That's the point. The point is that, and remember, that's just Byblos. I already showed you that they was in Mari, right? You're not going to find anything that's going to get close to Mari and Mesopotamia and Akkad. That's what I'm trying to show you, is that the people who are called the Habiru, all that, they were up here. They were mentioned around Mesopotamia a long time ago, groups of them, and it's not pointing. What's the word I'm looking for? It's not pointing to the Israelites. Unfortunately, that conquest is later. It'll be after that. Just get deep into it. One of the earliest post-flood groups. Yeah. Vast majority. Yeah, that's you gotta break that habit. You gotta break that habit. The Habiru are not the Hebrews. If you want to talk about it another day, if you want to get pinpoint on the Habiru, we can get a bunch of sources, a fleet of sources that you will be like, no, Now that I'm seeing these sources, I don't think the Habiru are the Hebrews. They're not. They're probably sons of Ham. They have some even linguistic ties to Heth. So even though they're Semitic, a lot of nations were Semitic. Even some weren't even Semitic. That's the thing. That's the thing of the Habiru, is that they were. Let me just point this out, just to make this enlightened real fast, right? Just to do another gloss and everything, right? We know about the names and everything, what they mean. Those are common and everything. When we talked about some of the things of what Idrimi in Alaka, remember we just talked about that a long time ago, 17 BC, right? He made peace with an individual and his Habiru. He was making peace with an individual over there and his Habiru in Alaka. So what's also important to know is that some of the Habiru were Hurrians or Indo-Europeans. We know that because there's a lot of scholarly consensus in some of these things that the Habiru were upper mixed group. They could have been Amorites as well. It's possible. That is no doubt. But we did look into some of the things where they was trying to say that it has to do with Hebrew. But I'll show you. Show you some examples of what scholars say. Maybe I could find one real fast. Here's, let's see which one is this one. Look into this site real fast. Nah, I don't know who that even is. This person doesn't look familiar to me, so I want to give you a source of what some scholars say, because they go into it many times. Right, here's what goes on one when they have some ideas here. This kind of goes onto it. So you can see some scholars will say, yeah, seems like it might be some Israelites, but then going into the details of who they are, I would highly believe they would clarify on their stance, because it would be quite misinformation to say that they would be the Israelites. Like I said, you can stretch and say some of the Habiru were Hebrews, but you can't say that they were only Israelites. That's what I'm saying. Is that, again, they weren't only the Israelites. They couldn't be the Israelites in 1817 BC. In Mari, after Idrimi defeated some and recognized a group with their Habiru. So just to kind of enlighten that there's some interesting summaries on it, but I would say the best summary was by this Egyptologist. I think the best summary of the Habiru historically, evidently, is that they can't be the Israelites. And this Egyptologist also believes the Bible. So he's not biased. He's most likely looking to all that when not in those things. But here's
the Amara letters date to the 1350s BC.
But the Habiru actually go way far back. We see the Habiru mentioned in 3rd millennium documents. There's also some real problems with trying to connect the Habiru to the Hebrews. I know Scott Stripling does this. He really has to exercise a lot of confirmation bias to do this because he's trying to force the Habiru and the Amarna letters into a post-conquest scenario. And one of the problems with the Amarna letters is you have to come to realize that Hatzor is still a full Canaanite city in the Amarna letters. It has a Canaanite ruler. It's still gobbling up territories in its sort of expansionist phase. There's also the problem, too, with the Habiru conquering Byblos in Lebanon. And this is a real problem because the Israelites don't actually make it to Lebanon to do any conquests. The firstborn.
I mean, that to be honest with you, that's scholarly on point because we do have over 250 plus letters of the Habiru, and a lot of them predate the Israelites. Some all the way to 2000, 3000, close to 3000 BC, between the third millennium, second millennium. So we know that the Habiru are mentioned in the writings with Idrimi, and we know that if we're saying that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob lived, we know that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, they didn't have other Israelites with them because Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob makes the Israelites. So that's why the Habiru, on top of the fact that they're mentioned in Mesopotamia, where the Israelites are not at, the Israelites go down into the lands of Egypt, develop there, and in their conquests, they take some parts and stop at Lebanon. They don't go into the depths of Lebanon and conquer areas of Byblos. So, and Mesopotamia, we know that that's not what the Israelites do. So that's the problem, is that we can try our best to bend it and say it's saying Hebrew, but then we are making a mistake by saying it's only Israelites. That is not of an Israelite conquest. That group is not of an Israelite conquest. That group is before the Israelites, right? So that's important, that there's going to be a group way before the Israelites. Yeah, that's why I don't read random sites. I try to go to scholarly sites. That's why I always review the sites, right? I just wanted to, I'm looking for sites while I'm live, so it looks like I'm going to random ones, but rather I'm making sure, like I said, if I can't verify it, I'm not going to go to it. That's why I went to a scholar for you. Sins of Eber weren't around the 6th century BC. LOL. Oh. Yeah, they were around the 10th century BC, but you're surely not making your point there with that by being the Israelites, because your whole premise was that you said that the Habiru were the conquest of Joshua. So you're not going with just the Eber rights. If you're going with just Eber, why you laugh? I agree with that. I already said that the Habiru had parts of the Shemites of Eber, but not all of Eber. They're not only Eber. I would love for you to reveal that genetically if that's only Eber. You can't. There's probably a mixed company and they're not Israelites. Yes, amongst the Canaanites. And that means it could be a mixed company. Yep. Amongst the Canaanites, not in Tyre and Zidon. You gotta read the scriptures carefully. We're gonna at my office, I'm already being up doing this. Amen, family. Yep. Today's a late day. We went over some very deep stuff and everything, but Laban, son of Yashran, how you say that? You can provide more sources, because I know how your type gets, brother. You feel like you have a doctrine you think is right, and you're gonna start mocking. You're gonna start laughing. Look, I can already see it. It's your Lamo, your Lamos. You gotta get your Lamos out there. That's all right. But again, I'm with you. I agree that there are possibly sons of Eber, possibly in the Habiru, but they are not the Israelites. That's the thing. They are not the Israelites. That's just a fact. Even the Israelites are mentioned as Israelites. They're not really called Hebrews. They're called Hebrews, but the term Hebrew doesn't look like Habiru. I'm telling you, they look totally different in the way that you write pictographic in the language. Habiru and Hebrew is not the same. I want to show you an article, but because it'll sound the same-ish, right? That one just says not the same word. It's not really the same word. But let me go to a scholar, because I want to find. I gotta think about how it's worded, because this one I could open up a note, but I'll go to it later. We already went over it. It's not the same. They're not the same. Scholars will tell you, they break it down, it's not the same. They're telling you it's the same. They're giving you a lightly coded understanding of the Habiru. They're not telling you the true story of the Habiru, that the Habiru are not only Israelites. It's just a fact. You can say that they're Shemites. You can say that some Eberites are in there, but you cannot say that they are only Eberites, and you cannot say that they're only Shemites, and you definitely can't pass that they were Israelites. You just can't. Just not all honesty. You agree that they were tributaries? In other words, their lands were annexed. Tributaries doesn't mean that their lands were annexed. Tributaries mean that they're giving tribute. So that's important. Their land wasn't annexed. The command was to utterly destroy them, not to push them out. Either way, utterly destroy means to completely remove them. That's what utterly destroy means. You can destroy them. You can have them leave, have them move. That's utterly destroy them. Have them basically not in that residence. But they didn't. They didn't utterly destroy them. And your dwelt among them will be contradicted by another scripture that tells you the area that Asher and other tribes had. I'm trying to tell you, but we can go into it, and we can go into where they settled. Let's go into it, because now you're talking of let's see, go to it for you real fast. Let me just go to the tribe of Asher, so you can kind of get an understanding. Okay, so if you go to the book of Joshua 21, right? And what you will find out is where Asher actually settled. I'm gonna read real fast from Joshua 21, just so you can understand what I'm saying. Because you're seeing that Jasher was supposed to inherit those areas, and you think that he went into those areas and dwelt with them in those areas. That's not what it's saying. In fact, if we look in the scripture, we can actually get some understanding in some parts of scripture. For example, Joshua 21. Let me just read it, what it's saying. 21 and 30. And out of the tribe of Asher, right? It just talks about the names of the Asher and everything. And it talks about little cities that they had, right? Notice, not one place of the numbering of Israel is in Tyre and Zidon. Notice that. Notice they didn't get numbered in Tyre and Zidon, but they were instructed to expand. So when they made them contributaries, they were collecting from them. They were collecting goods from them. That's what it means. They were collecting goods because the places that they settled was outside of Tyre and Zidon. That's why if you notice on maps, on any accurate depiction, Israel bends around Tyre and Zidon. It bends around it because they just didn't take it. They didn't take the city of Tyre and Zidon because they settled in other places. So I would advise you to go through even 1 Corinthians 6 and 74. Go to all the places where Asher is settled, right? And it will tell you where the suburbs of Asher is. It says out of the tribe of Asher, right? Just let you know that different ones, and not one place is named Tyre and Zidon because they did not settle in Tyre and Zidon. I guarantee you can't find no place in the scripture that says that the Israelites settled in Tyre and Zidon. Because that one place that you're seeing that they were supposed to make them contributaries, it was saying that they didn't push them out. What you think the Tyre and Zidon go like, oh yeah, let these new invaders dwell with us. If they didn't push them out and they made them contributaries, they were making peace with them. They were making peace so that Tyre can stay in their territory and Israel can have their territory. But guess what? They started to push them out because we know right after that event, they go into captivity right in the book of Judges. You know what's interesting about that reading in First Judges? Right after that, they go into captivity. Literally right after that. They go into captivity in almost every chapter in Judges. And you think they stay in their land in captivity? Come on. They're not expanding into Tyre and Zidon. That's not what's happening. Otherwise, you'll see other places where it talk about the territories of Asher, Tyre and Zidon. But never it talks about that's their territory of Asher. Because they bend around it. Because that's how their territory bends. Just doesn't take the Phoenician territories. So that's the problem, is that it's your exegesis in the scriptures to make it sound like the Israelites went into the Phoenician territory, but they didn't. As we read with other places, the territory of those tribes coast around those areas, but not in them. We go to another one to point out of Asher and their tribes. Yeah, they're quite close, and they just aren't in that town though. We can go to, let's see. Let's just leave it like that, because it just talks about Asher and Beth Shean, right, and other things like that. But you never see Israel's territory being Tyre and Zidon, because it's not. Even throughout the scripture, it's definitely not Tyre and Zidon. But that's probably something to come to studying the scripture and actual confirmed territories of the Israelites versus taking that Judges 1 as if they never went into captivity after that. They literally went into captivity right after that, didn't expand. So even if they had them contributaries, it wasn't that long. They went into captivity. Let's set something up. I got years of sources on this subject from actual books. Yeah, I do too. But yeah, we can set something up, brother. We can talk about, y'all willing, maybe this Sunday we'll talk about the Habiru Hebrews, and I'll bring out some of the 250 sources, and we'll go over Byblos, the conquest of Byblos, and that's just one thing. We'll go over Mari. We'll go over all those sources. So if you have years of sources, I surely hope that they are going to really sum up that the Habiru are pinpoint only Eberites and Israelites. Because if that's not what you're saying, I already said I agree that yes, the Habiru could have had Eberites in them, but they definitely wasn't Israelites. So if you're concluding that they were only Eber and they were Israelites, you're wrong. because you're not gonna find any solid ground to make them an Israelite. You just won't. We don't need the Habiru to make a historical understanding for the Israelites. We don't need the Habiru. We can find enough. Have you ever looked into Jacob L? Into the people called Jacob L or Jacob L, Jacob L? I don't know if it'll just go to it. I have to pull up one of my sources, but there is a groups of peoples called Jacob L. Now, in fact, if I probably put with some signs, that's the only reason when searching on this thing, you can't find stuff at times. I gotta think of a way to find it better. Let me see. Yeah, it's called Jacob L. And it talks about Edom and Seir, actions with Israel. Here it is, Jacob L in the land of Esau and whatnot. Deep stuff. It says the name Jacob L is to be found in pretty much the list of Ramses II. So, because that's when the Exodus is, Ramses II. Ramses II is during the Exodus. But notice it talks about some things and everything. It talks about a clan. It talks about this. It talks about some things by scholars to worship they say some Edomite idol and whatnot. Hence, it is suggested that a clan related to pretty much the name Jacob L settled in Mount Seir or Edom in the 13th century BC. This assumption might shed new light on a brotherhood and animosity between Jacob and Esau in the narrative of Genesis. It might also explain the transmission of the call of said Yahweh from Seir, Edom, to early Israel. Deep information that, again, we didn't talk about the Hyksos here, but like you say, you got sources. You know we do too, brother. You know we do too. But just to understand, this is just a piece. There's more into it. I don't know why it doesn't show more of the sources. There's more into Jacob L and all that. Go into it. But that's going to be at the time of the Exodus. Ramses II, you're going to have some interesting ties. You even got ties to the Israelites. We do not need the Habiru. It's painted with too much of a broad brush for it to be Eberites and Israelites and all that. And I'm showing you stuff that, again, they're gonna have their verifications and whatnot. These are things that are being brought forth. They're being shared and should be known. Here's a little, like we had talked about, but let me just copy it just to point out some more on it. So that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I have no clue who's teaching on that Habiru thing and whatnot. But someone is painting things too broadly. And the Israelites are a pinpoint culture. The Israelites are a small and new culture, and they're a pinpoint. And the Habiru are not a new culture. They're, how you say, what's the word I'm looking for? They are people that they got to be some northern group, some Semitic merged group that pops up, right? It's like someone trying to pull off, the Gutians being Israelites. Obviously, that's extreme, but once you start understanding that the Habiru, where they go and where they are found, You just can't see it. You can't even fathom seeing it as Israelites, Israelite conquest. It's just too much bending of data. With citations, not websites. Yeah, we got books with citations, as you see. The text proves this. Your text, it didn't support your doctrine. Hebrew and art, they call it Hebrews. The Israelites do descend from Eber. They are called Hebrews at times, but that is the end of that, because it's not going to connect to the Habiru. Do the Israelites go and conquer? Do they go into areas of Alika? Do they go into Turkey? Do they even go into areas of Babylon? No. So if we're having Habiru all over these areas and we're just saying it's just a broad painted brush for Hebrews, then you got to prove that the Habiru spoke actually Hebrew. Can you actually provide a source that the Habiru spoke Hebrew? Because you're trying to make the word mean Hebrew, but do you have an actual writing document of the Habirus speaking Hebrew? I want to see that source. Bring that out, and then we'll talk. Show me the Habiru speaking Hebrew, and then we'll have a conversation. Then you have power of choice to leave on platform. That's right. That's right. But even so, I want him to provide his sources, as some of these things may seem new, but this is that day. This is the day to talk about the Habiru and the Hyksos and stuff. So you're gonna have some that's gonna have one type of idea and some that with another type of idea. I'll check that out, but I can already think of one verse in Deuteronomy that cuts the abstract of that history. They called Hebrews while in captivity in Egypt, but not much after the Tanakh. Yes, but I'm telling you, I'm trying to tell you, but the way that in fact, look at this. I guarantee you, you won't be able to translate that term Habiru close to what's described as of the Hebrews or the Israelites. That the way that the Israelites are described, the way that they're mentioned and spoken of, and the way that is spelled is not like Habiru. It's just not. That's something that is important to know. But we can go over that. We can go over those things and we'll go and have a deep conversation on that. But here's pretty much where it's writing, what it's talking about Israel. So you can obviously see Israel, getting a good understanding of the pictographic of Israel, and it just lets you know they're laid waste. So Israel, right, is laid waste, they say. So Israel, this whole little piece right here is Israel, is laid waste, right, they say. But is it, right? Was it laid waste? No. But yeah, we do have them mentioned in places, but I've never seen them mentioned as Habiru. So, but I'm sure you can probably try to bring out some incorrect scholarly consensus, and we can correct it. We'll correct some of that's consensus, because it's about showing the whole picture. We can make it look like it is if we're lacking the full picture, but then when the full picture comes, it might paint something that might be different, right? So that's something that we can verify if we start comparing linguistics. Yeah, no doubt. I didn't say, let me make sure I clarify. I did not say for you to find it in the Bible or anything like that. I'm saying, to make sure you understand what I'm saying I want you to find, not just trying to make Habiru mean Hebrew, but to find if the Habiru spoke Hebrew. I want you to find, and I'll even enlighten you here. Right? I'm gonna go into it. This one, let's go to I don't know why I keep getting some of these random ones. Let's just put Habiru. What that's a kind of hot to help it out. It's trying to tell what the Hebrews speak, but I'm gonna go to the linguistics of the Habiru, right? Just to kind of help with it. Let's see. Just to give a little insight, right? You can try to find it or not, but you have a challenge. So from what I've seen, they say a mixture of languages from what I found, but I did not find Hebrew. Maybe you can find one and you can show me and we can go over that. But I found that they spoke Hurrian, Akkadian, and Indo-European. So the Habiru have a mixture of combinations of stuff, but I did not find anything on Hebrew. And I'm looking real fast to see maybe if I find something. See, look what it say right there. A characteristic of this period was the expansion of Semitic peoples, mainly native Akkadian speaking groups and whatnot. And then it just goes on. Current with the influx of Semites, the term Habiru began to appear in Sumerian doctrine. Sumerian documents, all the way in the Third Dynasty. The earliest known reference of the Habiru are from dates of the Third Dynasty. I mean, long as they're citing their sources, they're making some claims, right? Obviously, you know, they're even trying to say the thing or not. Here's you can see right here. This one. Who is this? This is that same thing. I don't leave this thing alone. See, sites like this is not a source right here. I always try to check to see if where's the about me, right? Who is writing the thing? This is just someone's own thing, right? I don't mess with stuff like that. I'm trying to get you a real source real fast to see if they're going to talk about what language they spoke, which was Akkadian, and they also spoke Hurrian Indo-European. This one goes a little bit into the Mari tablets and the Habiru, Mari, because that's where they were. All right. So you're going to see a lot of things that, again, try to say Habiru are Hebrew, but can you confirm that they spoke Hebrew? Can you confirm that they spoke Hebrew? So that'll be the challenge. If you can confirm that they spoke Hebrew, then we can have a conversation. Yeah. So go ahead, confirm that the Habiru spoke Hebrew. I can easily disprove that. We definitely got to set something up. I hope you could disprove that. So your main focus is to prove that Habiru is Hebrew. Not that it means Hebrew, but that they spoke Hebrew, that we can find Hebrew writing from them. Because it's a guess. The laughing just makes you look silly. I don't need a scholarly source. Oh, you do. You do need a scholarly source. All I had to do is pull up next to the Hebrew. That won't help you. I'm sorry. I don't know why you think this is going to help you. This won't help you. I'm trying to let you know before you think that that's going to help you. You're gonna think you're gonna debunk me, but you probably should look through the videos for a while to see if we lightly skim over stuff. It says other nations will pretend to be us, thus take our custom and practice and culture, right? I understand the scripture say. That's right. That's right, brother. There's no Habiru primary source Bronze Age written from their much like there's no primary source Hebrew writing from the first. What are you talking about? That's madness. You should see our video yesterday. We just confirmed that we found Paleo Hebrew, ancient Hebrew. We even got pictographic Hebrew. We got Hebrew. We got so much Hebrew. There's no doubt. We can find Hebrew. That claim is just, come on. We got so much Hebrew. Let's go proto. How to make some inference, right? You can find some Hebrew, right? But you're not going to find what you say, you wouldn't find. So what I'm looking for. Let me go. Here's one that we just talked about yesterday. Papayas. Weird. Right here, we just talked about this yesterday. The find of the said Ishmael papyrus, and we was pointing out that it was proto Hebrew. So it would be early First Temple period. That would be early First Temple period. But we got some earlier writings of it. This would be the First Temple period, say 7th, 8th century, right? So again, we know they were speaking Hebrew. We got some writings. We got writings of Hebrew and stuff and whatnot. We can go to. Let's see if they was doing it. In a second. This one, that how they say that curse tablet is okay and whatnot, but there's a lot. There's quite a few on the pictographic writings of Hebrew and everything and whatnot. They got a couple different finds of it, but you know very well. I'm sure you know very well. Using Akkadian is not going to prove your point. I know you know that very well, and if you don't know that, you are not ready to battle with me with that, because Akkadian is not the same. In fact, this is why it's important to understand the branches of Semitic. Yeah, it's Semitic, but just because it's Semitic doesn't mean it's Hebrew. Remember, the Hurrians spoke Akkadian. The Mitanni spoke Akkadian, right? Just to show you some of these Indo-European nations that spoke Akkadian, it's important to know that it's not gonna help in that, or it's Akkadian. That's to kind of make it understood. So we know without a doubt that the Mitanni are Indo-European, but is known without a doubt that Mitanni tablets were found in Babylon cuneiform, written in Akkadian, bearing Hurrian names. So saying it's Akkadian doesn't help you. Just saying, oh, it was Akkadian is Semitic. Okay, there's East and there's West Semitic, there's South Semitic. There's different Semitic linguistic families. So if you think that the those groups speaking Akkadian are going to help you, then that's not going to help you. That's not how you go about that. I want you to find that it means Hebrew, not Akkadian, Hebrew. So I'll recheck my sources on Habiru, first person writing. Amen. I think you're wise, brother. I think you have sources, but just like how IP inspiring philosophy was fooled by sources, that can happen to us. We can be fooled by sources, and we just need clarification. It's because we need to see the full picture. And I guarantee you that you may find them connected to, like I said, some Shemites, like Hurrians have connection to Akkadian writing, and Mitanni has connection to Akkadian writing. The Egyptians have connection to Akkadian writing, because Akkadian was a what? What was Akkadian early on? Just like Sumerian was a lingua franca. It was a lingua franca. And what does lingua franca mean? Right? Lingua franca means it was an international language, right? Summary, the golden age of Akkadian as a lingua franca, the language of diplomacy in the ancient Near East. So someone speaking that by the time of the Armana letters, the Armana letters were written in Akkadian. That's Akkadian. And almost every, you know what's interesting about the Armana letters? Almost every nation was writing like this. And if you look in the Armana letters and the locations where these were coming from, they were coming from all types of Indo-European nations and nations all around, because Akkadian was a language of diplomacy. Akkadian isn't Hebrew. That's why the Hebrews were different even to those that were speaking Akkadians. Look at all these ones who were speaking in Akkadian, speaking to each other. Babylonia, Assyria, Mitanni, right? Arzawa. This place that's pretty much right here in Greece, in these little areas. He's saying that name where Alasia. The Hittites, the Syrians, of course. Canaan, obviously they had mostly of the Cano-Akkadian language. Lebanon, no doubt, like Byblos and stuff. Syria. So if the Habiru, as it knows, even right here, they also contain the first mention of Habiru. Well, the Habiru spoke Akkadian too, but the Hebrew spoke Hebrew. That's important, right? Because Akkadian, right? You got West, East, all that. Let me show you something. Let me show you something of the Semitic branches. See, we did a big study on the Semitic language, and there's a difference of East Semitic, right? And your Northwest Semitic Hebrew. That's totally different. Akkadian is on a whole far branch. Yeah, it comes from Proto-Semitic, but the distance of that translation is separate by a node, right? It's like saying someone being trying to go from a D1 haplogroup to a E2. Yeah, they're both Shemites. D and E are to me Shemites by understanding genetics. But you cannot get a son of E2 from D1. You just can't. Someone speaking Akkadian, the lingua franca of that day, is not Hebrew, which wasn't a lingua franca. So that's the thing. What I'm saying is that you can find a connection to try to make that word sound like Hebrew, but culturally you cannot make them Hebrews. You cannot make them Hebrews culturally, because it's more complex than that. It's way more complex than that. It's more of a broader picture. They're older than the Hebrews, and they're more mixed than the Hebrews. They have multiple different cultures in them. So really, honestly, if you really want to break down who are the Habiru, and we know that Akkadian was a lingua franca. If they don't speak Hebrew, they're not Hebrew. They're not Hebrew. It's just plain simple. If they speak Akkadian, they're probably a mixed company that is speaking in fact, that proves that they're not Hebrew. If they spoke Akkadian, that proves that they're not Hebrew because they spoke Akkadian. That's important because Hebrew is a little different. So it's a little different polarium. And we spoke about that when we talk about the breakdown of the Central Semitic and Eastern Semitic. So Central Semitic from the Western Semitic and the Eastern Semitic. Now they're related, but vastly different in culture. So the Hebrews are Hebrews. That will be your challenge. And this is me speaking to you with understanding the sources in my head. Imagine after doing the research on those 250 sources, as I already know most of them. But I'll just summarize it like that, brother. That you'll have a challenge making those Hebrews. What the brother is saying is like saying that Africans are English because the use of English letters to write their language. Yep. And in fact, it's like saying we're looking for, let's say you are looking for, let's say I was looking for a speaker, and I wanted a speaker who spoke, let's say, Spanish. And let's say Spanish is Indo-European. Let's say I want to find someone who speaks Spanish. And I find a culture that speaks, I don't know, Latin, right? They speak Latin. Now they have a similar branch. Spanish and Latin is very similar. But if you know, right, even just that, right? Spanish and Latin are different, right? If you know what I'm saying and whatnot, when they talk about Spanish and Latin and everything. So Latin is a language highly, basically, we know that it has common connections with the languages, but Latin is ancient. Latin is ancient. Latin is not commonly used in the day-to-day life, right? They say it's a dead language. It's also not as developed as modern languages. So even modern Spanish is more advanced than Latin. So if I want to find someone who's Spanish and I find a culture that's Latin, I'm not finding someone that's Spanish. I'm finding an ancient culture that's Latin. So it's kind of like that. Yeah, they can seem similar, and they could be the same family ties. But I can highly guarantee you that many people nowadays who are Spanish probably wasn't Latin long ago. That many people were Latin would probably be a different culture than those who are Spanish, who picked up Spanish. So that's something to know. But some may go back, not all of them. But that's the thing with Habiru. Some may have Eberites, but not all of them. But we know that the Spanish are not Latin. So just like we know that the Akkadians are not Hebrews, and we know that the Israelites are not the Habiru, because they will be older. So it would be more understanding that type of detail in the culture. It would be very detailed. Amen. All praises. Can you even read Hebrew or any related language to discern between Proto-Hebrew? So that's that. I don't have to know how to read it to put it into a family tree, a linguistic family tree. Right? I can know what Indo-European is and not have to study every Indo-European language. I can know what branches will be in the Indo-European polder. That's why we went over that. If the text you pulled up is written by Hebrews and not by a related group. Amen. If you can find a text of the said Habiru speaking Hebrew, again, if you can find a text of the Habiru speaking Hebrew, I'll check it out. I guarantee you won't, though. Yep. Amen. 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 Proto-Hebrew is not Yiddish. Exactly. Amen. Amen. That's right. And yeah, you got to be careful because West Semitic makes another node called Central Semitic. So that's where you went wrong. Yeah, the Amorites spoke West Semitic. Others spoke West Semitic too, like the Ammonites. I mean, not Ammonites, the Arameans and stuff like that. Right? We can look at the branch of West Semitic real fast. This is a little quick summary. See, West Semitic, yes, you're gonna have some other groups like Southern Semitic and Northern that come from that West Semitic. I'm telling you that there's a difference between East and West Semitic. That's what I'm saying. And then Central Semitic is where Hebrew comes from the Northwest Semitic, from Central Semitic. So yeah, you're gonna have some of those groups picking that up, but it's better for you to find an Aramaean that speaks Aramaic than to just use the Akkadians, because an Aramaean that speaks Aramaic, yet these are gonna have a more closer tie. In fact, this is, you know what, you're a better, that's what I'm saying, a better choice for your route is just using the Aramaeans, right? And I had showed this before, which I believe is on this thing. I showed it before, but I can show you the genetics of the Aramaeans. The early Syrians were E1B1B, the early Syrians, and they were linguistically connected. I don't need to use the Habiru because that would not be great in the long run. It's not great. You can use the Habiru to try to say that they could be Semitic, but then that same argument could be made to say that the Hurrian are Semitic or the Matani are Semitic, because what if they picked up that Semitic? Then you're meeting odds. You'll be meeting odds. But let me see, where is this? Right here. Let me just show this. So here's a nation in Alaka of the Aramaeans, and we know that the Aramaeans, as we have went over this before, right, in the area of the Akkadian influence at the lands of Urkesh and whatnot. So obviously Urkesh had ties right next to Mari and all that stuff and whatnot. Just to show you this, right? The empire and resources, Central Anatolian, just to talk about some of the materials that they have from Syria, right? This will be the Aramaeans that will be there. Also some of the Akkadian stuff. But they know that was a continuity that happened there as the people kept continuing and developing there and whatnot. They found out that they were genetically one group. So here's that Alaka during the 2nd millennium BC and everything. And obviously lets us know about the area of Middle East, and obviously getting some tests of some individuals between that time frame, whatnot. And they would speak that Aramaean, right? That would be important for finding family ties. I think Aramaeans will be better to use to find Hebrews because they literally speak the same family dialect, branch family. And that would be, as we see, E1B1B. So that means that E1B1 will be a family of Israel because of the matches to the Thai early Semitic groups, right? And not just because they're Semitic, but because of their roots. The roots, and obviously this is the Natufian. These are the Arabians. These are obviously the groups that stay in the Levant, but they replace a group in the Levant. So they're not the original ones in Levant, but they're a long-lasting group of the Shemitic groups in Levant. And they also speak that Afro-Asiatic style. So I would say they will be genetically close to them and linguistically close to them, the Hebrews. More so, I would say that this will be the family of the Israelites. If you was to try to find the Israelites, technically, I think that would be your best route. Is looking at the Aramaeans and those who spoke more of a closer tie, not just looking for a lingua franca of the land. So I wouldn't laugh at that. I think it'd probably look a little closer. Are different regards of people and language. That's right. I know what you're saying. You're saying Semitic, the linguistic family of Semitic is different than someone being Shemitic, than being a Shemite. He's able to read one language, at least be able to read one language in the linguistic branch. You're discussing before you try to explain it to people. What are you talking about? Are you happy that you can speak modern Hebrew? Because you understand that even the linguistic training of Hebrew, there's a difference between proto-ancient Hebrew and modern Hebrew. Come on now. If you're saying that, oh, because someone doesn't know how to speak that language, they can't understand its family, that's not even logical, right? We can understand the family of that family, right? I don't need to go and study Ugaritic. I don't need to study Sumerian linguistic. All I have to do is put them into a family group and find out what has ties. But we know that Akkadian was a lingua franca of the land. So you using Akkadian to justify it is questionable of your own research of the Eastern and Western Semitic branches. Brother, the fact that Ugaritic is so close to Hebrew shows that Akkadian via Proto-East Semitic is the root. Rather, Proto-West Semitic leads to Hebrew. We can go through all the sources and we can prove it. In fact, let me just open up this because we already went over this, but I'm gonna just show you that we already went over this. That we went over that Hebrew. The reason why we went over the Semitic branch of Hebrew, because people were saying that it came from the Canaanites and stuff. But we were proving that Hebrew came from the Semitic branch, the northwest Semitic branch. Now, family ties with the Akkadians, yes, but you cannot use Akkadian to find an Israelite. You can use Akkadian to find a family of them, but you cannot use it to find an Israelite. Because then I don't think you would understand if the Israelite culture was different than them. It was very different. Let me find this one on the linguistics, just to kind of give a little highlight. Okay, so all right, we know what cultures were in the land and stuff, but obviously Hebrew comes from the Afro-Asiatic. So Afro-Asiatic, yeah, we know. Proto-Semitic is going to be the branch of the Afro-Asiatic, right? We understand that. That's all right. But what we notice is that we know without a doubt that West Semitic is different than East Semitic, and West Semitic branches into Southern Semitic and Ethiopian Semitic, which Ethiopian Semitic is more related to Hebrew. The Ethiopian South Semitic, the Omics and stuff like that are more related to Hebrew than Akkadians related to Hebrew. Because West Semitic creates another branch called Central Semitic. And then the next branch will be Northwest Semitic. So it's not just West Semitic or even close to East. It's going to be Northwest Semitic. And then you get your splits of remember the one we were just talking about? These lands, these two lands are right next to each other by the areas of Syria. And we know that those are going to be early branches as well, but it goes deeper to get Hebrew, not through Canaanite, but it goes deeper to get Hebrew. So that was one of the ones we had spoke about and we had discussed, that Northwest Semitic has ties to the styles that become Old South Semitic, Etho-Semitic, that these have ties, that most likely if Israelites did have family, the Jotsonites and all that stuff, they went into Africa. That's where they went. That they would have went into Africa. But the Habiru, they, based on what it looks like, they were a mixed group of some invaders and whatnot. But like we went over, the Omic family and all that, connections with groups of Malta and all that, the style, the Cushitic style and whatnot. But the South Semitic, West Semitic have ties, more ties than I would say East Semitic. East Semitic is very close, but I would not say that would lead you to Israelites. No, I would not say that one would give you Israelites because they didn't speak Akkadian. That would be a problem. Akkadian. And try to make the Habiru speak Hebrew. So you got a gap there of a culture. I would say. Due to the Amorite long ancient presence in Akkad, yes, because Habiru might be connected to Amorites. Yep. Do you links to the Habiru line data? Shalom, Hebrew Israelism. I'm glad you are free to speak. Do you have links to the Hyksos line data? We had went over the Hyksos and we had went over some information that basically the interesting thing about the Hyksos is that in summary, there is a change of lines down there. So we have pointed out how the previous lines before the Hyksos invasions had M1s. They also had some H lineages there and stuff like that. And after the Hyksos got on the throne, after that, R1B lines got on the throne. So it's possible that the Hyksos had some connections with those R lines because the R1B lines go into Egypt exactly at the time of the Hyksos invasions after 18 BC. We know because genetically, that's what we have seen. We've seen that the groups went into, make sure I say that there so I don't change that. The groups went into Egypt about 18 BC. And we know that by the migrations of the fossils. So you can see right here, this one is R1B V88. R1B V88 goes into this land sooner. But the one line right here that rises up to become the said kings, later kings after the Hyksos invasion, that's going to be this R1B line. And this is the one that we have found to be close to, I would say, that line. Now, we haven't found exactly a Hyksos king. We're waiting for that. Now, it's kind of like when we find like the kings of Tyre and Zidon. Those are always great because that's going to tell us exactly who they are. But we haven't found exactly a Hyksos king. But we know the Hyksos groups were large numbers of look like Indo-European females, but the males aren't really that new. The males in that land aren't really showing anything new. They do show a change because if we had H's in that land, and we also know that as we went over before, the oldest groups in that land, Neolithic, would be AM13. So we know that the Neolithic finds that we found of AM13 in that land predate all the DE and F-M89 carriers, which includes J, R, and T, which will be a mutation from F-M89, which makes GHIJK, HIJK, IJK, that splits to IJ and K. But A groups will be in that land first, but then we would have a switch of rule, especially during the Hyksos invasions. And from what we've seen from the Hyksos invasions, which this thing changed here, let me put that right over here, just to make it clear on some points here, is that what we had noticed is that they include that a number of theories have tried to explain their origin of the Hyksos and whatnot, because their connections to the Hurrians and the Indo-European descent, some of the connections, their names and things like that they have, and some of the pickup of the Semitic style, because Hurrians pick up the Akkadian Semitic style script, but their lifestyle, obviously, they say that it matched like people from, Armenia and Greece, upper areas. So that was something we had pointed out, that their lifestyle points out that they came from the north, and some of their ties so that they came from the north and everything. So what we had went over was mostly some of the genetic changes of the land, of how you would say what's the word I'm looking for? The Egyptians of the land. So there was a change of the mtDNA, but apparently the males mostly stayed the same. So it was mostly kind of like a massive migration with mostly women, what seemed like what had happened. So that's something that is important, and which makes it's kind of interesting because a lot of the designs of the Hyksos and stuff have a lot of women designs and stuff. So we just did some light work real fast, but most of it's in the beginning of the live. But in summary, the video, this will be in the description if anyone wants to scan through them, open the little sources and stuff, as I'll always be adding on to it throughout the week. If you don't know how to explain the inner workings of the language you're speaking on, you have nothing to offer in the area of linguistics, with all due respect. And with all due respect, I think that understanding a linguistic family can be understood by someone that only knows one language, in all due respect. It's like, it's what you're saying is like saying, I can't know, something like, how I can't know if I don't know how to build a car, how can I drive it? How can I learn how to drive a car if I don't know how to build it? Right? You don't need to know all the in and outs to know how to work it. I don't need to know how to reconstruct the language to know what is its language family. I don't need to know how to reconstruct the language to know that Akkadian was a lingua franca of the Levant during the time of the Armadas and during the second millennium BC. So with all due respect, I think you're too focusing on making a group that I just told you. I just told you, said you got 1,000 sources or sources for days, but I just want one. Give me one source of the Habiru speaking Hebrew. I don't care if you know Hebrew. Show me the Habiru speaking Hebrew. And don't say, well, we don't have sources of Hebrew. You just tried to say that earlier. You try to say, well, we don't have sources of Hebrew, so how are we going to find out that Habiru are speaking Hebrew? So you're basically doing it off of etymology. You're saying that the word sounds similar, but the culture is totally different. So come on, it's a little more complex than that. I would say that you should look into a culture before you start talking to them. Talking to them. Amen. Watching that. That's right. That's right. So again, one more time for you, beloved family, because I think you got some stuff you want to talk about. My biggest thing for you is proving to me and everyone that the Hurrians, or not the Hurrians, the Habiru spoke Hebrew. Because you keep saying, well, it sounds like Hebrew, but the culture doesn't match up at all. And they don't speak Hebrew. They do not speak Hebrew. So that's your goal, is to prove that they are a Hebrew culture. Prove it. I'll be waiting for the source. So I'll end it at 6:30, but I'll be waiting for our brother Laban's source. If you can provide a source that they are Hebrew, then I'll have a debate with you. Until then, I'm gonna confirm and not waste time having a debate on a topic that if you don't have a source for right now, that means you don't have a source for later. Because I'm going to confirm that the Habiru, as we went over in detail, they are not Hebrews. I'm sorry. For anyone that's thinking the Habiru are Hebrews, you'll be debunked. Don't go and say that the Hyksos are Hebrews, and don't say the Habiru are Hebrews, because they're not. You will not have a leg to stand on. If your only leg is that it sounds like Hebrew, but you can't match the culture, you can't match the linguistics, you cannot match the time frame. There's multiple layers of things that you will run into. The Hyksos are not referring to sons of Eber only Hebrews, and it's definitely not referring to Israelites. But that's your challenge. You can debunk me if you want within the next 4 minutes. If you can pull up a source, as you should have a source. I'm sure you're not only leaning on the the connection of words of a title, right? I can call myself the King of Spain. Does that mean I'm the King of Spain? Right? You can have words that sound close to Hebrew, but does that mean that it actually is Hebrew? So Habiru sounds like Hebrew when we say it, but do we have a culture tie of them speaking in Hebrew? Or even any Israelite practices? Or the law itself? Do they even keep the law? But not just share Hebrew words are most cases of or slight. You call Yiddish. Pronunciation, you call Yiddish. Who calls that Yiddish? There is no evidence that the Natufian existed in modern day Israel. Yep. Well, we got to think about that. What is a Natufian? A Natufian, those haplogroups exist. Now we can't say the culture of the Natufians exists. Yeah. We can't say that it exists. But genetically, there's some Natufians alive today. Culture genetically. Just like there's Amorites alive. There's Hittites alive today. There's Canaanites alive today. There's Egyptians alive today. There's Hurrians alive today. There's Mitanni alive today. They're probably not named after those names, but if you trace through genetic terms, then you'll find out that those groups are alive. They just aren't called by that name. Everyone has been lied to. Yeah. And your AA supports this lie. AA. What's that like? Is that referring to AA? Is that Afro-Asiatic? I'm not sure. Natufian bones were excavated in Kenya. Oh, it's you. You were the one that was saying that Natufian were only in Africa. Nah, stop. But I'll look that up. What's that? I'll look up that place. Because you were saying that, but I looked it up last time and I didn't find nothing. But I'll look it up real fast. Let's see. I gotta make sure I spell it right. Sharika. Oh, why I keep looking at it weird? It looks okay. R-I-K. What? Because the interesting thing about Natufian, they know without a doubt. Oh, come on. This is not Natufian culture. I was just gonna say Natufian, their culture stops at the end of the Sinai. That's the interesting thing about the Natufian, because one time they were not even trying to connect the Natufian to the Iberasian stuff. But this is not Natufian culture. This is definitely not Natufian culture. What are you saying that they found Natufian? That's not even a Natufian time frame. The Natufian are Paleolithic and Mesolithic cultures. This is a Neolithic culture. So are you saying that they found an E in that culture in Kenya, which makes sense because Natufian would be older? As you see, look at those dates. That's Paleolithic and Mesolithic. So that's why they call it Epipaleolithic or something like that. And that's a culture that stops at Mount Sinai. So I wouldn't believe you, like I said, them finding Natufian in Kenya in the Natufian culture. But some of the Natufian haplogroups migrated into Africa, rather. So the older ones, though, are in Levant. Yiddish. That's why I didn't know what he was talking about. I just left that alone. I don't know why he threw in that Yiddish and all that. We go into that. Yiddish is a compound language. It's a created language. It's mainly a combination of Slavic and Germanic and some Hebrew elements, because certain things. It's a combination language. But yes, I just left it alone. I just left it alone. Still paid by Rockefeller to hide the history, or still paid. Right, but what your source that you showed was not Natufian. I think it's understanding what you're showing, or you can elaborate on that. You can elaborate that, but I don't think that. I told you last time that the Natufian are Mesolithic, are technically scientifically Mesolithic and Paleolithic cultures. They would be way too early for us to say that they must have came from a Neolithic culture. That's not gonna work, right? That's not gonna work. That's what I was telling you before. That I see. That's the thing. A lot of brothers want these E groups to be African, but the Natufian and other stuff like that. Just look at what brothers are doing in these last years. They're bringing out historical information that generations needed, right? Brothers like Ivory and the Hebrew of Israel, and brothers like Will Son of Yah, and so many different brothers, Benayah Israel and other individuals that go, even Genesis 49ers, that what's his name, Scholarly Bully, they go into the depth of the historical understanding of especially the Natufians and ancient cultures. It's at the point where we went over it so much that some brothers are like, "Are you talking about the Natufian again? Are you guys still talking about E1, B1?" And it's like, well, yeah, that's good that you're tired of it, because that means that you understand it. That's all that means. But some people, it's still brand new to them. Some people they can't even imagine finding the E1, B1 in the Levant. They couldn't imagine. They couldn't imagine finding these cultures in the Levant, because it writes their mind different, that they got to think about, well, they might have possible connections to the biblical narrative, because that's where the Levant is. The Levant is the biblical narrative. But let's see. One of the important things to study is teeth and skulls. Yep, we look at that. Natufian, 4 teeth. And we have quotes from linguists that tell us, looking at teeth of Natufian, they show that the Natufian might be Afro-Asiatic, right? That's actually what this note was that we was talking about. We talk about the Natufian, that they actually might have ties to some of the Afro-Asiatic groups, as we had spoke about before. So a certain person had found that indeed the Natufian might be connected to Afro-Asiatic. So it's a very ancient culture, but let me see if I can find it here. I just pointed out, this just talks about how we got those E groups as Afro-Asiatic Semitics. But let me see if I could point it out on here real fast. Here it is. Look what it says right here. So it talks about this linguist, just to show you that this is a linguist right here. So it says American scholar of African history and African historical linguistics. And he says to himself, or to others to know, he says similarly equates an earlier Afro-Asiatic, right? Afrian, in his work, language with the Natufian culture studied by archaeology. But he believes that this was a Proto-Semitic branch of the language family. So Proto-Semitic means that Natufian Semitic. So Proto-Semitic, and that Afro-Asiatic as a whole had already existed before the Natufian, they say. We don't believe this, but before the Natufian, but they say it might have been connected with the Iberasians, pretty much. So Iberasians likely had ties to, obviously, Afro-Asiatic and Semitic, being of the same stock of the Natufians, no doubt. So that's kind of important to know. But it goes on, it has more information on that. This is interesting because it connects Natufians and pastoralism and Afro-Asiatic, Proto-Semitic with the Mesolithic and the Neolithic culture. So it lets us know, certain connections that, tie some things together. I think it's important. But yeah, so we looked at the teeth. We looked at some of the teeth and whatnot. We looked at some of those things to get an understanding of what is Proto-Semitic. This is where the Natufian culture comes from the north. That's actually where it comes from. That Neolithic culture won't justify that what we see in Mesolithic and Paleolithic. Even in the Neolithic, we have to look at it carefully. But yes, that's why I was telling you that. I was telling you that you're sometimes you're saying that Rockefeller is hiding information. They're saying all these things about the Natufian and all that. That's just guesswork, right? We can't just go around making claims. If the Rockefeller is blocking it, let's prove if the Rockefeller is blocking it with sources. If they're blocking it, how we know it's the Rockefeller and not your daily scientist or something like that. Even though I'm sure they have a part with it too. Show me, are you really serious? That's not a red herring. You want me to show you Hebrews speaking Hebrew in the same time period? I just did. I quite did. I showed you that we just found writings of Ishmael, that we have all types of different writings of the Hebrews. So I can show you Hebrew, and I can show you the Hebrews speaking Hebrew. that the Hebrews spoke Hebrew. In fact, that's what this study was on. It was about Hebrew. Right? This is a point out some bang on this. Maybe get something. All right. It just talks about the close connection between, I was saying, Southern Semitic and Hebrew. But here's a little understanding, because no, I don't need to know the language to study it. I just need to study the language. I need to know about its foundational concepts. Yes, we know Semitic, right? All Semitic languages and all that, when they talk about certain things of Semitic, we know that they had connections to Natufian and the groups in the Kabarin groups and whatnot. And we know that they would settle around and would be basically become their own group and whatnot. But let me go to something here for you. Let me see if I can point that out real fast. Or I'll just open up something. Point out something. But yes, we had already showed you. I showed you the Ishmael. I already showed you the writings from Ishmael. Just show it real fast. All right, let me just show you this one, papayas. I put that all weird. Type that weird. I know. Get this word twisted. Always get these words twisted in my head. But this is it right here. Papayas. So 2,700-year-old papayas, noting the name Ishmael, written in Paleo Hebrew, not Block Hebrew, not during the time of Ezra, which I can show you that too. I can show you Block Hebrew in the time of Ezra. That's a little different. Think about how this one's worded. Is it? Let's see. Let's see. It's. I want to pull up this. Not this thing. Where is it? This papayas. I gotta think about what is it called again, the name of it and everything. I have it on a video, but I'm trying to just show it real fast. See if I can find it. They found some Block Hebrew. Well, there's a lot of Block Hebrew. We can even go to the Isaiah scroll. Go to the exact Isaiah scroll, the digital copy, and look at the Block Hebrew. So this is Block Hebrew. This is BC culture, Isaiah scroll, as you can see right here. But these right here is Block. This is called Block Hebrew. This is after the time of Ezra and stuff. But what I'm showing you here is before Ezra. This is during the first temple. So while the first temple was standing, it's between the first century BC and whatnot, right? It's like somewhere around the first century BC. So that's a good understanding very early on, before the temple fell, of the writing of the city, what the city wrote with and everything. I spoke this yesterday. You can see it. We went over it yesterday. A lot of information on this. So no, it's not a red herring. I want you're the one saying the Hyksos are Hebrews. I'm telling you that they're not. And I showed you that they're not, because the Hyksos are seen in culture 2000 BC to 3000 BC. They invade cities that Israel has not invaded. They don't speak Hebrew, nor do they have Hebrew culture. And they're not Israelites, and they don't have Israelite culture. They don't have the law with them. Right? In fact, they're seen in writing, like I said, with Mari and Idrini, with the lands of Alaka and stuff, where here's the Israelites there, so it's not a red herring, even though that's not red herring, but it's asking you for a source. So again, if your point is to call out that, oh, me asking you for a source is a red herring because I don't have sources of Israelites speaking Hebrew, well, you've been debunked, because I got sources of Israelites speaking Hebrew. But you don't have sources of the Habiru speaking Hebrew. So that will be your point for proving the Habiru as a Israelite or a Eberite culture. So prove that they speak Hebrew. You can't prove the Habiru speaking Hebrew. That's because the Habiru are not Hebrews. You gotta let go of that previous learning. What's your top 3 reasons saying that the Hyksos are not Israelites? So for the Hyksos not being Israelites, I have some good reasons, and I'll state those real fast. So the Hyksos, now the interesting thing is that the Habiru has a farther chance of being Israelites than the Hyksos have a closer chance to. But the thing about the Hyksos, the reason why we know they're not the Israelites, because the Hyksos are known to come in about the same time Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob exists. So before the growth of the patriarchs. And since we know the Habiru are also a culture that has metals, we know that that culture having metals shows that they're not Israelite culture, because Israelites didn't have a smith. We know the Israelites didn't have a smith, and they wasn't that strong to take over Egypt. They was not that strong to take over Egypt. And that's something to know about the Hyksos, that they actually literally took over Egypt. And we don't have nothing like that written in text to show us that Abraham, Isaac, or Jacob or his sons took over Egypt. They literally took it over. That's one point, is the power of the Habiru, the vast power of them. Another reason that I think is important to know is that we know that Israelites are still in the land of Avaris when the Hyksos are pushed out. There's still Semitic groups that are not the Hyksos in Avaris. In Avaris, there are Israelites there. There's a Semitic culture, very like Semites and stuff, that are not the Habiru, that are pushed out. So there's a group in the lands of Avaris documented being in that land after the Hyksos leave. And the Hyksos they're not leaving and invading the Levant. The Hyksos are leaving and pretty much they're destroyed. They're pretty much scattered about and destroyed. And we don't have any evidence of a conquest that follows with the conquest of the Israelites, pretty much. There's been a lot of attempts to try to bend that information. If you want to see a great video to break it down, this Egyptologist does something called popcorn reviews. I'm careful with my information because of his popcorn reviews. His popcorn reviews is on point, right? But all jokes aside, he is deep and going over information. But he did a review on what I at first almost was convinced that the Hyksos might been Israelites, but then I had some questions about just the fact of them taking Israel. But if you want to see something interesting, this is kind of heavy. I like some of the parts where he like laughs like crazy. But he did a review on IP's video on the first time he brought out Exodus Rediscovered. He was saying that the people were Hyksos and stuff, and that was just crushed. Like the sources was just too solid that there's no way that the Hyksos are Israelites. This would be one another reason. The scholarly review of the details of trying to make the Israelites even fit the narrative with the Hyksos is just impossible. It's just too, it's impossible. It's scholarly impossible. The type of details you have to bend, it wouldn't work out. It just wouldn't work out. And I think one of the key details is just what Egypt does after they push out the Habiru, is that they don't just push them out, they expand into the Levant. So that's something that is quite important. But this was a video that was kind of expressing the idea that the Habiru were the Israelites, and IB has some sources and stuff to try to support it, but that's the thing, not every source is a good source, and not even sources of like certain scholars, they would tell you that sometimes their sources that they write is not right, and a lot of the sources that he speak of on here, the guy actually correct himself. But this is what's important, is that there's a transition throughout that time, that the Hittites get this land, the Mitanni is still over here, the Egyptians are still in this land. So it's not, and in fact, a good thing, a third reason to understand. So one is the size of the Hyksos, how they invade Egypt. Two, it's the scholarly historic characteristics of the Hyksos that show they're just not Israelite. They just wouldn't fit with the Israelites. And also third, one of the biggest reasons that I think is important to know is that there's something that everyone usually understands about the Hyksos, and is that when we look at the Hyksos, yeah, they're shepherds, like shepherd kings and all those things. So it seemed like, oh yeah, they could be shepherds, but many people were in that time. Many people were farmers in that time. Many people were farming and different things like that. And many people were Semitic. So the thing is that the Hyksos, right? Let me make sure I stay right, because I almost lost my train of thought. The Hyksos, during their reign there, during their stay, there is no city of Ramses there. There's no P Ramses, and that's key, because P Ramses is made on an island. The city of Ramses, or the city that's built by the Israelites, Ramses, is not built until after Seti the first. There's no city that is ascribed being built in the Bible until Seti the first, and which is after the Hyksos. So, and we know that Avaris was emptied out by the time of Seti. Not Seti, Ramses II. By the time of Ramses II, Avaris was emptied out, even by Ramses III. By the end of the 20th dynasty, Avaris became a graveyard. But before that time, Avaris was actually the area where the Israelites were. And we know Israelites were there after the Hyksos. We know that Avaris was occupied after the Hyksos, and it was occupied by Semites, by Semitic groups. That there were actually Semitic groups in Avaris after the Hyksos. And what happened was that we know that by the time of Ramses, especially Ramses II, he got the people, the Israelites, who, as the scripture said, built these two cities. They built certain cities, which those cities only exist during the time of Ramses, right? P Ramses, with the connection of it. So that's the three main reasons: is the scripture understanding of the cities that are built. They don't exist at the time of the said people of the Hyksos. It's the way that the Hyksos are so powerful that they take over Egypt. They don't just take it over, they rule in Egypt for about 200 years. So they're very, very powerful and dominated people, almost 200 years. And, and just the historical continuity of it, that the Hyksos have a problem with becoming the Israelites because they're not seen as a small group that rised up, but rather the Hyksos are seen like a group that was known that migrated into that land and started to become very powerful and dominant. So I would say that would be the 3 main points of that. That's what you did when you pulled up those random artifacts with no proof that it was actually written by Hebrews. Are you saying that the Hebrew writing that I showed, are you saying that's just random? Because remember, you asked for Hebrew writings. You said it was a red herring right there. You said red herring. Show me Hebrews speaking Hebrew at the same time period. And I did. I showed you Hebrew, people speaking Hebrew by the time of the new kingdom or by the time of the rise of the kingdoms. But you cannot show me the Habiru speaking Hebrew in no time period. That's what you did when you pulled. Yeah. Amen. So see, this is what the truth is. It's important to know. The true Hebrew are not Hyksos. Also, they're not Habiru. That's important. How much do you know about the go? Can you speak any? You call biblical Hebrew Yiddish, but it 100 words in it. And okay, so let's always remember that Yiddish is like middle-aged stuff, right? That's important to know that we would not find ancient Yiddish. So I don't know why you keep throwing out Yiddish. I don't know what's up with that. But I guess, brother, if you get a chance, you still here, I'll end it at the 7-hour mark. I keep saying I'm in it close, but we get to some deep topics. Ain't no rush. If you give, I love speaking on topics. If you can provide one source, even a questionable source, of the Hyksos speaking Hebrew or Hebrew culture, any type of Hebrew synchronism with that, instead of just saying Hyksos means Hebrew, that's not enough. Even if Hyksos means Hebrew, you got to ask yourself what Hebrew, right? What Hebrew? If this is Hebrew, right? If this means Hebrew, what does that mean, right? Are these the same Hebrews, or is this just another group called Hebrews? That's just questionable in itself because it just doesn't match the culture. Yeah. I know it's that. I think he's just saying random stuff at times. Don't take offense to him. He's just sometimes it's like that. He's just grabbing on that he believes the Habiru are the Israelites, but we already proven that it's not. That culture been there since 3000 BC, 2000 BC, and has been in places that Israel has not touched. Tufian burial styles and head directions, removal of front teeth. Why do people keep saying that? I keep hearing that they say that the Tufian removed their front teeth. Maybe they did. I must not have seen that source. I keep hearing that, but I never seen that source yet. Removal of front teeth, pottery, food, and separation of head from the body, still a practice among East Africans. I would say that maybe look a little more into the Natufian culture. Literally right up there, bro. Go read the card. Oh, you going. You're going. You have the power Lead plus your black. What is that? We're reading Yiddish. That's you. Language is unknown. By the way, ancient Hebrew language is unknown. Why do you keep saying? Are you paying attention when I'm showing you the Paleo Hebrew? They got Paleo Hebrew. They got pictographic Hebrew. They got Hebrew from the time of Ezra. Maybe we'll do a live one day and just go over the Hebrew linguistic, all the evidence of some of the Hebrew finds. There's a lot. It's quite a lot. I would not say that is just senseless to say that ancient Hebrew is Yiddish. Come on. Well, to hide these facts, please your research. Just agree to everything you read from European sources. See, that's the problem, that a source is not local to a place. A source is a source, right? So that's the thing. There's no such thing as said Indo-European, right? Sources are not people. Sources are unbiased information about factual things, right? That's what it should be. But I'm telling you, brother, I don't think you studied the Natufian, because they are an ancient Levantan culture. I don't know where you're trying to put them into Africa. You keep saying Natufian. Maybe you're thinking about the Iberasian or something like that. That's one thing. Yeah. I just want to see that brother share his source. Okay, it's 7. All right. I'm gonna read these last one real fast and get into the same time. Lastly, do you agree that Somali Ethiopians are North Kushite and Nubian at the same time that Somalis are mixed Caucasoid black? I mean, remember, we talk genetics here. So that whole name games, remember, the name games don't tell us genetic origins. The Natufians are E1B1B with Indo-European female groups. Yes, they have Indo-European female groups. That's important to look at for the Natufian. They have Indo-European female groups, but they are E1B1B. So it's possible that some may have migrated from there, but you would, in the areas of Ethiopia, those are after the Natufian. They're gonna move into that area after. So about maybe 3,000. Something like that. He might be, but he might not be. I'll be honest with you that Laban, he's just firm that he believes that the conquest happened and it was the Habiru, but that's the thing. He would not be able to defend his point, and he would be debunked shamefully, and that would be to his own loss. But that's okay. That's why today we're going over that information so that he can prove it if he wants to prove it. If the ancient Hebrew language is unknown, it's not unknown. The ancient Hebrew language is not unknown, right? That there is we even know that there is a difference between the linguistics of modern. Even they admit that. In fact, just so you can see that they admit that modern Hebrew and ancient Hebrew is not the same. Let's try to find something real fast. They don't hide this. Here's one that teaches on it, but I'll find someone that looks acceptable. Let's see. Because there is a lot of conversations on this. Let's see. Here's one. Look at that guy.
Hebrew spoken today in Israel is not the same as the Hebrew of the Bible.
Yeah. What did he just say? Did this man just be honest and tell you that the Hebrew today is not the same of the Hebrew of the Bible? So it's not a mystery. It's not unknown. It is known, but it's just that the Hebrew today is different than ancient Hebrew. by sound. I'm gonna let you hear it real fast. So just a summary.
The Hebrew spoken today in Israel is not the same as the Hebrew of the Bible. Biblical Hebrew is related grammatically to Arabic and other Semitic languages, while modern Hebrew is a spoken language that dramatically transformed in the last few hundred years, is pronounced very differently than Biblical Hebrew probably was. And then there's liturgical Hebrew, used in Jewish prayers. It's scholarly and rabbinic and dates from the Middle Ages. All are written in Hebrew script, which uses letters for consonants but mainly leaves out vowels. That said, prayer books and Hebrew learning textbooks have dots added that mark the vowels. These were invented in the medieval period by a group called the Masoretes. Modern Hebrew, spoken in Israel, is quite distinct from its predecessors. It emerged out of a movement in Eastern Europe in the mid to late 1800s. Men with traditional Jewish educations were moving to larger cities where they aspired to write modern, secular fiction in Hebrew. This was a way to express the idea that Jews could connect to a collective national identity rooted in the distant past, while still participating in the culture of modern Europe, where literature was so important. In writing modern Hebrew literature, they realized they had to find words for concepts that didn't exist in the Bible or rabbinic tradition. So they found biblical words with unclear meanings and gave them new ones. The Hebrew spoken today in Israel is not the same as the Hebrew of the Bible. Biblical Hebrew is related grammatically to Arabic and other Semitic languages, while modern...
So again, it's not that it's unknown, it's that it's different. So ancient, that's why I was showing you again. That's why I was showing you those sources real fast that, you know, probably closed them. But the Ishmael papyrus, there's all types of writings. There's all types of writings that I could pull up and prove that Hebrew is known, right? That's something that's something to know. Now, if you see where that says unknowns inscription, that's pictographic Hebrew. You can look it up. That's earlier than Proto-Hebrew. Right? It's not that it's unknown. It's called pictographic Hebrew. It's the earliest form of Hebrew of the pictographic form, right? So that's something that's important to know. So very early stuff to know about. But the Proto-Hebrew is the one of the Temple period. So that's like 3 levels of Hebrew. But how do you know? How do you know that it's the Rockefellers? How do you know that? Molly's the lied and the Tupian Jane. What? Brother, come on. You just saying stuff. Just think about that. Why would they use Somalis to lie that Natufian gene is only predominantly found in the Horn of Africa? What? They don't even claim that with Natufian, and the Natufian find was found by a European female, Dorothy Garrod. So I think she was doing an excavation study on the biblical narrative, and she found the Natufian. She was following the Bible to find the Natufian. Dorothy Garrod. She was following the Bible to find the Natufian. Right? Real fast. I'm not spell her name. Natufian. Dorothy Garrod. Just to show you a quick highlight, you can find it on find information on the summary of the Natufian. Here she is, right there. That's who found this right here is who found the Natufian. This little crew, right, and some more peoples. But you should know that Natufian culture was discovered by British archaeologist Dorothy Garrod. So that's who found it, right? And she found these in this certain cave right here. And we can see that the cave is in the areas of Israel, right? You can see what's going on there, right? UNESCO protected. So it is culturally, what's the word I'm looking for? They are aware of this, right? That's why they say shepherd Neolithic. They know that it leads later to shepherd Neolithic. That's what it would lead to their shepherding and everything. That's actually the truth for the Natufian, that they actually lead to Proto-Shemites. That's why they spoke Proto-Semitic and everything. So I think, brother, sister, brother, I want you to know that maybe not guess so much and kind of maybe do your own research, like actually look at the studies, right? Because I wouldn't, come on. I mean, how are we just saying that how do you even know even in the sense of knowing, how would you even know if the Rothschilds had did that or that? And we know that that's not true, because we know that it was found by Dorothy Garrod and is realized by UNESCO, and it is open. It's open for almost anyone to study. But these are real. But remember, Wiki is a nice scan through of these things, but that's why we can go over the direct information ourselves, right? We can go over the direct information of these things and go over one in this time and whatnot, and have a little understanding. This was not something that was covered up. It just wasn't. It was just something that was just found, the Natufian culture. And in fact, it's found. The Natufian are not found in one place. And a lot of people, they'll say like there was like 5 finds and stuff like that and whatnot. But in the Natufian, obviously having connection to basal Eurasian and whatnot. But it has, as it says, the Natufian culture has been documented in dozens of sites. Around 90 have been excavated. Around 90 have been excavated, including all these sites. All these sites. I'll just click one just for the sake. Look at that. So we have a lot of places where Natufians were developed. All right. So it says 16,000 years ago and stuff like that. So the Natufian had connections to many sites. Right. It's just a few. So as we remember, we went over, they were E1B1 lines. Right, E1B1 makes also E1B1A, but we also get those earlier sons, E1B1B, around and everything. So very, very important. Very, 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 very important. So very, very important to understand. And they also got those Indo-European mtDNAs. But that's just on a broad scope. But we go very deep into the Natufian. We get very deep into them. So in all understanding of your points, beloved brother, I don't see your points. I think that the Natufian were not being covered up. I think you might be guessing at a cover up for the Natufian of being found predominantly in the Horn of Africa. That doesn't make sense to me. That's Iron Age with the Habiru. Wait, can you? What are you talking about? The Israelites pop up in the transition of the Bronze Age and Iron Age. So you can't tell me I can't use a source from 700 BC. Sorry. Your point still stands to prove that the Habiru spoke Hebrew and had Hebrew ties. I'm not going to bend my data to try to make a Hebrew 8 that old. I'm not going to do that. That makes no sense. The Israelites are a mainly Iron Age culture. They have some Bronze Age ties, but they don't write anything then, do they? When do they start writing? They write when Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob develops the Israelites in the lands of Egypt. Then they come out and settle in the land. Then they're writing things. They're writing the laws as they're going about. So Iron Age Hebrew is right on target for proving that they spoke Hebrew. Again, just to point out your red herring, don't try to run. Don't try to run. As this is your red herring. You said, show me Hebrew speaking Hebrew or Hebrew speaking Hebrew in the same time period. Therefore, we already went over it. There's no need. The Hebrew language, there is no evidence that all the current Hebrew language predates language called Suba. I mean, it doesn't need to remember the Hebrews are not a ancient culture. They're not 2000 BC. That's what your problem. The problem is you think we're going to find 2000 BC stuff. The Habiru are 2000 BC. The Habiru are from 2000 BC. I cannot show you Israelites speaking in 2000 BC. No. If you want me to match your incorrect understanding of the Habiru who existed 2000 BC, 3000 BC, no, I cannot match that because we know the Israelites were not there. That's why I'm telling you the Habiru are not Israelites. Speaking to his brother. No, it's not. But this language just made me just think about that when you think about predating something. I don't know what you mean. Is your point making Sabu is the original ancient language of the Ethiopians? Saba. Right. Saba. Right. Connections to the ones going to Yemen, but the Hebrews will speak Hebrew. I literally said majority of Habiru Hebrews are not Israelites. Okay, but didn't I tell you that like 15 times? I told you that the Habirus, you can do anything you want to bend that the Habirus are of Eber, but you cannot even make them Israelites, is what I'm saying. You can't, I'm saying that they're not even Israelites. They're not even Israelites. They're not none of them are Israelites. That's what I'm saying. Is that you can make them Eber, you cannot make them Israelites. You can't, because they're just not in the same places. They're not in the same places, and they're not the same culture. Because the Israelites come out of Exodus, they last in the wilderness for a long time, and when they come out of Exodus, they're mostly moving together. Right? They're a culture that's basically very tight packed and very culturally tight. But that's not what we see with the Habiru. Their ties of Mesopotamia cannot be denied. The Habiru are Mesopotamian culture that are called to different locations. Yeah. The original Moses, who it is from Saba language. Well, translating the name of Moses to language doesn't mean that's where that group originate from, because the Bible quite literally says Abraham was a Hebrew. He wasn't a Sabaean. He wasn't of Saba. Person here is just lives. Yeah, it's all right. I honestly in my heart, I believe that he believes what he believes. I believe that he believes and is sold to make the Habiru and Abiru Hebrews. But I want to give him a chance to at least admit defeat. Either admit defeat or provide a solid source that the Habiru culture would match a Hebrew culture. And even the conquest doesn't match up. None of it matches up. It's just too much. It's just way too much stretching of information. Comes from Saba. The name, what? Come on, you got a source for that? Priest, servant of living room. That's kind of odd. But this brother, this guy is here just because, yeah, maybe, but they must document Amorites. Not. Where are you getting these sources? Where are you getting these sources? You gotta now just to confirm to you understanding of history of the Israelites. Are you saying that the Israelites were not in the Levant? Because that's what I'm getting from your idea is that you're saying that even though I already showed you that Thufian were in the Levant, you're saying that they were in the Horn of Africa, and you're saying the Rothschilds try to lie about it, and somehow you got that information. And now telling me some other stuff, right? We understand the Hadramites of Yemen and stuff like that, but all that in Sanskrit also document a lot of that and whatnot. They can be in East Africa and all those things, but the Israelites were a culture that historian textually migrated from the Mesopotamian area. One man migrated down. He had a son. And then they had sons that developed in Egypt into the Exodus. And then when Exodus happened, they left out. So are you saying that they didn't dwell in the Levant? And if you're saying they didn't dwell you might be meeting some sources from the same time period. The Habiru were culturally extinct by the Iron Age. They were culturally extinct by the Iron Age. I asked you for contemporary Bronze Age Hebrew writing. Okay. I got something for you. Okay. Well, let me actually show you something. I'm sure you've seen this one. I'm gonna leave that there, but let me grab another one. Let me just grab. I mean, I'm sure you already know about the Merneptah Stele. Like we just point out Israelites and whatnot. They point out Israelites, but they never called them Habiru. So that's one for you. But let me actually grab. I gotta think of what's the name of this. I gotta think about what's this. The name of this document, but this is a example. Now we know this is Hebrew, but some people say was it made by the Israelites or not? So people have their own opinions on it, but we verified by text, as it said, the curse was written on stone on Mount Ebla, and in fact, it's starting to meet quite an interesting shedding on that. It is indeed Hebrew, right? It is a late Bronze Age, circa 12 BC. Date is verified, right? It's a tiny little writing. And we know that it's a proto-alphabetic Hebrew text with the name Yahweh on it. So, yeah. If your point is that we should prove if there is Bronze Age Hebrew text, yes, we got Bronze Age Hebrew text. This is just one of them. We got some other ones. So that's quite important to know that yes, we can verify Bronze Age Hebrew text. I showed you Hebrew in the Iron Age, in the Temple period. I showed you Hebrew in the time of Ezra, and I showed you Hebrew in the time of the Bronze Age. Now, I don't. What's the word I'm looking for? I don't think this is helping your point. I think that you need to prove the Habiru as a Hebrew culture. So if your point is trying to get some understanding if Hebrew was spoken, it was. And let me also show you something. I think about how this one is. Show you the Habiru. Let me point out this thing if I can find it. Leave it alone. But yeah, here I just again for that brother. When you get a chance, all right? When you get a chance, you can show what you can real fast, because I actually extended the time again for your sake, so that you yourself can be a witness. I gave you a chance to show you that your stance, if your stance isn't standing here, you don't want to try to use that as apologetic or a defense, to use it for defining if the biblical people exist, because you have a problem if someone says, can you prove the culture? You can't. You're gonna fall into some traps. And I'm trying to show you that there are sources you can use that will better defend your stance. But calling the Israelites the Habiru, you're going to get debunked by atheists that knows his stuff. No, let alone a believer. But if you want, I'm not gonna do a duel on it. I'm not. Only reason I'm not, for your sake, because you don't have enough information right now, and you told me that you have a lot of information. You said you have a lot of information, but I want you to prove with a solid source that the Habiru is an Israelite culture. That's the point. Is that just saying that they have connections to Semitic? We know they also have connections to Indo-European. We also know they have connections to Hurrian. Is not helping your point. We know that they are Mesopotamian culture, the Habiru. We know that they've been spoken about during the Sumerians and the Akkadians, right? Sumerian time and Akkadian time, the Habiru, the Abiru were spoken of. So that's not going to help your point. So you got to prove that that culture is not just Hebrew, but you got to prove that culture as being Israelite. That would be impossible. I'm telling you the truth, that you're not going to prove them being Israelite. You can do all the bending you can to make them Eber, but that surely won't prove that they had an Israelite conquest. But even just making them Eber, like I said, there's going to be a mix in that culture. Written that what world find a curse tablet. Do you think it has any bearing on biblical events today? It might. In fact, you know what I think? I think that the people of that land and the people who claim that they're the people and forsake, the true word, I think that they are in danger. I think the Most High if the Most High was hard on Israel and they was the pure blessed blood of the chosen, what is he going to do to these invaders that push the people out of the land and hate the real Israel? I want to know. It might be that writing in Ezekiel 36 that talks about, you have rejoiced in the inheritance of his people, right? That prophecy of Esau. I would say maybe that Ebla tablet has something to do with that, a warning for those people of that nation. All right, because remember it said put the curse there. I would say definitely What do you mean? How does that prove your point? You just proved my point. That does not. This is not. You're gonna have some troubles, brother. If you stick on that Habiru thing and this information keeps spreading, you're gonna have more and more troubles, because many scholars, many people are starting to realize the Habiru are not the Hebrews. The Habiru vanished in historical records around the time nation of Israel was born. No, Israel was born 17 BC or even 18 BC. Israel been there for a while. So what? They vanished around 11 BC. So I think that's not being honest. No historical written record of Habiru speaking Hebrew in the Bronze Age. Because the Habiru aren't Hebrew. We know what they speak in the Bronze Age. Akkadian, like the Mitanni, who were of the Hittites and other nations around. Now, the original Akkadians, I believe, was Shemites, but not the groups that started picking up Akkadian in the second millennium. The Akkadians, this was important to know. The Akkadians, the original Shemitic groups that became some of the Akkadians, they were part of the 2000 to 3000 BC, right? That's why I'm saying if you want to use that, but your problem is you're using a culture that is not Akkadian, not originally Akkadian, but a merged group that the Akkadians said was not them, which the Akkadians were part of Shemites. So you're using Habiru. I'm telling you, I'm trying to warn you that it's going to hurt you in the long run. It's going to hurt you. And again, if they did not speak Hebrew, then we can't even claim them as Hebrew. We can't even say they're Hebrews. That kind of, you're verifying the point, because you're saying no historical records of Habiru speaking Hebrew in the Bronze Age. Yet the Hebrews spoke Hebrew in the Bronze Age. So think, why then would UNESCO and Rockefeller Museum be keeping a lot of these Natufian bones? What? They don't keep the bone. The bones are kept at the Israeli Museum and certain other places. I don't think that's where they are, in the Rockefeller Museum or UNESCO. I think, brother, if you want to learn about the Natufian, I got a video for you. I'll give you a video after, and you can see what we have on the Natufian. I'm telling you, there is a lot of information of the Natufian. Even what they even say of the Natufian? They say that they were there till the Jewish kingdom period. So they know that the E1B1 lines were there to the Jewish kingdom period. In fact, they even say some of the E1B1 lines might even been Israelites, Arabians, and Syrians, which is the family of the Hebrews. Israelites, Arameans, and Syrians, or rather Arabians and Syrians. And that would be a good understanding that we also have the genetic ties with those groups. So I wouldn't say that claim again, because that's not true. Just like there's no verified records in Hebrew from Hebrews during the Bronze Age, doesn't mean it never exists. I already showed you that the Hebrews spoke Hebrew in the Bronze Age. I already showed you. All right. I showed you in the New Kingdom period that the Hebrews spoke Hebrew. I showed you in the late kingdom, in the second temple period, that the Hebrews spoke Hebrew. And I showed you in the Bronze Age that the Hebrews spoke Hebrew. That's something that they spoke. Why would they not have spoke Hebrew? Abraham was a Hebrew. As it says, Abraham the Hebrew. Just because you can't find any sources for the Habiru speaking Hebrew, or that the Habiru are culturally Hebrews, doesn't mean that the Israelites weren't Hebrews. It means that the Habiru aren't Israelites. Yep. Yeah, get deep into you are just throwing them out there. You're just throwing them out there. Oh, the channel and get their sources. Yep. Almost caught. Almost. All right. Let me just speed through because. All right. I don't know where are you getting your information? Where are you getting this information from? Because remember, if your claim is that UNESCO has no agenda of telling the world who the real ancient Shemites are, the dates have been changed, location to example, Nutufian aberration. Come on. You know very well that the Natufian aberration, there's some solid finds. Even how we know it's solid finds, because when we were first talking about the Natufian, they were trying to call them Canaanites, and that's why. And they was like, no, we already know what the Natufian is. They're Canaanites, and like, how can they be Canaanites if they replaced the culture in the lands of the Levant? They replaced the culture in the lands of Levant. It wasn't the original culture there. They were just the oldest, some of the oldest, not the very oldest, but they replaced a culture in the Levant. So I would not say that. I'm sorry, brother, but I think you're focused too much on conspiracies than on studying the cultures. And if those cultures were displaced, then you probably should do a little research into the people who did the excavations. And I'm telling you, it was not the Rothschilds. No, it wasn't UNESCO itself doing the excavation. In fact, that's not how UNESCO works. UNESCO, you have to prove to them that you have an actual tie, or that culture is actually a real culture, to prove to them cultures. I don't think that is exactly how it works. Move Canaanite teeth, lactose, like, all right. Well, it's getting fairly late, but that's okay. We keep on. I'm just gonna try to at least get this last point out, so that if this brother, I want to really just pour it out. Fair enough. I accept that the Ebelite text as legitimate, but they're still not contemporaries with when the Habiru were written about in historical documents. Well, I keep saying that. Yeah, we know, we have no doubt that Habiru is way older than the Israelites. That's what I'm telling you. I'm not going to match. I'm not going to match your dates for the Habiru. I'm not going to be able to provide for you Hebrew up to their years, because the Habiru are not the Israelites. They're not even Hebrew. So that's what I'm saying. That the branches of Hebrew that you're talking about is Aramaean, and Aramaean was there fifth, like I just showed you, genetically in the Aramaean there 14 BC. The Aramaeans, they were there 14 BC, and they were E1B1B. They were speaking Semitic, and that type of Semitic is one of the closest Semitics to Hebrew, the Aramaeans, and the southern Ethiopian Semitic. Those two groups have a close tie to Hebrew, and those groups will give you close ties to the early writings of Hebrew, the Aramaeans. This is a culture I would recommend looking into. Or just type down Arameans, like that. You know why? Because they was there in Syria, and they would be connected to sons of Aram. You say of Shem and whatnot, and we also have their languages. Their languages would be there for a long time, and they also would have early ties to Akkadians and everything. They had links to Akkadians because they have that tie of some parts of East and West, Semitic. So if I remember, this one has connections of East, right? They have some deep history. This group has some very deep history. And the Aramaeans, they have close linguistics to Hebrew. Some closeness in a way. And I think this culture right here, this one right here, you should look into this one. And when they rise up in the Iron Age, but they have some writings that is going to tell some interesting things, I think, for telling some stories. But this is the group. This is the group that will show you where the Israelites came from. If you want to connect the Israelites, connect them to Aramaeans. I'm telling you, you will have a better connection of connecting the Israelites to Syrians and Arabians than the Habiru and Hyksos, because this will be a group that they're not just picking up a lingua franca. In fact, their language becomes a lingua franca. That's why I recommend them, because we know that Hebrew is later affected by Syrian, by Aramaean. That's why Aramaic is what the Hebrews spoke. That's why you look in the time of the 1st century. We know that, even the biblical time of the New Testament, they spoke Greek and Aramaic, Latin and Greek, Aramaic. And the Aramaic was a form of that Hebrew. And these are going to be that linguistic tie. It will tie things more smoother if you connect it with the Aramaeans, the Syrians. That will be a more smooth tie, I believe, at least the fossils. And remember, I showed what the fossils look like, that we do have fossils of Aramaeans genetically tied to Israel. That's what we were showing a little earlier. But that's what I would say would be a better source. And we can go into some historical sources and prove the Aramaean writings were there all throughout the Bronze Age, because that's a Bronze Age culture that became an Iron Age culture. But they have ties from, I believe, Abraham, I would say. Carbon dating is subject. Yeah, I believe it's subject to. I believe some of the dates are questionable. That's why connecting historical text is going to bring things together. Scarby, and one day you'll find the truth. And burying dead faces was like that. I mean, brother, I'm a be honest with you. I don't know where you're getting your sources. I have no clue where you're getting your sources. There was no nation of Israel in the Levant in the 17th century BC. That's true. That's true. But why are the Habiru there? If there is no nation of Israel, then what are the Habiru doing there? How can they become the people of the conquest and all that? How can the Habiru be the people who, in the Amarna letters, how is Israel invading Byblos and places where the Hittites are and stuff in Mesopotamia and stuff? What's going on there? That is true, right? That is true. If you can show your viewers one skull remains of Natufians, so they can understand the importance of teeth removal and how Rockefellers has successfully managed to lie to everyone. You want me to show you a Natufian skull? Natufians had an interesting practice. The Aramaeans had the same practice, thing called ancestor worship, but they call it the cult of the skull. Why they call it the cult of the skull? Probably heard of it. The Natufians and all that stuff be doing this and whatnot. Up to the Neolithic time frame, they were doing something called ancestral worship, right? If you know, let me actually just show you real fast. Let's see. Just point it out here. This is a reconstruction and everything. All right, let's get a let's get a a picture. So I could go to that call this column and not, but I can open up one of my sources and just point it out. Maybe I could do that, but I want to just find one and point it out. Natural Geographics. This is just talk about some of the Natufians not in the Jericho area. This one is they filled it in. They filled in this skull because that's what the Natufian were doing. They were doing ancestor worship, and so they were like basically build up their ancestors and everything. I'll just show. I want to go to something. I want to go to right here. They don't show a picture there. Sometimes I got some sources I can open up. I'll probably maybe I'll just open it. I don't feel like doing all on that, but I could just go to this Natufian. You can find one with the little shells on their head and stuff that they always have on their head. Or I just grab one of those names because it shouldn't be too hard. No picture. It just talks about those plastered and stuff. They got some Natufians buried with a leopard. But let me see. I wanna go to one that's a picture so I can point that out. Or else I'm gonna open one of these things. I'm gonna open one of my notes. Forget it. Let me open up a note here. All right. Making me get into the Natufians and all that. And I don't think you understand that the removal of the teeth is not the removal of the teeth and the skulls are not because modern people did that. Ancient people did that. That's just what they were doing of their ancestor worship. They worship the ancestors that die. Let me just go to something. All right. I got something to point you out here. Why not just go to fossils? I could just went to fossils. Point it out. All right. So let's go into some of these finds. I think it's kind of interesting. Make sure I point out this. These are mostly haplogroups going to the skulls. But I'll just type it down just to show you, because I know what you're talking about. Yeah, because you probably think about how some skulls are missing teeth. They're not only missing like front tooth; they're missing teeth in 5 places. But they have realized that that was what they were doing. They realized that they were just worshiping stuff. They were worshiping the skulls. But this one, you can see this just talks about a little bit of it. They talk about in the Neolithic where it says life associated with ancestor worship, right? Evident by a number of plastered skulls on which the features of human faces have been portrayed in painted plaster. So they were reshaping the skulls. That's why there's the cult of the skull, because that's what they were doing. And a lot of the nations of the Natufian and different ones like that, it's not that they're trying to hide anything, or else why would we already have individuals that go over the teeth and talk about that they are pro-Semitic and everything? Let me see if we got a nice little picture here for you. It just talks about it and everything. But that's what it is basically called, is ancestor worship, or let's see if I can just find it. This one's GogTip, but you know, when you look into these ancient cultures and stuff, you got to read about them and study why they were doing what they were doing, instead of making guesses and stuff at times. So I mean, I already showed you that that's what they were doing. They were taking the skull, breaking them down, and they were also redesigning them. That's why some had seashells, some had different designs, because they were doing ancestor worship. They were worshiping their ancestors, right? Remembering their ancestors and praising their ancestors, ancestor worship, establishing them for memories and stuff. Another one of these, another piece for that understanding. Let me just go. I don't know. I'm not going. I'll show you some more of the bones and stuff a little later, because I don't really like doing research while I'm live, because it can be dangerous. Tufian. I'll show you one more. Yeah, just get actual source I can use real fast, so I can just Yeah, I usually don't like doing it like this, but I'm trying to get an academic or a science paper so I could just show you real fast. But I don't really like doing all that research online because you find some strange stuff. So I want to make sure it's professional. This just goes on. Here's something what they were doing pretty much. They die and all that stuff, have a celebration. They have some days, they have their burial, birth, all those things. But also you can see in some places they get their skulls and everything. And they have certain things. That's why you find sometimes bodies with removed skulls. So sometimes they bury them with their skulls when years change. They take the skulls, have a celebration for some days, and rebury the skulls. And that's what they were doing. It's kind of complex, but they know that they were not really looking. More nations have many idols. These nations were doing ancestor worship, if you can understand what that means. But that's just something. Let's talk about the obviously the rituals of the Natufians and stuff, and it talks about some of their practices and everything. Was that they were taking the skulls, sometimes reshaping them, having celebrations with them, and then reburying them. So I think you probably must have seen that some of the Natufian skull teeth is changed, and a lot of their teeth was missing. But those were actually the elders, and they did that on purpose. Those were the elders of the group, and that's what something that this group was doing. And sometimes they'll take pieces of the skull and reshape the skull, having a combination or a basically a memory of that person and whatnot. It's a really interesting study to get into. I had got into it recently, and I just wanted to understand it. And I found that you got to be careful in that little study on the Natufian and why some of the things are like that, right? Some of the practices that they have going on, and you'll find out that those practices are just basically ritual practices. It wasn't no like someone taking something and hiding anything and whatnot and all that. It was just something that happened in that culture. It's just something that happened in that culture. Is how that culture was at that time. But ancestor worship. The Syrians did it too, I believe. Making sure. Like that. Let me point out. Ancestor worship. Well, there's a lot of nations with ancestor worship. Right? You got some from India, Ghana, Mexico, Rome, China, Europe, Scotland, Japan. This one doesn't really talk about the Natufi and all that modern. But they did it. The Natufian were doing ancestor worship, but the Syrians too. I got a source that talks of it. It talks of how they was doing that in lands of Alika. I can go over that if you want to see, but we don't need to get into it. But this was a group that did that. Pretty much. I'm gonna just stop right there. One more time. But that's probably why you see that. That's not that right there. Do you know what you're looking at when you're looking at this? That's what they did. They made this. This is plaster. That's not a body. They put the bones on there. Notice that's seashells. They did that. Then the Tufians did that. That's not all of a sudden it randomly changed. That's what they were doing. That's called that they were putting seashells there. That's plaster. That was just making up a face. That's not even a skull. That's just putting pieces together, and they're building it. Why? Because that's just something that they were doing. Right? It was a obviously Neolithic practices and stuff. They had these little practices that they were doing, and they know that it was something that they were doing. They had masks, they had symbolic masks, they had other things. All nations had idols. They just all had idols. But they would take the teeth, right? They would keep the teeth. They would put the teeth on stuff. They would keep some parts of the skull, not the whole skull. Sometimes just parts of the skull, and they would reconstruct. They would rebuild like this. They would rebuild a face. Like you see that one face that we talk about? That's plaster with parts of a skull, only parts. See these like little parts of the skull, and the rest is like plastered. That's what they were doing. It's like they were kind of like reconstructing the person and then worshiping him. And that was an example of early ancestor worship. That's what was going on there. It was ancestor worship. It's a little more complex than just assuming some what's the word I'm looking for? Some dubious act. Because people speak Spanish doesn't make them from Spain. That's right. There you go. That is exactly right. Amen. Amen. You be blessed, brother. Let's see. There are Akkadian, Old Assyrian, Old Babylonian texts that I can pull up that will read identically to Hebrew if read in their. I would love for you to prove that Old Assyrian, Old Babylonian, and Akkadian will read like Hebrew. So go ahead. That is gonna be not well in your case if we're talking doing it scholarly. Older than Saba, the Saba language. If it's older, what does that even mean? Older doesn't mean a genetic connection to Afro-Asiatic. So just because Saba is older, what column of the Semitic would that be? That doesn't lead to Hebrew. What's that do anything? That I don't understand that. In fact, there is no language called Syrian Shar, which was Saba. Wait, are you not mixed up? Are you not mixed up, brother? Are you not mixed up? You're totally mixed up. You're totally mixed up. I wouldn't have to ask Ethiopian for that. If you're saying that in that combination, that would make sense. Come on. Didn't you just say? I'm not gonna put you on blast like that. I'm not entertaining that. But you know what you did. You were saying Saba meant something else. I think you changing your information. You're talking about culture, which is recent. It is recent. Yep. Elamite. That's what I was talking about. I'm not even trying to get him. There's actually some Elamite. If you go deeper, Elamite, Sumerian. It's a lot of stuff will predate that. Sword Rockefeller changes the dates. That sounds like guesswork. Now, we don't believe the years at times, but what we going to go around saying Rockefeller changed the date? It was a group like Omic. Yeah. They were Cushitic speakers. Yeah. There's no Cushitic speaker beyond that. It's all made up by the Rockefellers. It's just Rockefeller this, Rockefeller that. They just got everything, and somehow you know it. You just know it's Rockefellers. You just got the information, don't you? Do you know who the Olmec people were and still are? Yes. We know that the Olmec people came from the Natufian. There it is. Yeah, then the Olmec are Natufian, and were followers of Somalia who practice teeth removal. The ancestor worship. You keep saying teeth removal is ancestor worship. It was literally taking bones of peoples and constructing stuff. So I don't know what you mean teeth removal. That anything Rockefeller lie about in Natufian Levant to cover these, they say. Olmec. Yeah, Olmec are after the Natufian. In fact, I'm gonna put a link for anybody that want to have a conversation real fast. We're gonna wrap it up because brothers are just saying random stuff now. I can't get up here and say some random stuff. If I get up here and talk with no sources, we're gonna get checked. You know, like if I come up here and say, well, the Rockefeller had said this and that, and this and that thing, then we were like, well, what does that mean? Like, you gonna connect that with like a source or anything like that? Because all that circular argument just doesn't stand if we put sources on the table. Because I can prove to you the Natufian are a Middle Eastern culture. I can prove to you that the Hebrew language comes from Proto-Afro-Asiatic, Proto-Semitic. And that would indeed debunk the conclusion that the Rothschilds are hiding that they are from Africa. I think when they do the opposite, if we know that they are actually in the Middle East, when they be trying to actually hide the whole information and not telling us that they're in the Middle East, why would they tell us that they're in the Middle East? Is it because they're in the Middle East? Let's see, mixed people, Kushites, they mix because of Bantu expansion. Wait, isn't that? Why we gotta be careful on that Bantu expansion claim, because Bantus don't expand in the Bronze Age. Don't can say they do, but you're gonna have some questions. Those Bantu groups looks like AD culture. It's starting to look like AD culture. More I study them, the more that Iron Age is convincing. That Iron Age material is convincing me that they're AD culture. The said Bantu groups. That one you gotta be very careful with. Very, very careful. It may have popped up no time after or no time before 500 BC. No doubt you wouldn't find any Bantus. Not find the normal Bantu groups in Africa 1000 BC. You just won't, because the Bantus aren't that deep. They're not that deep of a culture. So they wouldn't be the start of any culture movement. They would rather be a late culture movement. If we think about the Bantus, yeah, Bantus in India, you find pastoralists. Yeah, the Bantus are pastoralists. Asiatic pastoralists who spoke Afro-Asiatic language predate Bantu. Yeah, Bantus are predated by almost so much culture. Bantus are a recent, very recent culture. Predate them hunter-gatherers. Yeah, Bantus are very recent. We can go over some information and point out how the Bantus are Iron Age and everything. Can you prove beyond any doubt that there was no Bantus? Yes, no doubt. I can definitely prove that. Yes, I can. I'll leave this like this. You know, when we come up here and talk, you know, it sounds sometimes like we're talking some hard stuff at times, but it's important to have some knowledge of some sources and information and stuff, history, to have some time to go over it and get a little understanding of it. But let me show you something about the Bantu culture. Let me show you something, and I'll show you that it's not that old. All right. Watch this little study from this university right here. So Nature study, first ancient DNA from West Africa illuminates the deep human past. 2020. It's going to get some understanding of some of the oldest groups in Africa. You know what they found out in the oldest groups in Africa? This is what they found out. All right. They say none of the sampled individuals from Shumlaka, where the Bantu groups are closely related to present day Bantu speakers. What does that mean? Instead, they were part of a separate population that lived in the region for the last 5 millennia and was later almost completely replaced by very different populations whose descendants comprise most people living in Cameroon today. So that's important to know that the Bantus are recent. They're not the oldest ones in that land. They're a recent culture. They will be a more recent culture. We got more studies that go into deep understanding of that. Is that, yeah, we can understand that the Bantus will not be the oldest there. So, yes, I think look into the Bantu culture, their Iron Age. We had talked about this before. That's why we did that live that one other time about the Iron Age groups of E1B1 and all that. That they actually were a Iron Age culture. That actually the Iron Age of Africa is not the same Iron Age time frame of, say, the Middle East or Europe. They say the Iron Age in Africa was AD. Before they said it was BC. Now they're changing it to 80. They're saying it must have happened in 80 time when that group was there. So Bantus are Iron Age. And I'm pretty sure the groups you're talking about are probably Bronze Age or older. These ones are not. That's very important. The Bantu groups are going to be recent to that area. Go more into it, but this would be enough. So the story's broken. Can you show any scientific proof that Zebu and Saga type of cattle were brought to Africa by the Cushites? I can show you that they were moved during the time of the Israelite movements. That some of the cattle were moving into the lands of Africa during the conquest of some things. And I actually did a video on that if you want to see it real fast. I'll point to it real fast so you can see that. Yes, we did note some of the cattle moved into Africa. This video right here is great for going into the Iberasians, the clarity of that. But the cattle we did a while back, because I thought it was important to note that the movement of pastoral animals is key. So here it is right here. I'll show a quick highlight. Today, you see it in Africa. Now, what's interesting is from 1150 BC to 586 BC, it was dominant in Israel. That's very important. It was a dominant breed in Israel. But in 586, that's when that actually migrated. That's actually important to understand, because the breed that was dominant in Israel before 586 was the T1 breed of cattle that moved to Africa. You know what's interesting about that? If you know what happened in 586, which was the Babylonian siege actually happened in 586. And they note that the cattle that was major in Israel, the only breed of cattle from 586 that was there and then migrated and moved, was the T1 lineage of cattle. That lineage is now found in Africa. Zebu like cattle. And we can also get other little pictures of it that talks about it. We also see it in the time of the Phoenicians in the land of the Levant. They was also painting these cattle. This is very important cattle. But we're going to look at the certain breed that's found in the ancient land of Israel and compare that with the breed that's found in Africa. And the time of the migration is extremely important. The time, the pinpoint time of the migration is extremely important. So 586 BC, all the cattle, that type of cattle that you would talk about, that the say Zebu cattle, that haplogroup of them, we know that the haplogroup of that cattle migrated into the areas of Africa at 586 BC. Yes, we got evidence of that, of the migration of those cattle. Yes, we got some migration evidence of those cattle. In fact, let me read you some interesting highlights. Yes. This is what it says. From nature, domestic cattle were abundant in archaeological sites. They talk about certain types of cattle, these certain one not, but they're also known as the zebu, or the humped cattle and everything. Just goes over and talk about that. Why it's important? They are important because they are important for counting, for noting movements, which is valuable in tracing human movements. Notice what it says. Most African cattle belong to T1 haplogroup. That's a animal haplogroup, and which is found a small portion of Greece and Iberia breeds. Go a little down. Watch what it says here. And it just says, of course, they looked at some cattle, right? 134 cattle breeds have been found in Africa. African cattle was originally domesticated in the Fertile Crescent, modern Iraq, Jordan, Israel, and Syria, thousands of years ago, before migrating south and interbreeding with local species, right? Lead researcher Jared Decker, associate professor of animal science in the certain college of agriculture and whatnot, says this about the genetics of these cattle of Africa. He says they are similar to those cattle first domesticated in the Middle East around 10,000 years ago with the Natufian, proving that those cattle were brought to Africa as farmers migrated south. There's much more, but that's just a little highlight. Yes, we know that they migrated southward. That's a real thing. Amen, amen. Keep that sword bright, man. Keep that sword bright, man. Keep that sword bright. Let's see. You think Bantus are indigenous to East Africa? All Bantus gotta take a DNA test, probably West African, because they migrated from there recently. And that's what I just showed you, is that they did not migrate from West Africa. Sources debunk that claim that Bantus did not start in West Africa. They started actually most likely around Syria, and they migrated into Africa. They're probably, in fact, Bantus are most likely Israelites migrating down there. The earliest Bantus are E1B1B groups that came from the Natufian. The Natufian groups were in the Levant before they got into Africa. So the earliest Bantu are E1B1B. In fact, just to show you the keys on this thing, is that this is what we actually went over. We went over this a while back, and then I was saying that it is important to know that they actually are starting to say some different things of the Bantu cultures, and that the Bantu are not showing, let me see, themselves to be said African. They're not African. That's why we went over some of these, even the 2022 source right here and stuff. When I was talking about this, I'm not gonna go over it now, but if you want to actually know the truth behind the origins of E1B1, go and see. Well, there's a bunch of them, but you can see this video. You can see this video from everywhere where you see where from Eber Abafar to here to this thing. All this, well, except that. All this will tell you the actual movements of early E1B1 lines that they actually would have signs of actually starting outside of the continent of Africa first, then going in there, replacing the lineages down there. They didn't start in West Africa. No, they didn't start in West Africa. They actually came from somewhere else, because that's West Africa. That's an Iron Age culture. Come on, you're not gonna all of a sudden have an Iron Age group all of a sudden pop up out of nowhere. They would be more Mesolithic, Paleolithic, Neolithic, right? You want to just have all of a sudden counting a migration of a people in the Bronze and Iron Age as the origin of that people. Rather, you will say that that's an Iron Age, Bronze Age movements. You wouldn't say that's the origin of the people. And that's what they were trying to pull and say that, oh, E1B1 is Bantu, and that's the origin of them in West Africa. But that's Iron Age and Bronze Age. That's not the origin of people. So, nor does the E1B1 only is there, because we know in Neolithic time is above in Mesopotamia. So that's important to know about E1B1. Almost all E1B1 groups are in Mesopotamia and the Fertile Crescent, Mesopotamia, and the Mediterranean. That's where the E groups actually come from. Let me see, where's this one I want to go to on here. I'm going to go to one on this. And even some of the oldest E1B1 groups, we know that geneticists already told us, when I asked them about the Natufian in the comparison, they let us know that they were not truly African. They were not truly African. That means that they are not actually African, because we found them as ancient Levantan. Ancient Levantan. That's what we found by the connection of the Natufian and the Bantu groups, because we found out 2,000 years ago, Bantu groups were in Jerusalem. Bantu groups were in the Middle East 2,000 years ago. Right? That's what we have pointed out many times before. Let me see. Where's this thing? Hold on. Who's this little highlight? But you can do the study yourself. You can look it up. Right? If you just look up the genetics of Bantu groups. And I guarantee you this, the earliest Bantu groups that you would see are going to first be E1B, E1B. And that means that they are connected to Natufian, because that's where they would have came from. That's just a fact. And then as soon as you see any E1B1A groups, obviously it's from E1B1. They migrated from the Neolithic time, because they are not in Africa that old. So you see, like, for example, here's something where we went over this, because this was a classic video. This is a classic picture that they were concluding until 2020, when they actually dug into the actual fossil of Africa and found out the Bantus weren't the oldest there. And they were not in that hypothetical time. They didn't start off like that. Then all of a sudden pop up out of nowhere about 3,000 ago, and then all of a sudden it just spread just from right there, right? If we were talking about the biblical narrative, they had to all come from here, right? Every single one had to come from there. That was already a giveaway, trying to say that they would just all of a sudden start somewhere different than everyone else. That's just senseless. But let me see, where's this little thing? You can find, if you ever look it up. We talk about it, the Bantu groups and whatnot, their genetic mixture. I thought I had one. Man, it's on here somewhere, but this note has gotten it very large. And I'm trying to see. Oh, here it is. We know E1B1A groups. E1B1A, we already proved it, is only Bronze Age. Iron Age in Africa and Bronze Age, Neolithic, going from pretty much the upper areas, from Mesopotamia and Mediterranean areas. Now, if you notice on this thing, right? If I check the oldest years, right? Take 2000 off that, that's about 1,500 BC. So 1,500 BC, if we notice, we're going to have these E1B1B groups, right? The E groups early on, right? But that's nothing compared to when we start talking Natufians. Nothing. These are later years, so obviously way later. And we see E1B1. Note the E1B1 only is there AD time frame. That's important to note that E1B1A in the Bantu groups are only AD time frame. So the older ones are E1B1B, but that's connected to Natufian, and the E1B1 groups are recent. Because we know that the time that the E1B1 groups come down there, our groups come down there. Our groups come down there as well. And they are mixing with some groups and whatnot. So that's very important. So none of these E1B1A groups are found down there no earlier than 2000, 3000 years before present, right? So that means at least 2000 years ago, Bantus would lead you to the Levant. I got a quote. I got a quote, yes, that will tell you Bantus would lead you to the Levant. In fact, notice something on this thing, that the West African Bantu groups are the youngest. The West African Bantu groups, as you can see right here, years before present, will be 2022, going back to 1000 AD. Time. This is about Christ time. And most of the West African Bantu groups are modern. So a lot of Bantu groups are actually modern, but the ones that you start seeing some further back, you're starting to lean to like E1B1B from the Tufians and some other groups that would be pastoralists and stuff, which has some R's and stuff mixed in with it, which we had spoke about. But this is something that is important to know about when you think about the E1B1 groups, because I have no doubt that E1B1A are the Israelites, because they're the youngest. They're one of the youngest lineages, and they've been quite misrepresented. Obviously, if anyone does a honest study on them, they'll find out some real things about the fossils. But if they don't do an honest study, they just guess, then they're just going to be guessing. But I'm telling you, as the genetics show and more papers tell us, these groups are younger than many people think. So those West African, if anyone says the West African group of the Bantu are older, they never looked at the actual resource papers and seeing that the West African Bantu group, as they had said, this is why they had wrote this, right? This is why they wrote, none of the sampled individuals from Shumlaka, because they were sampling ancient individuals that were found in Shumlaka in West Africa. They said it says none of those ancient Western Africans are closely related to present day Bantu speakers. That's important. That's very important. So that's gonna give us a key to some of those understandings. All right. That's going to give us a very major key. That's why we had talked about even his brother lineage, the Mota, and they told us that it was not truly African. If E1B1C isn't truly African of E1B1, and E1B1B has connections to not being African either, because of its clear connections to its mtDNAs and its clear connections to the Natufian, and then the V38 that makes E1B1A are not truly African. They're Israelites, Shemitic groups. That's something to know about. Yep. And also, getting into that's going to give some major problems. Show me one Bantu, why West African DNA. I can show you smallest who are mixed between Middle Eastern and the most. Well, I just solved that for you. The problem is no Bantus in East Africa are pure because they mix with Nile group and Afro-Asiatic Horn Africans. The pure Bantus are now, what's that? What does it pure Bantu mean? What does that even mean? Haplogroup wise, genetically wise. What does that mean? Pure. FYI, Bantus are just a classification of a language, not DNA. Bantu is a compound word that actually means pretty much people, right? That's what basically it means. Bantu just means people. And they have a language, yes, but they are technically a culture group. So it's not, I would say it's not a DNA, not necessarily, I can't say Bantu and it only tells me one DNA, but it will most likely lead someone to think E1B1, especially E1B1A. If you say Bantu, they're gonna think E1B1 when you think Bantu. But I basically agree with that. Speak Bantu, but when you sample their DNA, they're indigenous to East Africa. It depends if we're saying what groups are you saying that indigenous to East Africa? Rothschilds, who are favored by the Rothschilds, are not even African. Well, if the Somalis aren't African, neither are the Bantus. According to Rockefeller, nothing. Where are you getting this Rockefeller information? You gotta stop doing that. You gotta beware of those false accusations. All right. We know that these groups be evil, but you can't just be saying random stuff. You can just make yourself look crazy. That happens in East African small use occupies that. Look at the X on the graph, which is about this farm F on the graph. Are you talking about? What you talking about? This X on the graph. Maybe I was looking at something else, or maybe something else. I don't see an X on the graph. Maybe it's talk about something else. I'm not sure, but that's why PCA, principal component analysis, are important. They tell you some deep things of origins and some clarity on stuff. Is on that paper. Got X on the graph, which is the only form of M2. Almost form of M2. PCA had a graph from Herder papers. It's on this paper. Are you talking about this X or these X's? There's some fact. Let me see what you just say. Dude, I'm pretty sure. I'm sure we talk. Is I'm not sure what you're talking about there, but I'm kind of questioning, are you looking serious? To be honest with you. All right. It's been 8 hours. This is gonna be one of our longest lives, I think. But let's summarize what we did, because we obviously touched on a lot of stuff and whatnot. So we just clear our focus of today was about going over the Hyksos and some controversial questions on stuff. The Hyksos and the Habiru, and talking about how they seem like they could be Israelites, but detailedly in its totality, they are not Israelites. They are not going to be the Israelites. There could be some bending of information to try to make them Shemites, some Shemites, but there's no way to make them all Israelites. That's concluded as an Israelite cultured group that pops up in a certain time frame. But we do notice that it has some genetic changing that happens in that land and everything. I went over and talked about how some of the previous mtDNA was different, and then the major mtDNA that settled there is going to be mostly looks like Indo-European lines. We also went over some information of, that's why it's good for me to summarize and make sure I put all the notes that we went over in the description. We also went over information of Egypt, and we talked about who is Egypt and what happened in Egypt. And we know that all of a sudden, after the Hyksos invasions, we know a R1B line popped up on the throne of Egypt right after the Hyksos invasions. So from the 12th dynasty, before the Hyksos invasions, there were some H lines on the line of Egypt. And then there were some M1 lines of mtDNA that was there in the land of Egypt. Then all of a sudden, the Hyksos invasion happened. The exact lineage of the leaders of the Hyksos are still to be fully defined, but it does look like they would have some of the Indo-European lines, mainly R1B, G, J, and T, and those would be some of the Hyksos that come in that get pushed out. They start to mix with some of the northern nations. Some are gonna settle there and mix with some of the northern nations, and they're gonna be kind of a mixture of different groups, mostly with different females. So they can literally be in Egypt, could be E, R, and J, and all of a sudden some Hyksos come with E, R, and J, but different females. So what they start to conclude is that the male lineages seem the same. There's some changes there, but it's majorly centered around some interesting changes of the mtDNA, that some of the men seem like they might be related, but they have different mtDNA groups, and that makes them also culturally different because their mtDNA their agreements with their ties of mtDNA makes them a clan that's different. So the Hyksos come in as they say as a clan of the Canaanites. They are going to be a group that migrates into the lands of Egypt, and they're going to be pushed out of that land. So they might have some connections to our lines and some of the other mtDNA, other lines of Indo-European lines is what we started to find, because they started to say they had connections to Hurrians, and they had connections to pretty much some of the people of the northern nations. So that was something that we mainly went over, and then we got over some deep information that we talked about Noah and his family. We talked about some things with him and the mixture of the topic. I just don't know how to even repeat. If him and his Noah's mother, Noah's woman, pretty much had interactions together, which we know that's not what happened, right? Yeah, be careful on the exegesis of that text. And we had went over a couple different things, a couple different things. As you can see, it's a long live. But that's all we got for today, family. May you be blessed. May you be beloved. And amen.